Chapter 318. Danny wasn't sure if it was because of the Mother of Dragons' special, spiritual bestowment, physique, or if the soul of the Green Prophet originally had the characteristic of being divided into thousands, just like how the Green Prophet's thoughts could be divided into thousands and thousands of crows. In short, there was an additional lake in her soul space. It belonged to the origin of the soul, but it had a certain degree of independence. In the original soul space of Serene Blue Star, she had failed to simulate the Green Prophet's meditation technique. Then, she had anxiously practiced the meditation technique for the second time in the lake domain. How should she put it? At first, she was ecstatic, then depressed and disappointed. Her best guess was verified. Danny easily assembled the Light Crow rune array above the lake. But she didn't understand the basic meditation runes of shapeshifters at all, and the foundation of the meditation technique was very unstable. Just like Lisbon and Larissa, they didn't master the 108 basic runes of Valeglia, and they didn't have a systematic inheritance the glass candle, which contained a full set of rune combination techniques, similar to the combination of manual and basic teaching materials which led to their failure. The meditation technique foundation in the soul space was full of mistakes and was on the verge of shattering. At this time, Danny was in a similar predicament. I need the inheritance of the Green Prophet, the inheritance of the basic meditation technique. I can't copy it with only an incomplete meditation foundation corpse. Wait. A light suddenly flashed in Danny's mind. Why not learn from Blackie and Little White? When she first learned the Grand Wizard's meditation technique, the two dragons' situation was 10,000 times worse than hers. But if they could cheat, why couldn't she? Blackie could use her 9-colored vortex to engrave his meditation technique foundation, and now she also had a template, the incomplete Light Crow. Whether the Green Prophet's body was dead or not, she was very sure that the soul of this Light Crow had been completely stripped. The template had no owner, and it was even slowly dissipating and annihilating. She could copy it without worry. As soon as it touched the light pink lake, it was like a wax figure falling into a steel furnace. The light-colored crow-shaped rune quickly melted in the lake. In a few blinks of an eye, the mountain-sized gray crow disappeared in the lake of the soul, and the lake water bubbled. It felt like a whole duck was being cooked in a big pot. Gradually, the surface of the lake calmed down, and the lake water turned from light pink to forest green. It was a tranquil, green lake. No more crows flew out, and the original gray crows also disappeared. Danny closed her eyes and meditated. A gentle breeze blew across the surface of the lake, and wisps of natural magic were absorbed into the lake. The meditation technique has been successfully replicated. It's working well. It can absorb magic energy from the outside world and convert it into wizard power. She opened her eyes, overjoyed. But looking at the lake-shaped meditation foundation, she was a little puzzled. Why wasn't it a crow? Actually, Danny had made a mistake. The three-eyed crow was the Green Prophet, but the Green Prophet wasn't necessarily the three-eyed crow. Simply put, the current Green Prophet had a special liking for his crow companions. Before he became the Green Prophet, he already had the bandit nickname of Three-Eyed Crow. After inheriting the legacy of the previous Green Prophet, he followed his own will and manifested the foundation of his meditation technique into the form of a crow. This form was more beneficial for increasing the abilities of his crow companions. This was similar to the relationship between the wizard Valeglia and the dragon. The 9-colored whirlpool in Danny's Sea of Consciousness was actually the form of a dragon's flame, and its cone-shaped spiral structure simulated the process of the megalosaurus spitting out dragon's flame. Now, it's time to do the final test. Danny rubbed her hands and looked at the sky nervously. The dragon's spirit was connected to Blackie's soul space, and her little 9-colored whirlpool streaked across the sky and appeared in the blue soul space out of thin air. Buzz 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 buzz. The soul space started to tremble intensely, and the wizard power started to circulate on its own. The 9-colored whirlpool produced a great repulsive force, and the green lake seemed to have suffered a Shinra Tensei, and it spun and flew out. Squeak. At the edge of the soul space, the green lake crashed into a formless space wall, and shattered. Ah! In the soul space, Dani hugged her head and howled. The pain of her soul being torn apart almost made her collapse. In reality, Dani also groaned. Her nostrils seemed to have opened up some kind of channel, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of her nose in a horrible shape. Whitey hissed anxiously. Pop! The lake exploded into millions of water droplets, splashing in all directions. However, the great repulsive force of the 9-colored whirlpool still existed. The shattered lake water was squeezed into mist, and the mist was crushed into invisible steam under the pressure. The steam was annihilated little by little, and disappeared, ha 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 ha. Dani gradually regained her breath, and laughed crazily in the soul space. Even I can't destroy this part of my soul. I've succeeded. This is the immortal soul. In Dani's wild laughter, a thin ring was born from nothingness in the soul space. With the 9-colored whirlpool as the center, it spun counterclockwise against the soul wall. This was the reborn soul lake, the second soul of the ring that laid the foundation of the Green Prophet's meditation, and Dani's second head. Dahe, Whitey, come over and play fight the landlord. With a thought, the main soul entered the dragon spirit state with Dahe, and the second soul entered the dragon spirit state with Whitey without any hindrance. In the next moment, 2 megalosaurus, one white and one black, were lying across the blue soul space. Hiss, Dahe roared at Whitey in surprise, why are you here again? Hiss, Whitey roared blankly, I don't know anything. Other than being able to communicate with Whitey's dragon spirit, Dani also sensed little green and little gold in the slave bay for the first time. She could determine their location, but she couldn't sense the dragon spirit. She was sure that the second soul of the ring strengthened her connection with the dragons. Great harvest, it's really a great harvest. Ha ha ha, now I'm really invincible. With Dahe on the left and Whitey on the right, Dani was extremely proud. No, I can still be stronger. Dani looked excited. If I kill Bran, transform his soul into spiritual matter and absorb it, the second soul will be upgraded to a higher level. Maybe I'll have 3, 4, or even 5 dragon spirits. How terrible will the true dragon's roar be when I have 5 dragon spirits? In the state of 5 dragon spirits, if I superimpose the 5 dragon meditation vortexes on my body, I can burn the Night King to death with one look, right? When Dani ended the dragon spirit state and her consciousness returned to her body, the sky was silver gray, and a full moon was already hanging on the top of the tree. She took out a silk handkerchief from her backpack, dug a few piles of hard snow in the ditch against the sun, rubbed it in the silk handkerchief, and wiped the blood scabs on her mouth and nose clean. After a while, Dani stepped on the soft leaves and returned to Whitey's side. Before climbing on his back, she caught a glimpse of the big crow that was thrown on the ground before. After thinking about it, she went over and picked it up. It was hard and stiff. Maybe it's a magic material. I can take it back and study it. At least it's more magical than Tyrion's second brother. With that in mind, Dani lifted the crow's leg, rode the white dragon, and soared into the sky. Blackie also struggled to get up and followed behind, flying in the direction of the Great Wall. Blackie was a little tired. It should have rested in Ho Guan town for a night and go back tomorrow. But Dani thought of something. There was a big battle this morning, and so many people died. They must be burned tonight. She planned to get some spiritual matter to nourish Blackie's body. I just hope the bodies are not burned clean. In fact, the Great Wall was in a mess, and no one was dealing with the bodies outside the city. Dani did not attract much attention when she suddenly left in the afternoon on the dragon. But as the sky darkened, Barristan had already returned from outside the city. She still did not appear, and some people panicked. The old fox, Ymont, did not guess wrong. A small group of How to Deal with the Dragon Queen quietly formed between the Night Watchers and the Urlu cavalry, quietly split and quietly unified. Melisandre lied. The plan of the marriage of the mother of dragons and the child of prophecy was not a whim. Stannis knew about it, and so did the nobles under him. Even the plan of marrying Dany Rise to King Stannis was proposed by one of King Stannis's important ministers. Then, Stannis's knights split into two factions. Some supported the marriage of the dragon and the deer, while others firmly opposed it. It was very complicated. Stannis was the Duke of Dragonstone Island, so his original subordinates were the vassals of Dragonstone Island Targaryen's vassals 16 years ago. For example, Valyrian and Sitiga, the absolute confidants of the House of Dragonstone, were now the backbone of the Urlu army. Of course, the defeat at the Battle of Blackwater River was too terrible. Valyrian and Sitiga were almost destroyed, so they did not follow Urlu to the wall. But the Duke of Dragonstone Island did not only have these two vassals, there were 7 or 8 other families that followed Urlu to the wall. To be honest, they wanted to immediately change sides and surrender to Queen Dany. It was not shameful to surrender to their old masters. Many families were still loyal and fought with Rhaegar to the end. If Count Valerian did not die, and Count Sitiga did not get captured by the King's Landing, any one of them who came to the wall would have led the nobles and knights of Dragonstone Island to the Queen as soon as they saw Dany. But the nobles of Dragonstone Island had been tortured too badly in the Battle of Blackwater River. They were too weak in the current Urlu army. They risked being sacrificed to the Red God if they had any thoughts of betrayal. A few nobles of Dragonstone Island had been burned to death because they spoke ill of the Light King behind his back. They were all afraid that the priestess could predict their betrayal. Before the news of the Dragon Queen came, Urlu had 2 political groups under his command. One was the King's Party, who believed in the 7 gods, and the other was the Queen's Party, who believed in the Light King. After knowing that they might encounter Dany, the 2 parties split again. The King's Party of Dragonstone Island advocated for the union of dragon and deer. The King's Party of Stormland hesitated. The Queen's Party of River Bend firmly opposed it. The Queen's Party outside River Bend supported the union. It's getting more and more complicated. Stannis originally only had Dragonstone Island as his fief. His younger brother Renly was the Duke of Storm's End, Lord of Stormland, and married Highcourt Tyrell, River Bend. After Urlu killed Sonlu, he inherited part of his younger brother's legacy, the nobles of Stormland and a small number of River Bend nobles. Among them, the River Bend nobles followed the lead of the Florin family of Brightwater. Urlu's wife was from the Florin family. The Dragonstone Island faction and the red-robed woman supported the union of dragon and deer. The Stormland hesitated because of the War of the Usurper. Robert led the Stormland nobles to overthrow Targaryen. The Queen's Party of Stormland naturally didn't want Queen Celis to be disgraced. But after Dany expressed her support for the union of dragon and deer, the divided Urlu forces reunited. Just as old Ymont worried, some of them tacitly agreed to kill Dany. Then, Dany disappeared. They were worried sick. Those with bad intentions were worried, and so were the neutral night watchers. There were still so many barbarians outside, dozens of giants building walls in Dark Castle, and the gold royals and food promised by the Dragon Queen. At least clean up the mess before leaving, right? Of course, the night watchers were more worried about the conflict between the dragon and deer, causing the queen to leave in anger. No one knew that the Dragon Queen after getting rid of the Whispers of Crows was completely different from the Dragon Queen before this afternoon. Chapter 319. Calm down, everyone. Don't panic. In the front yard of Dark Castle, Maester Ymont gestured with his hands and tried to calm the arguing crowd. Ser Barristan is still here. He represents Queen Dany Rise and has full authority over matters related to the Westeros. Barristan was angry at the Queen for not informing him, but he did not object to her decision to leave. There were 2 reasons. First, he knew the Queen's abilities. She had left a magic coordinate on his wrist that allowed him to communicate with her. Second, like old Ymont, he was worried that someone would take advantage of the opportunity to harm him. How could he trust Urlu, who would kill his own brother for the Iron Throne. He was an upright man, but an upright man was not necessarily a fool. Yes, I am the Queen's Iron Guard, captain of the White Knights. I represent the Queen in dealing with the barbarians in the new camp, the White Knight said seriously. Stannis bit his cheek and glared at the White Knight for a while before he asked bitterly, Sir, why didn't you go to Dragonstone to find me? Barristan did not expect Erlu to bring this up. He was startled for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Your Majesty Stannis, you are all wrong. Ever since Joffrey stripped me of my white robes, I had no intention of joining any king. Really? You and Lord Renly are Joffrey's uncles. Joffrey is not Robert's son, Stannis interrupted him angrily. Everyone recognizes his identity, the White Knight said noncommittally. Even if he took away my white robe, my honor does not allow me to encourage my uncle to oppose my nephew. So, you and Lord Renly are not in my consideration. Thus, Robb was the only king left. I sympathized with him, but I would not support the king's division. At the time, I was going to find a small sept in the countryside and dedicate the rest of my life to the 7 gods. Then how did you become her White Knight? Stannis ground his teeth. Varys found me. Varys? Stannis exclaimed. Yes, when I was praying in the basilica, his little bird came and told me about Her Majesty Daenerys. I couldn't refuse. This was a chance for me, a chance to redeem myself. However, I didn't intend to serve a crazy king anymore. When I saw her, I concealed my identity and observed her for nearly half a year. I found her benevolent, wise, kind, intelligent. Enough. The old knight had a blissful look on his face as he reminisced, but Stannis's face looked as if he had been fed feces. He interrupted the White Knight and said, Now that she has left, how do you contact her? How else can I contact you? White Knight glared at him and said matter-of-factly, Of course it's through messenger crows. I'm always at the Great Wall, right? If you have any orders, just send the messenger crows to the Great Wall. How do you contact her? Stannis asked. Barristan said, Let the messenger raven send a message to Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island? You want to take my Dragonstone Island? The veins on Stannis' square chin bulged. Dragonstone Island is the land of the Targaryens. Ymont frowned. Stannis looked at the old man coldly and emphasized, It is now my territory. Didn't she swear that she would not clash with the forces stationed at the Great Wall before she dealt with the deviants? She can't say that the promise of not starting a war is only valid at the Great Wall, right? We come to the north and she comes to the south to invade our home. Who would dare to leave their own territory to support the Great Wall? Erlu's words were not unreasonable. For example, if Lannister went north to the Great Wall to fight the deviants, Dany could not possibly go and take Casterly Rock, right? There was only one point. Stannis had drifted on the sea for a few months, so his information was somewhat outdated. Dragonstone Island is no longer yours, Barristan said with a strange expression. Right after you left, Lannister took advantage of the fact that Dragonstone Island was defenseless and sent thousands of soldiers to surround the castle. About half a month ago, Sir Loras attacked Dragonstone Island. Stannis' face was gloomy. He turned to old Ymont and asked, You are the scholar of Dark Castle. Why didn't you tell me about this? Ymont frowned and slowly explained, I don't know either. In the past few months, the City of Learning has not sent any messenger crows to the Great Wall. How could the City of Learning care about such a small matter? Paris Tun yawned tiredly and defended the City of Learning, it's too far away. Other than the change of seasons and the change of authority in King's Landing, the City of Learning will not send any messages to the Great Wall. She didn't leave. Melisandre walked out of the darkness with her hands hidden in her sleeves. As she spoke, everyone could see the pigeon egg-sized ruby on her throat glowing with a mysterious red light. Dany, Rhys went to the north. She should be back soon, she said softly. You saw her in the flames? Stannis pursed his thin lips into a thin line. He remembered that the red-robed woman was alone in the room in the afternoon, staring at the raging flames in the brazier. Under what circumstances did she see her? Was she looking for the child of prophecy? Or was she following his orders and trying to cast a shadow spell on her? Stannis began to clench his teeth, and his cheeks puffed up out of habit. Melisandre understood his thoughts just by looking at his expression. She could not help but sigh to herself. After meeting Targaryen riding a dragon, even he began to doubt the authenticity of the child of prophecy. It was no wonder that she herself was shaken. Could the prophecy be wrong, and the real reincarnation of Yesor and Ahai was Dany Rise? However, she did not communicate with Lalo. When she was looking for the child of prophecy, she saw the Dragon Queen. Stannis' face was still in the flames, but it was a little dim and not as clear as it was on Dragonstone Island. There was also another person's figure that appeared from time to time. The red-robed woman glanced at Jon, who was standing among the night watchers. She coughed softly and said slowly, "I felt the aura of the dragon. She is fighting with someone, a very strong enemy. It's a fierce battle on the soul level." "What enemy?" Barristan asked nervously. God's servant. God has been watching her for a long time. I even reminded her in the afternoon that she might have finally noticed the crow that landed between her eyebrows, the priestess said solemnly. Everyone was confused, but they could guess that the Dragon Queen's enemy was very strong. However, there were not many who were worried about her. Instead, some of the night watchers and Erlu's armored knights exchanged looks with joy and excitement. The White Knight's expression changed, and he asked anxiously, "Where?" "I'll go over now." The red-robed woman's expression was calm. She was not too concerned, nor did she gloat. She only said lightly, "It's useless even if you go. The two of them are fighting on the soul level, and the battle has already ended at dusk." Ymont's blue eyes flashed with concern, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Who won?" "You said that Her Majesty Dany Rise is on her way back. She should have won, right?" "I'm not sure. No matter who wins or loses, there is no fatal damage to either side. It won't affect her returning to the Great Wall to rest. She should be heavily injured, right?" a short knight with a mouth full of brown rotten teeth said with his eyes flashing. The red-robed woman looked at him lightly and did not answer, but the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became hot and heavy. It was as if a strange flame had risen in everyone's heart. The red-nosed old professor also noticed the change in everyone's mood. He could not help but frown and change the topic. "Who is God? Deviant ghosts?" "Deviant ghosts are just God's servants." Hiss! A loud and clear dragon's roar came from the southern sky. Everyone, who had different thoughts, immediately stopped talking and looked up. After a few breaths, two huge black shadows flew under the silver full moon, and the sound of huge wings flapping could be heard clearly. A gust of wind blew in the courtyard, and the white dragon landed on the stone steps of the king's tower on the east in a way that did not match its body size and weight. Dragon Queen's energetic voice then came. "Are you guys admiring the moon in the courtyard?" "Air." The people who were looking at her with worry, nervousness, and curiosity felt awkward for a moment. Only then did Scholar Ymont come out and ask, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "What can happen to me?" Dany asked curiously. "Madame Melisandre told us that you fought with a powerful enemy in the evening," the old scholar said with confusion. "Oh, I was fighting with it." Dany glanced at the red-robed woman who was looking at her curiously, raised the big crow in her hand, and laughed. "Such a big crow, have you seen it before? It chased me for a long time and even wanted to peck my dragon. It took me a lot of effort to kill it. I was so tired that I was sweating all over." "Eh?" The old scholar was stunned. "The crow chased you? It even pecked your dragon? What kind of crow is this? Is it the crow god?" Melisandre's eyes flashed, and she looked back and forth between the crow and Dany's smiling face. After a while, she said with a complicated tone, "I didn't expect you to hunt this crow with your own ability. I underestimated you. Eh. Everyone was confused. It was just a black crow. Although it was bigger than a normal crow, it was not a rare beast. It was just an arrow. Danny threw the dead crow on the ground and urged loudly, "If you have time to sit here and talk nonsense, why don't you burn the bodies of the dead?" The red pomegranate chief hesitated and said, "The barbarians are easy to deal with, but almost 300 knights died today. Friar Sarlita is helping them to decorate their bodies. He has been busy since noon. Then transport the knights to the cellar and store them there. First, burn the bodies of the freemen and the common soldiers from beyond the Great Wall. You night watchers should know how horrible it is to keep the bodies of the dead overnight. Even if we put them in the cellar, we still need to chain their ankles," John reminded. "Don't worry, the Great Wall has magic power. It can block the power of the frost god," Melisandre said softly. "A year ago, the bodies were resurrected under the Great Wall," John said with a frown. "They must have been resurrected outside the Great Wall and pretended to be corpses to sneak into Dark Castle," the red-robed woman said with certainty. Yrgrit, who had been watching from the side, walked through the crowd and carefully glanced at the white dragon. She looked up at Danny and said, "Dragon Queen, we are going to send them off." "Who are you?" "Giants and freedmen. If you leave Dark Castle, you have to wear shackles," Danny reminded. Outside the Great Wall, in the empty space between the old and new camps, the barbarians built a huge crematorium. It was almost as big as a football field. The lower level was stacked with pine trunks and branches that were half a meter high. The branches were filled with half-dried leaves and weeds. The pile of firewood was piled high with corpses. It was a shocking sight, but when Danny asked for the number, she was shocked to find that there were surprisingly few. There were only 8 giants, less than 1,000 warriors, and hundreds of old, weak, women, and children. There were also many dead mammoths and warhorses, but they were not cremated. The night watchers had cut their flesh and preserved it in the ice cave under the Great Wall. Well, Danny was not a cold-hearted person. She did not want more barbarians to die just to get more soul essence. More importantly, she saw Stannis's horse trampling through the camp in the morning. Hundreds of thousands of barbarians rushed into the forest and trampled on the ground. There were definitely more than 2,000 dead. Even more than 8 giants died. The number is wrong. Chapter 320. Thousands of people surrounded the north side of the crematorium. There were savages, giants, and night watchers to maintain order. Danny rode on Little White's back and fought at the front. Beside her were Barristan and several senior members of the Night Watchers. Stannis led the red-robed woman and a group of knights to the east corner. There were more than 200 corpses of House Lu's soldiers. The number is wrong. Danny frowned and asked Red Pomegranate, "Lord Steward, where are the rest of the corpses?" "The number of freemen should be around 3,000 to 5,000. It's off by half. And I saw it with my own eyes, at least 12 of them died." At noon, she had personally given Red Pomegranate the task of collecting the corpses and organizing the barbarians to burn the wood that night. She did not expect the task to be so bad. "It's deep in the woods. We don't dare to go in," Bowen Maxey said. "Why not? Are there deviant ghosts? If they don't burn the corpses, they will turn into corpses." John sighed helplessly and said, "I'm not sure if there are deviant ghosts, but there are many barbarians hiding in the woods." 2 brothers in black who collected the corpses had their eyes gouged out and their tongues cut out. Their heads were hung on branches at the edge of the woods. Danny's face darkened and she cursed in a low voice, "Those bastards don't know what's good for them." "Do you know which bastard did it?" The Weeper, Yrgrit, who was standing behind John, shouted, "The Weeper likes to gouge people's eyes out." When everyone looked at her, Red Pomegranate winked at John proudly. John turned his head and touched his nose awkwardly. "The Weeper is a vicious barbarian raider." "I know the Weeper. Mance sent him to draw away the main forces of Dark Castle." The one who led the team to stop him was Lord Steward Maxie, right? Dany raised her eyebrows and looked at Red Pomegranate. You said you won the battle. You didn't even kill the enemy leader. What kind of victory is that? The Weeper brought 300 raiders. Red Pomegranate felt wronged. But you also had more than 200 rangers. Red Pomegranate did not speak. Dany asked again, why didn't you send the barbarians to collect the corpses? They will run away. Alas. Dany smiled bitterly. So, what are you going to do with the corpses in the ghost forest? Jon said, perhaps the barbarians will burn the corpses of their own people. They all know that corpses can be resurrected. That's right, we're not as stupid as you. Ygritte nodded. While they were still discussing the corpses in the forest, Stannis and the others next door were already bidding farewell to their old friends. The night is long, and danger lurks everywhere. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley. Stannis and the red-robed woman stood side by side at the front. Hundreds of people lined up and knelt on one knee, chanting in unison, solemn and respectful. Boom! The red-robed woman waved her hand, and the entire bonfire seemed to have been splashed with gasoline. In an instant, 7 feet of flame soared up, and the high-temperature wave crossed dozens of meters, blowing the hair on Dany's forehead into a mess. Let's begin. Dany looked around and didn't find anyone who looked like a priest. She couldn't help but ask, are there no priests among the free people? We believe in the old gods, and they have no priests, said Mance's pretty sister-in-law. The old gods only have faces carved into tree trunks. They have noses, eyes, and mouths. Unfortunately, they can't speak or guide you in chanting. Sir Alistair mocked. Where is Friar Salida? Why don't we let him make a cameo appearance? Dany came up with a bad idea. I am the last giant. I don't have any companions. Ygritte suddenly started singing, scaring Dany and the people around her. The last giant came from the mountains. We once ruled the world. Ah, the little people stole the forests, stole the mountains, stole the rivers. At first, Dany didn't think much of it. You're just a small female savage. How are you a giant? But gradually, the smile on her face disappeared. The sadness in Ygritte's song was so clear that no one could escape from it, and no one could laugh at it. Whale paused for a moment, then followed in a low voice. They built a wall in the valley, and caught all the fish in the stream. More and more savages joined in. Thousands of them formed a chorus, and their bleak voice was like a giant wave crushing a sandcastle. It easily drowned out the prayers of the Red God believers. They lit a fire in the stone hall. They forged a sharp spear. And I was alone in the mountains. I had no companions, only tears. Chased by dogs in the day. Torches in the night. Because giants in the sun, the little people couldn't eat or sleep. I am the last giant. Remember my song. One day, I will leave, and my song will fade away. The silence will last for a long, long time. The song stopped. Only the howling of the wind and the crackling of the crematorium next door could be heard. In the dim light of the torches, the faces of the savages glistened with tears. After a long silence, Dany sighed. This isn't your song. It's not the song of the free people beyond the Great Wall. This is our song, the last giant. You and Jon are the same. You know nothing. Ygritte said excitedly. You're the one who doesn't know. All of you, you know nothing. Dany rolled her eyes and said angrily, this song, the last giant, belongs to the previous civilization, the children of the forest and the giants. And the people who destroyed them were you, the savages beyond the Great Wall, the Southerners, collectively known as the Ancestors. I can hear the sadness and pain in your song, and it seems to match the sadness and despair in this song. But your misfortune is entirely your own fault. You don't want to improve yourself, and you're looking for death. All the savages stared at her angrily. If she wasn't riding on Little White's back, some of them might have rushed over to beat her up. What are you looking at? The Dragon Queen had a dragon's gallbladder, so she wasn't scared at all in the face of public condemnation. Her eyes were wide open, and she roared in an even louder voice than before, "Look at you. Wearing animal skins and holding wooden sticks, you eat raw meat and drink blood, and you don't work at all. What's the difference between you and savages? Oh, I forgot. You are the savages. But haven't you forgotten one thing? Your ancestors, the ancestors who came to this world from the land of Urso, defeated the children of the forest with superior technology and social system, and expelled the giants. 10,000 years have passed, and your civilization has regressed. Your social system has collapsed, and the technology of forging bronze has become the heirloom of a few tribes. Don't you feel ashamed? You still have the face to sing The Last Giant. The giants and the children of the forest were persecuted by the ancestors, but who went beyond the Great Wall to persecute you? Hasn't it always been the savages who attacked the Great Wall? Or is it persecuting you because you're not allowed to cross the Great Wall to rob the people in the north? The deviant ghosts are persecuting us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. Yagaret was very bold. Thousands of savages were speechless and pale because of Dragon Queen's words, and she was the only one who dared to talk back. You've got guts. Danny nodded and said lightly, Then let me ask you. How much food have you prepared for this winter? Is it enough for 2 years? Of course it wasn't enough. Other than John, Yagaret didn't have any personal property. I'm a spearwoman, a raider. She argued. So, you don't cross the Great Wall and rob the savages beyond the Great Wall. The ones who oppress the savages are your own people. Danny sneered. This time, even the sharp-tongued red-haired girl was stunned. Old Yamant, like the night watchers nearby, smiled happily, and there was a sense of relief and pride in his smile. Your Majesty, it's time to light the fire, the old scholar reminded slowly. Hiss, Little White jumped up, and Big Black glided over from the Great Wall like a ghost. The two dragons circled at a low altitude and suddenly spat out a bright red pillar of fire. The pillar of fire was about 15 meters long, and the sky nearby was lit up. Boom, the divine punishment swept across the crematorium like a sharp sword. The heat was oppressive, the flames were burning, and the waves of fire were rolling. In the sea of fire, the Megalosaurus flew freely. The savages, the night watchers, and even Stannis and his knights were stunned. This is the Megalosaurus. Under the flickering fire, Stannis's expression was uncertain. Suddenly, he seemed to have made a decision. His dark blue eyes were filled with determination. A true dragon must have its own dragon. That black dragon seems to be in a strange state. Melisandre's red eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Hiss, Big Black roared excitedly, and the dragon flames in its mouth became more intense. In the sea of consciousness that outsiders could not see, a rainstorm of 5 colors fell like a waterfall. The 9-colored vortex that was originally rotating sluggishly was like a lubricated bearing, spinning at high speed and creating a huge tornado in the sea of consciousness that was like a pool of magma. What's wrong? The magic dragon is cruel by nature. Now that it can spit fire to burn people even if it's a corpse, they are still very excited, Earl Fair of Fallwood City said disapprovingly. We also need magic dragons, Sir Sanj gnashed his brown rotten teeth, and said in a low and powerful voice, dragons have 3 heads, and His Majesty Stannis is also a true dragon. The pink-cheeked Sir Justin Marseille reminded, she's a little different. We all saw during the day that she was riding a black dragon. She came back from the south at night, and until now, she has been riding on the white dragon's back. Both dragons were obedient, and there was no sign of resistance. And we all know that dragons have 3 heads because a dragon knight can only ride 1 dragon, and the extra dragon must be found for another dragon knight. Sanj laughed, and said in a low voice, "I heard that every night when she is resting in the king's tower, the two dragons will be outside, and many night watchers will stand in the courtyard and openly peek at the megalosaurus. Why don't your majesty try to communicate with them tonight, since there is no danger, and if you can subdue one of them?" Stannis' heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the red-robed lady with a serious face. "What do you think?" Melisandre thought for a moment, and said, "We can try, but the chances are not high. You know better than me that a dragon will only recognize one dragon knight. Maybe her dragon is different. I heard that Barristan rode his black dragon and landed in Dark Castle. Maybe that black dragon is a cheap product that doesn't have the integrity of a true dragon." Sir Songgu grinned, revealing a mouth full of rotten teeth. The red-robed lady glanced at him, and shook her head. "I saw human wisdom and rationality in the black dragon's eyes. Barristan could ride a dragon because of the Dragon Queen's order. If this speculation is true, then it's even more terrifying." Sir Justin Marseille's pink face turned pale. Then, the blue eyes of this noble began to flicker with an unknown light. Sir Richard Hope, whose face was full of pockmarks, laughed softly, and reminded softly, "Actually, we all know that there is a simpler and more effective way." Chapter 321. Dany did not know that in the short half an hour that she rode the dragon and breathed fire to set the crematorium on fire, the Deer Association had reached a tacit agreement and prepared a set of attacks to deal with her. But she did not need to know. Without the three-eyed crow interfering with her thoughts, she planned to leave the Great Wall tomorrow morning. "As for tonight, do you know why I rode the dragon and breathed fire for half an hour?" Blackie returned to the top of the Great Wall, while Dany rode on Whitey and landed on the empty ground between the crowd and the flames. Without waiting for the people who looked at her and the white dragon in awe to reply, Dany said loudly, "Without a doubt, I was showing off. Because I wanted to intimidate some people. They hide in dark corners and stare at me and my dragon with envy and jealousy. They whisper like rats and plot a vicious scheme that cannot see the light of day." The people's expressions changed. The Night Watchers, Barristan, and some quick-witted barbarians all looked at the Deer Association members who were walking toward them. Erlu's square face was so long that it looked like a donkey's face. The muscles on his square chin bulged, and he gritted his teeth. The red-robed woman was bewildered. She guessed that the Dragon Queen, who knew magic, had predicted their scheme, and wondered why she could not keep her composure. Did she want to flip the table? Some of the Deer Association's knights had gloomy expressions. Some of them looked at the Dragon Queen with angry eyes. Some of them had resolute expressions, and their right hands unconsciously pressed on the hilt of the longsword hanging on the left side of their waists. Some of them looked at the dragon that breathed out sparks of fire, and their hearts trembled. Dany did not seem to have noticed, and she continued to curse loudly, "Those people violate human ethics, are heartless, have broken etiquette, and violate tradition. They have no sense of honor." Enough. Stannis could not bear it anymore, and he shouted, "We are not even afraid of death. Why would we be intimidated by the Megalosaurus's fire?" Dany was stunned for a moment, and she asked innocently, "What are you talking about? When did I intimidate you?" She pointed at the dark ghost forest behind her and said in an aggrieved tone, "I was intimidating the barbarians in the forest. When the crematorium was lit, many snakes, insects, rats, and ants were attracted to it. At this moment, a large group of shameless bastards were peeping from the tree branches. The reason why I rode the dragon and spit fire was to show them the might of the Megalosaurus. I wanted them to feel the fear of a true dragon so that they wouldn't dare to harm the heroes guarding the Great Wall. Well, did you know that 2 night watchers were beheaded this afternoon? Why? Why did you guys take it as a given?" Erlu's soul seemed to have been hit and crushed by a heavy truck driving at high speed. His robust body trembled violently, and his elongated donkey face shrunk into a round and smooth face. His facial expression kept changing colors. The anxious and worried expressions of the Night Watchers and Barristan also froze, cracked, and then twisted. Don't tell me you're really planning something that goes against justice? Danny asked curiously. We. Stannis gritted his teeth and said, let's go. After saying that, he turned around and strode towards the city gate. The soldiers of the Deer faction glared at the queen on the dragon's back, and then turned around and left. Barristan walked to Whitey's side and whispered, Your Majesty, you shouldn't provoke Stannis like that. If you push him too far, he might really do something unjust. Do you think that if I don't provoke him, he won't do anything to me? Danny looked at the leaving Deer faction knights and sneered, When I was burning the corpses, I felt an almost tangible malice coming from Stannis. With the second soul ring, the dragon spirit's sense of danger had improved. It almost had the ability of the House of Stark dire wolf. It could sense the enemy's malice. Well, the previous dragon spirit could only sense danger, Danny's life and death crisis. As for the dire wolves, whether it was Rob's Grey Wind or Jon's Whitey, they could clearly smell out the identity of the traitor. Before the bloody wedding and Jon's assassination, Grey Wind and Whitey had already warned their master and barked and bit at the traitor. However, the two brothers had the same temperament. They thought that their wolves had gone mad and personally locked them up in cages. Then, they both died. Even Arya's Nymeria could sense other people's malice. Actually, Rickon's furry dog could also, but before the second soul ring appeared, the Megalosaurus was inferior to the wolves. Blackie and the other two could not do this. They could not sense other people's malice towards Danny before it turned into real danger. She was not sure if it was the Green Prophet's meditation technique that strengthened the two dragons, or the meditation technique that gave Danny a beast-like sense, or maybe it was a combination of both. In short, when Stannis and the others were plotting against her, she felt malice from them. It was an irritating emotion that could be easily ignored and misjudged. Whitey passed the White Knight and walked over majestically with its wings on the ground. The crowd parted like a river meeting a reef. Danny stood steadily on the dragon's back. The savages and night watchers looked at her from all directions. Under the dim light of the torches, thousands of pairs of eyes shone like stars. Some were doubtful, some were respectful. I need a daredevil squad, about 100 men, she shouted to the starry eyes. What for? To fight with the Iron Knights of the Red Heart? Count me in. I've been annoyed by them for a long time. Ygritte's blue eyes shone with excitement. Wah! The night watchers' expressions changed. Their eyes were shrouded with deep and solemn emotions. Nonsense. Danny stopped smiling and shouted at the red-haired girl, Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. I, Danny Rise, will never go back on my words. The moment I came to the Great Wall, I put aside my personal grudges. I only wanted to stop the otherworldly ghosts from coming south for the people of the Seven Kingdoms, for the whole world. Even if others look at me coldly and point their swords at me, I will not change my mind. I will remember my mission and move forward. Ygritte's round face was full of shock. With her flat nose and uneven white teeth in her big mouth, she looked very silly. Sigh, this is the magnanimity and responsibility of a king. You barbarian spearwoman, surely you don't understand. Danny shook her head and looked up at the full moon in the sky. Her face was sad and lonely because she was not understood. Your Majesty. Barristan, Ymont, and the others were emotional. They looked at Her Majesty with respect and sadness. Long live Her Majesty Danny Rise. Sir Alliser, the backbone of the dragon gang, raised his hand and shouted. Long live Her Majesty Danny Rise. 4 or 5 night watchers echoed. These were the old remnants of the dragon family, who had gathered around Sir Alliser in the past few days. They were commonly known as the remnants of the previous dynasty. It was not easy. Danny rode a dragon from the old town to the Great Wall. She had almost traveled through the northern and southern continents of Westeros, but she had only found these old loyal officials at the Great Wall. Don't be so high profile. Don't affect the Ghost Resistance United Front. Danny pressed down with both hands. When the old men stopped panting, she said, I need a suicide squad with chains, hemp rope, nets, and other tools to sneak into the depths of the haunted forest and find the barbarian corpses that no one cares about. There's no need to bring the corpses back or burn them. Our goal this time is to capture the otherworldly ghosts. Use the chains to lock the corpses' feet and the other end of the chains to the tree trunks. The white ghosts have been circling the barbarian camp and love to revive the corpses. We'll revive them. We'll tie up the corpses at night and harvest a few hundred ghouls tomorrow morning. Of course, the ghouls won't be of much use. They'll rot into puddles after being transported to the south of the Great Wall. But we still have hunting nets, traps, and other tools. We'll set up traps around the corpses and wait for the white ghosts to revive them. He he he. At this point, Danny couldn't help but laugh. This was also her last mission at the Great Wall. If you came to the Great Wall and didn't see the otherworldly ghosts, you wouldn't be a hero. There was definitely danger, but with the Dragon Queen riding on the dragon's back, the truly dangerous work was left to the Suicide Squad. She decided that when the plan succeeded, she would harvest a batch of otherworldly ghosts tomorrow morning. Regardless of whether she caught the ghouls or not, she would leave the Westeros. Her responsibility was done. The Night Watchers and barbarians were all stunned. Their jaws almost fell to the ground. Brilliant, brilliant. Sir Alistair was the first to recover and praised loudly. Very good, Sir Alistair's courage is commendable. He's the first to sign up for the Suicide Squad. Danny also praised loudly. Sir Alistair's thumbs up froze in midair, and his smile froze on his face like rotten milk. Boss, what did I do wrong? Why did you have to do this to me? Tell me, I'll definitely listen, and I'll definitely change. Danny did not look at the Dragon faction loyalists. Instead, she looked at the crowd and announced, I was the one who formed the Suicide Squad. Naturally, my White Knight and I are also part of the squad. Your Majesty's idea is good. Count me in. Jon immediately raised his hand. Ygritte glanced at Jon and shouted, I'll go too, I'll go too. I'll join. Count me in. With Danny leading the way, 400 to 500 volunteers rushed over. There were Night Watchers, barbarians, spearwomen, and raiders. Chief, take people to the warehouse and prepare chains, hemp ropes, traps, dragon crystal weapons, and other tools. Danny ordered Red Pomegranate. She suddenly thought of the problem of the signal and asked, do you have any fireworks here? Those expensive magic items made by fire warlocks. Red Pomegranate shook her head and smiled bitterly, we don't even have enough food to eat. How can we afford such luxuries? Then prepare 100 gongs. I wonder if the deviants will be scared away. Danny thought with a strange expression. With hundreds of people working together, they could still move quickly. In less than half an hour, 20 horses with chains, barrels, traps, and other supplies were led to the crematorium by Red Pomegranate and the other Night Watchers. At the same time, Sir Mallister and Barristan selected 50 rangers and 50 barbarians from the volunteers. The 100-man Suicide Squad was then divided into 20 small teams of 5. Each team had a leader and a horse assigned to them. Beside the crematorium, the Night Watchers set up a wooden table. 3 wooden stakes were nailed to the ground side by side and a door was placed on top of it. The map of the haunted forest drawn by the Night Watchers was spread out on the table. Danny stood in front of the table and assigned tasks to the members of the Death Squad. We will enter the forest from here. She drew a line on the map, the giants fled into the forest from this position. Stannis chased them for 3 to 4 kilometers, so there must be some giant bodies nearby. The barbarian bodies can be ignored for the time being, but the giants' bodies must be destroyed immediately. Then follow this route. Well, when Stannis raided the barbarian camp in the morning, I saw most of the freemen running along this route. This was originally a forest path. Ygritte said. I know. Danny nodded, the deviants like to follow the migrating barbarians. The probability of the corpses appearing in this direction is the highest. What if we encounter the barbarians? John asked worriedly. So, we need an arrowhead. Dany smiled and tapped twice on her breastplate. Sir Barristan, Sir Alliser, Ygritte and I will be the vanguard. We will be in the position of the arrow. The other 19 teams will be distributed in a diamond shape and follow behind us. Of course, the teams in the rear may also encounter the barbarians. There are freemen in each team. Let them negotiate. And my 2 dragons are hovering in the sky. If there is an accident, they can help at any time. Chapter 322. The area beyond the Great Wall was bitterly cold, the temperature was low, and the days were short. It sounded like the Arctic Circle, a barren land of ice and snow. In fact, this was not the case. The area beyond the Great Wall was almost equivalent to Canada in the world of ice and fire. North of the Great Wall was similar to the Canadian forest in the northern section of the Rocky Mountains. Well, the people in this world called it the Ghost Forest. It started from 800 meters north of the Great Wall and spread north for more than 1,000 kilometers. Of course, due to the short sunshine, the forest became thinner the further north it was. It was far less dense than the trees near the Great Wall. It was too dense. Under the full moon, the area beyond the Great Wall seemed to be covered with a layer of silver-gray gauze. People and things around could be seen clearly without holding a torch. But as soon as they stepped into the forest, endless darkness came. Then, a cold air mixed with the smell of damp leaves and decay drowned people like waves. Looking down, even the moonlight was rarely seen on the ground. There were many evergreen trees in the forest, tall and straight soldier pines, tall and straight sentinel trees, and iron trees with dark green leaves that were almost black. The branches were connected to the branches densely. Not to mention that the moonlight couldn't penetrate, the Suicide Squad members walking in the forest even felt that even the air was frozen, heavy and suffocating. Hey, another giant's body was found. Like a dexterous little monkey, Ygritte turned over slippery wet stones, crossed a dark trunk that fell in a gurgling stream, and came to the side of a hairy giant. A female giant, Sua, I know her. Ygritte's voice was nasal, and she was so sad that she almost cried. 2 years ago, my horse slipped in the canyon, and I broke my leg. Sua carried me back. Dany floated to the red-haired woman like a ghost, carefully looked at the wound of the gray-haired giant, and said, the left waist was stabbed by a sword. The wound was not fatal, but the bleeding was not stopped in time, and it bled to death. John led the horse through the stream and whispered, Ygritte, don't be so reckless. If it has become a ghoul, it will be too unfair to rush over and be slapped to death by it. I don't have a dragon, but I can't lose to her in courage. The red-haired woman pointed at Dany and said. Barristan's mouth twitched. You found the wrong person to compare with. Her Majesty the Queen did not come at all. Yep, Dany was patrolling in the sky while riding on her dragon. On the ground, the Queen who fought bravely for first place, was just a shadow, a mental projection. This should be the last giant's corpse. It's also the smallest, so it can be used as bait, Dany said. They had already gone 10 kilometers into the forest and found 7 giant corpses along the way. Most of them died because they lost too much blood and didn't have time to treat them. Dahé's sole injury had been healed. It had been following the Suicide Squad with Little White, hovering 300 meters above the forest. Whenever the giant's body was found, or Dany called, or other team members rang the gong, Dahé would come down to pick it up and fly away. Apart from the giants, they also encountered quite a number of barbarian camps. It was a very small campsite, with only a tribe of dozens or hundreds of people. After a battle in the morning, Mons was captured, and the more than 100,000 barbarians who had united were once again in a state of disunity. When encountering such a campsite, the Suicide Squad would send the barbarians to communicate and tell the barbarians about the Suicide Squad's plan to capture the deviant ghosts, so that they would understand that the Night Watchers were not here to hunt down the barbarians and would not harass their small campsite. Most of the time, there was no conflict, because the two dragons would fly over the camp first, roaring as they did so. Well, 20 suicide squads formed a diamond-shaped formation and sneaked in the forest, covering an area of less than 2 square kilometers. It was too easy for 2 dragons to patrol 2 square kilometers. It was also because a dragon flew over their heads almost every 3 minutes that the suicide squad maintained high morale in such a dark and dangerous forest. Hiss hiss, when Danny decided on the position to be the bait, Dahe immediately let out 2 rapid dragon roars. 2 roars means that the arrow team has stopped. We should also look for a place to set up the trap. The team that heard the roars immediately stopped and began to set up the trap. In fact, they had encountered a lot of barbarian corpses along the way, most of which were concentrated within 5 kilometers of the edge of the forest. The suicide squad alone had encountered nearly 1,000 corpses. It could be guessed that there were more corpses in the forest that had not been discovered. However, the iron chains carried by the suicide squad were limited, and it was impossible to tie every corpse. They could only try their best to move forward and keep the deviant ghosts 5 kilometers away from the edge. Well, the reason why Danny went 10 kilometers deep into the ghost forest was because she wanted to keep the deviant ghosts 8 to 10 kilometers away from the edge of the forest. In short, if Danny encountered a deviant ghost 10 kilometers away and killed, caught, or drove it away, then the corpses in the forest behind her would be safe. The suicide squad's diamond-shaped formation was like a shield, protecting the thousands of barbarian corpses behind them until dawn. Of course, this was the most perfect ending. The story might not necessarily happen according to Danny's script. Cut off its hands and left foot, Danny said to Baristan. Why? Sua Sua is dead and still wants to be bait. She's already pitiful enough, and you still want to insult her body, Yrgrat shouted from the tree. Danny looked up. The branches blocked Yrgrat's small body, and it was easy to miss her. However, deviant ghosts did not rely on their eyes to find prey. They could sense the breath of the living. She sneered, if it comes back to life, with its full beard and tail, with the strength of a giant, the pitiful person will be you. Ah! The red-haired girl was stunned, and said, the branches are blocking my view, and I can't see the deviant ghost below. Since there's no way to hide, why not cut off the branches nearby and let the moonlight fall? 10 meters away, John, who was squatting beside a tree stump and tied a rope, turned his head and advised, maybe if you climb high enough, the deviant ghost can't smell the breath of the living on you. The branches will always make you safer. Also, there's a bell that can remind you of the deviant ghost's arrival. Well, John pulled a circle of rope nearby with a small bell hanging on it. No matter how powerful the deviant ghost was, it couldn't fly, right? If they wanted to revive the corpse, they would have to bring the bell. However, no one knew the casting distance of the deviant ghost. If it could revive the corpse from a few hundred meters away, then their efforts tonight would be in vain. In order to prevent this from happening, Danny arranged 3 corpse guards for each team. This was what Yrgrat and Sir Alisur were doing at the moment. They found a tall and straight sentinel tree, climbed up to the top, and wrapped cloth soaked in oil around the trunk at the top. If the situation was critical, they would immediately ignite it because deviant ghosts were afraid of fire. Under normal circumstances, they could not ignite the treetops to avoid scaring them away. After all, the purpose of this operation was to capture deviant ghosts. Then, they would find a stable branch under the oilcloth and tie a hemp rope around their waists to stabilize their bodies so that they would not fall when they dozed off. Well, they also had to prepare a fur coat to protect them from the cold and a pot of strong wine to warm their bodies. The corpse guards would keep an eye on the grass and trees nearby. If they found deviant ghosts, they would immediately ring the gong to summon the Megalosaurus and the hunting team. The 3 corpse guards were separated by 30 meters 50 meters, forming a triangle around the corpses that were tied to their ankles. As for whether or not the gong would scare the deviant ghosts away, deviant ghosts that could be scared away by the sound of the gong would not be scared by humans. Of course, if the deviant ghosts were intelligent enough, they could judge that there was an ambush by the sound of the gong and might actually retreat. However, Danny and the others knew nothing about deviant ghosts. Even if the gong scared the deviant ghosts away, they could at least guess the deviant ghost's intelligence level. In addition to the 3 corpse guards, there was one more. Danny called it the Deathmaker. Since they could not judge the deviant ghost's intelligence level, they could not be sure if the deviant ghosts would be scared away by the gong. In this regard, Danny had her own plans. If the deviant ghosts were not intelligent enough and did not run away when they heard the gong, that would naturally be the ideal situation. If the deviant ghosts were intelligent enough and guessed that there was a trap and planned to escape, then it would be time for the Deathmaker to appear. Intelligent people definitely had a temper. If a human slid down from a tree, stood on the flat ground, raised his iron sword, and shouted, "Bastard, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? See if I don't cut off your ice-cold little Gigi." Oh, Danny was very curious. How would the deviant ghosts, who were originally planning to retreat, react? And John was the Deathmaker. It was not that Danny wanted to take the opportunity to kill her nephew. Who asked him to have a steel sword from Valeglia? In the 5-man team, in addition to the corpse guards and the Deathmaker, there was also a mobile night team. Didn't each team have a horse? After removing the chains, oil pipes, traps, hunting nets, ropes, strong wine, sausages, and other items, the workhorse became a warhorse, and riding on a warhorse became a knight. There were many stones, roots, and puddles under the trees. Visibility was poor at night, and if one was not careful, the horse would fall down. Ordinary people did not have the ability to ride a horse in the ghost shadow forest. In the complicated forest terrain, it was difficult to not get lost in the day. However, the rangers of the night guards were not ordinary people. A small team of rangers, 3 men and 3 horses, could patrol the boundless ghost shadow forest for a few months. During this period, they could only rely on their survival skills, which were better than Bear Grylls, to find food and drink for themselves. They also had to deal with the wild beasts and savages in the forest. Riding a horse in the forest at night, not getting lost, not falling down, and avoiding the arrows of the savages were only basic skills. Without these skills, they would not survive their first patrol mission. Therefore, the rangers were the strongest and most honorable occupation of the night guards. When they first arrived at the Great Wall, John was depressed, annoyed, and complained for a long time because he was not assigned to the ranger team. That was until Sam told him the significance of the Commander-in-Chief's affairs officer, the next Commander-in-Chief of the Night Guards. Well, he digressed. The rangers would ride their horses and gather in the center of the diamond formation. There were 20 riders, and they would again form 4 cavalry teams. Each team would have 5 riders, and the 4 teams would guard the 4 corners of the diamond formation. Danny would not let the Deathmaker die without any preparation. If there was a deviant ghost at a hunting spot, the corresponding cavalry team would immediately rush over to help. Well, before the ranger team arrived at the battlefield, Danny would not send the Megalosaurus to the forest to breathe fire. What if a deviant ghost hid in the side and threw a javelin at her dragon? Wouldn't she cry? Of course, Danny also prepared a trump card. If the situation was urgent, she could only throw White Knight down to save the situation. White Knight's fighting skills were excellent. With Valeglia's iron armor and iron sword, she could definitely fight a deviant ghost alone. Chapter 323. The diamond-shaped formation was placed horizontally in the ghost shadow forest. The hunting points at the north and south ends were more than 600 meters apart, and the east and west ends were about 2.5 kilometers apart. There were a total of 20 hunting teams in this long and narrow area. In the sky, Little White was circling back and forth at an altitude of 300 meters. It could make one round in less than 2 minutes. The hunting point that John was stationed at was at the northernmost end. About 300 meters behind it, there was a small hill beside a stream. It was the base of Barristan's cavalry team. At the top of the hill, a bonfire was burning. 5 men and 1 woman sat around it. There were 4 rangers, Baristan, and Danny. This place was almost the center of the diamond-shaped formation. Therefore, Danny was also guarding there with Big Black. If there was any movement, she would be able to rush over to provide support as quickly as possible. Well, Danny was currently in the true form of the queen. With 5 knights acting as meat shields beside her, she was not afraid at all even if the deviant ghosts sneaked over. 2 of the 4 rangers were acquaintances of Danny. They were the former Royal Forest bandit Ulma and the commander of the Shadow Tower, Sir Mallister. The remaining 2 men in black were also around 40 years old. They were all experienced rangers with more than 10 years of patrolling experience in the Ghost Shadow Forest. In the professional terms of modern novels, the 4 of them were all elite soldiers. I was born to belong to the forest. When I was young, I was a bandit in the Royal Forest who robbed the rich to help the poor. When I was middle-aged, I was sent to the Great Wall and spent the rest of my life in this forest. I dare say that I can find him before the other ghosts smell me. Ulma picked up the leather pouch and took a sip of wine. He bared his teeth and bragged to the queen. Sir Mallister frowned and said with a heavy expression, "Be careful. This operation was a little rushed. We should have arrived at noon. We did not scout the terrain, and the traps were not perfect. There's nothing we can do about it. The deviant ghosts move at night. After tonight, the corpses will be revived. There's no time for us to make arrangements," Sir Baristan said. Ulma chewed on half of the sausage, and the grey beard at the side of his mouth shook with the sound of chewing. He asked in a muffled voice, "Your Majesty, where did you go in the afternoon? I heard from the red-robed woman that you were fighting with the servants of Esgod." The old ranger regretted it as soon as he asked. As expected, the atmosphere around them froze in an instant. His 4 companions looked at him strangely, then curiously peeked at Queen Danny, who Irma quickly gulped down a mouthful of wine and swallowed the meat in his mouth. He forced a smile and said, "I drank too much and became muddle-headed. How can I ask about your Majesty's secret?" Danny rolled her eyes at him. "It was supposed to be an honorable battle, but now that you've said it, it's become a shameful affair." "Ah." The old ranger's face reddened, and he didn't know what to do. "I met the 3-eyed crow." Danny didn't plan to hide it. The witch in Hejian County, the ghost of Noble Heart, knew about it, and so did Melisandre. If the red-robed woman knew, it meant that the higher-ups of the Deer Party knew as well. She did not believe that Erlu was not as curious as Wu Irma. 3-eyed crow. The light of the fire illuminated everyone's bewildered faces. "You've never heard of it? Isn't there a 3-eyed crow in the legends of the Northern Territory?" Danny was also confused. "No, I'm from White Harbor, and I've never heard of the 3-eyed crow." A gray-blonde night watcher named Dustin Snow shook his head. "Then, have you heard of the Green Prophet?" Danny asked again. "I've heard of it. There are 100 legends in the Northern Territory, and 90 of them are related to the Green Prophet," Dustin said in surprise. "The characters in the fairy tales are the same as the eccentrics, children of the forest, and deviant ghosts. Rational people wouldn't believe in their existence. I didn't believe in them for decades, but now." A bitter smile appeared on Sir Mallister's determined face. "Could it be that the 3-eyed crow is the Green Prophet? Did he find his Majesty?" Baristan asked in concern. "Yes, deviant ghosts are real, and so is the Green Prophet. The 3-eyed crow is this generation's Green Prophet." Danny turned to the White Knight sternly and asked, "When we were having lunch in Young Halberd City, we saw a few crows in the tavern. Do you still remember? At that time, I had a slight feeling that I was being watched, but you didn't find anything even after you checked your surroundings. It was only when we left Young Halberd City and entered the Dorn Desert that the uncomfortable feeling of being watched disappeared. Could it be that the 3-eyed crow found us at that time?" Baristan's expression changed drastically. "He found me, but it has nothing to do with you." Alma was entranced by her words, and he couldn't help but ask, "The three-eyed crow has been watching you all this time?" "I know about shapeshifters, and I also know about Oriel, the first master of the goshawk, and the six forms man. The Green Prophet is a shapeshifter of a higher level. Could it be that he has a three-eyed crow as his companion, and he used the crow to follow you and monitor your every move?" "You know quite a lot." Danny looked at the old bandit in surprise. Alma grinned proudly before he said in disgust, "I've dealt with the barbarians for decades, and I've been watched and tracked countless times by the shapeshifters' animal companions. They were very difficult to deal with, and I almost died several times. Those shapeshifters are all monsters, and their souls can enter the bodies of wild beasts. It's like wearing a beast's skin." Danny stared at the raging flames and said slowly, "Shapeshifters aren't monsters, and monsters come from the shadow's heart and distorted human nature. It's just like how some people use swords to kill people, and there are also people who use swords to guard the borders and protect the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. There's no distinction between evil and righteousness in the sword itself, and the key lies in whether the sword wielder's heart is bright or not." Alma nodded thoughtfully, "Your Majesty, your state of mind is really open-minded. The Green Prophet treated you like that, yet you can still speak up for the shapeshifters. Reason is reason, and you shouldn't distort facts because of personal feelings." The Queen's words caused several night watchers to nod repeatedly. "However, you guessed one thing wrong, and the Green Prophet's methods are far superior to those of the shapeshifters." Danny sighed and stretched out her right hand. The bonfire's flames danced and took the shape of a cow, a horse, a snake, a dragon, and so on. They had noses and eyes, and their fur and scales could be faintly seen. They roared and galloped around, and they were all very lifelike. She then said calmly, "It's just like how fire wizards are proficient in controlling flames, and the Green Prophet is gifted in soul magic. When I was being monitored by the Green Prophet's crows and the shapeshifters' animal companions, I could detect that something was amiss. If you sent crows to monitor me, you would surely alert the enemy, and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses." Danny turned toward Baristan and explained, "The three-eyed crow left a wisp of his soul in my sea of consciousness, and the battle between him and me was a contest at the soul level. This is why I didn't inform you." The knot in White Knight's heart disappeared, and she became worried again. She asked, "Does the Green Prophet want to control you like he controls his animal companions?" "Hateful." The expressions of Mal Lister and the other night watchers changed drastically, and they started cursing loudly. "Humans aren't animals, and I'm not an ordinary person. If the Green Prophet dares to enter my soul openly, he will surely be courting death. His methods are gentle and cunning, and he's like a treacherous official with a glib tongue, who uses words to bewitch a muddle-headed king." When Danny saw that the more they listened, the more confused they became. She told them about the evil god's whispers and the evil god's deeds in the underground palace of the Jade Sea Lightning Island. "Is it so terrifying to just whisper in your ear?" Alma was skeptical. "If it were me, I would just ignore the evil god's whispers and see what he can do to me. The evil god and the Green Prophet didn't whisper in your ear, and you can't resist the whispers that come from your soul. The whispers on the soul level are like the cold wind on the body. If you stand naked in ice and snow, how can you resist the attack of the cold wind?" "I wear clothes and put on a fur coat," the old ranger said. "That's the key. You're an ordinary person who doesn't know witchcraft or magic. When faced with a soul attack, your soul is as helpless as a plainclothed soldier on the battlefield who doesn't have leather or mail armor. As for me, I know magic, and I have a dragon as my companion. My soul is fully armed. Even so, I'm still affected. Just like you now, wearing a thick fur coat, you're still attacked by the cold wind, and you have to stay warm by the fire." "I see." The 5 people by the fire were deep in thought, and they understood how terrifying the evil god's whispers were. "If the Green Prophet has his eyes on me, won't I be doomed?" Alma said worriedly. "Ha ha ha." The men in black laughed. "Alma, if the Green Prophet has his eyes on you, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Your Majesty, are you still troubled by the Green Prophet's whispers? Baristan asked worriedly as he tightened the goatskin cloak around him. Hee, you also saw that damned crow. Now, no evil god can affect me through the soul whispers because my soul is covered with a layer of Valeglia's steel armor. Danny smiled proudly. Something's not right. Ulma was about to ask about the War of the Gods when his expression suddenly froze. He stood up and walked 7 or 8 steps away from the fire. The cold wind blew through the gaps between the tree trunks, taking away a large amount of heat from the old ranger. Ulma shivered and spat out a large cloud of thick white mist. Damn it, why is it so cold? Dustin, Dennis, do you guys feel anything unusual? The temperature is abnormally low now. It's never been this cold. It's late, maybe. Sir Mallister also stood up from the fire and walked to the old ranger's side. He looked up at the cold silver moon hanging in the western sky and said uncertainly, "It's almost 3 in the morning now. Maybe winter is coming, or maybe deviant ghosts. They should be here by now, but..." He turned to Danny and said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, are you sure the Megalosaurus won't miss the sound of the gong in the cold wind? It's late at night in the old forest. I can hear it even if I'm 300 meters away, let alone a dragon," Danny said. Ulma took a few deep breaths and exhaled heavily. He said hesitantly, "The smell is not right. Something's very wrong. Your Majesty, you'd better check it out yourself." Danny had been in the form of a dragon spirit all this time. Ever since she entered the ghastly forest, she had been feeling a faint sense of danger. Although she did not clearly sense the intense waves of danger, she trusted the old ranger's intuition. After all, she knew that the Megalosaurus was not as good as a dog, Stark's dire wolf, when it came to foreseeing danger. Danny climbed onto Blackie's back and rose into the sky in a moment. In order to avoid missing the sound of the gong, she lowered her altitude and whizzed past the treetops 100 meters away. Even the corpse guards on the branches below could hear the sound of the Megalosaurus flapping its wings above them. About 5 minutes later, Blackie landed on the hill, but Danny did not go down. She said on the dragon's back, "Everything's normal. There's no sound of the gong. But there's still a few hours before dawn. I won't chat with you anymore. It's better to have 2 dragons patrolling together than 1 dragon." After she finished speaking, she did not wait for their reply and rode the dragon into the sky again. Hiss, but this time, when they flew to the southernmost part of the patrol circle, Blackie suddenly growled in a low voice. Then, without Danny's orders, it continued to fly south at high speed. "Blackie, why are you?" Danny had just called out in surprise when she suddenly stopped and listened carefully. Woo woo woo, the bone-chilling wind blew, mixed with the low sound of the horn. It was almost impossible to tell whether it was the wind whistling or the long sound of the horn. Danny's expression changed. On the Great Wall a few kilometers away, the night watchers were blowing the horn 3 times. The first meant that the night watchers had returned, the second meant that the barbarians were attacking, and the third. For thousands of years, the night watchers had never blown the horn 3 times in a row. Because 3 times meant that deviant ghosts were attacking. Chapter 324. Stannis also knew about Danny's suicide squad heading north to the ghastly forest to capture deviant ghosts, but he did not intend to participate. Firstly, he did not want to work with the Dragon Queen. He could not bear to see her riding on a dragon and showing off her might. It was also because of the dark schemes in his heart that when he interacted with the people involved, he would be reminded of his own unworthiness. Normally, he was strict with himself and was proud of his noble morals and character. Erlu worked hard and successfully believed that he had nothing to do with Renly's death. Plotting to kill the Dragon Queen was contrary to his values. Secondly, even if he claimed to be the savior many times, fighting for the Iron Throne only had one goal: to unite the forces of the 7 kingdoms under the rightful king, which was himself, and fight against the evil deviant gods in the north. But in reality, Stannis had never seen deviant ghosts before, and did not understand the meaning of child of prophecy to end the long night. To put it bluntly, fighting deviant ghosts was just a political slogan for the Deer Party, raising a flag to ensure that they stood on the moral high ground. As for the threat of deviant ghosts, they had never even seen them before, so they could not agree with it from the bottom of their hearts. In the end, the Deer Party was very tired and did not have the energy to torment the Dragon Queen. The raid on the camp of the barbarians only took a morning and ended completely after lunch. It did not seem to take much energy. But the Deer Party was not a night watcher and had always been stationed at the Great Wall. They set off from Dragonstone Island and sailed on the sea for a few months, crossing thousands of miles of sea to Eastwatch. They did not have time to rest before they immediately rushed towards Dark Castle. This was beyond the Great Wall, where the temperature at night was more than 10 degrees below zero. The Deer Party were all Southerners. After traveling 250 kilometers in the snow, they finally arrived outside the camp of the barbarians. But to ensure the surprise of the raid, they had to enter the ghastly forest in the middle of the night, take a big detour, and hide the cavalry behind the camp of the barbarians. Just like that, they fought fiercely for a morning, and tragically 200 heavy cavalry were torn apart by a few hundred giants. After that, they had to detain the captives, clean up the battlefield, treat the wounded. At night, they even had to burn the corpses of the dead. After being taunted by the Dragon Queen, they were too tired, physically and mentally. They didn't even have the energy to scheme. So the Staghants were still asleep when cries and curses and fighting rose from the camp outside the city, and when the Night's Watch blew 3 trumpets to call for help from King Stannis, Erlu rose from his bed in a daze and refused the red pomegranate without hesitation. I don't care about the life and death of the barbarians, but I also understand that the barbarians can be resurrected after death. The more barbarians died, the more trouble they would face in the future. However, after yesterday's battle, the cavalry under my command exhausted all their strength. They won't be able to recover without 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, it is difficult to discern the enemy's situation at night. What if the other ghost army is lying in ambush? What should we do? Stannis gritted his teeth and said with an ugly expression. As one of the top 3 generals in the Westeros, Barristan's comment, Erlu understood the principle of, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. He and his knights had never fought with the other ghosts before, and he definitely didn't want to give up his first time in such a daze. If his 1,000 cavalry fell under the Great Wall in one fell swoop, like the Dothraki roaring warriors under Mother Dragon in the last season of Game of Thrones, how would he have the capital to become the child of prophecy? Bowen Maxey helplessly left the command tower and climbed up the wall. He urged the trumpeters to blow the trumpets as hard as they could. I only hope that Her Majesty Dany Rise can hear the trumpets and bring dragons to help, he said to one-armed Tanner helplessly. Finally, he seemed to have an epiphany. A true dragon is a king of dragons. Dany's new savage camp had taken in more than 12,000 fleeing savages. They weren't considered savages in the Great Wall for the time being, and their future was uncertain. They could either continue to be savages, follow the Dragon Queen to the other side of the narrow sea to beg for food, or work for the Night Watchers and rent themselves out. But since Dany had saved them from Erlu, she wouldn't leave them to rot under the Great Wall. She had always despised the savages for their chaotic management, lack of social system, lack of organization and lawlessness. Barristan started taking in the savages in the morning and was busy until the sun set in the west. According to Dany's instructions, he organized the savages in the camp into temporary households according to their tribe, customs and region. The camp was divided into 12 areas, which were divided into 12,000-man brigades, 120 100-man squadrons, and 120 10-man squadrons. Be it Kiliarchs, Centurions or 10-man squadrons, they were all elected by the savages themselves. The Dragon Queen and Barristan didn't interfere. Other than the Kiliarchs, who had to report to Barristan and the Dragon Queen to recognize their faces, the other captains didn't even need to be informed of Dany's appointment or dismissal. Hence, when the ghouls attacked, the camp didn't collapse. Huff, huff, huff. As the first group of ghouls with blue eyes appeared at the edge of the forest, a strong wind rose from the ground and wrapped around the bodies of the people like poisonous snakes, taking away their warmth. Then, the silver-gray sky darkened, as if a layer of gauze covered the full moon in the sky. The north wind rose, bringing a milky white fog to the camp. "Be careful, those damn things are coming." Morona, who was guarding the crematorium, woke up from her sleep. She picked up the spear beside her and shouted to the savages around her. "What?" On the other side, First Father Eugen didn't react at first, but when he looked up into the forest, he immediately shuddered at the sight of the dense, icy blue eyes of the dead people. Clang, 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 he frantically hit the gong beside him, shouting as he ran toward the camp, "Ghouls are attacking, the ghouls are attacking. Wake up, stop sleeping, there are hundreds and thousands of dead people. Burn wood, tents, oil barrels, quick." Soon, Whale rode a horse and started running around the camp. "Children and elders, go to the base of the wall. Men and spearwomen, follow me to the crematorium." The savages were far more experienced in dealing with ghouls than the night watchers. They had been dealing with deviant ghosts for many years. At least their mental fortitude was good enough, and the team didn't collapse. When the first group of about 400 ghouls with icy blue eyes walked out of the forest, Morona, Eugen, Big Sea Elephant and Whale had already led more than 1,000 savages to form the first line of defense in front of the new camp with the crematorium as their stronghold. Fortunately, in order to reduce the workload, the crematorium was built in the old camp using local materials. With the forest at the back, it was convenient to cut wood and collect firewood, as well as to collect corpses from the old camp. The old camp was right opposite the new one, blocking the path of the deviant ghosts. Well, the ghouls weren't stupid either. They went around the crematorium that was still burning with residual heat and charcoal. "What's going on?" First Father Eugen held a torch in his left hand and a bronze machete in his right. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he looked at the increasing number of blue-eyed ghouls gathering to the east of the crematorium. Eugen was the leader of a tribe of barbarians. He had 18 wives and countless children. He wasn't even sure and didn't care how many of them belonged to him. That was why he was nicknamed Big Daddy. It was also because he had too many wives and children that he didn't escape into the forest. Instead, he joined the new camp and prepared to fight on the other side of the narrow sea. Something's not right. Why aren't they rushing over like before? What are they waiting for? He had already guessed what the ghouls were waiting for, but the truth was too terrifying. He desperately wanted to get a different answer from his companions. Whale immediately shattered First Father Eugen's fantasy. "There are white ghouls. The white ghouls are controlling them. They're waiting for all the ghouls in the forest to come out and attack us together. Damn it! Didn't Dragon Queen go to capture the white ghouls? Why are the white ghouls coming here instead?" Sea Elephant shouted. Sea Elephant was the leader of the sea folk tribe of the frozen coast. He was a big guy with a big beard who looked like Hagrid from Harry Potter. He was already impressed by Dragon Queen during the tripartite conference. If Mans Red hadn't mentioned the third clause of the tripartite lease agreement, there was no need to sign the agreement immediately, and the savages were allowed to observe. He would have signed the agreement long ago. "The Night Watchers are blowing their horns with all their might. They're probably trying to summon Dragon Queen," Whale muttered. "Will the Night Watchers come out? That Red God King, doesn't he have heavy cavalry? It's time for them to come out and disperse the army of the dead," said Morona, the spearwoman wearing a white weirwood mask. Morona was the leader of a small tribe and didn't have the right to participate in the tripartite conference. However, she was still a wizard. She was smart and knew how to respect others. She was one of the first people to sign the lease agreement with Dragon Queen. "Don't think about it. The city gates are tightly shut. No one is coming out. The King of Red Heart doesn't care about the lives of his people," Whale shook his head. "Be careful, they're coming. A savage shouted sharply. The ghouls didn't shout. In fact, the army of thousands didn't make a single sound other than the sound of running across the mud. They were frighteningly fast. They didn't stumble like the zombies, and were almost as fast as a normal person running. As the ghouls approached, gusts of cold wind blew the savages' hair away. The bone-chilling cold caused the flames on the torches to shrink. Kill! First Father roared and swung the torch in his hand at the ghouls. Bang! It hit the one-armed ghoul's face. The oil on the torch stuck to its face. In the blink of an eye, its entire head started burning. The fire even spread to its lower body. The ghouls were extremely easy to burn. It was as if their skin was cloth soaked in oil. First Father raised his right foot and kicked the ghoul's abdomen. Boom! While flying in the air, the burning corpse ghost exploded into two pieces, landing on the bodies of two other corpse ghosts that were running over. Boom, boom. Two more torches. Ha, trash, die. Big Sea Elephant laughed proudly. TCH. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A cold light attacked him. First Father was indeed experienced. He didn't use the torch in his left hand to block the enemy's weapon. Instead, he raised the bronze sword in his right hand and welcomed the attack. Crack! The cold white light drew an arc in the air without any delay. First Father's expression froze. A line of blood slid from his forehead to his chin. Plop! First Father, who had dominated beyond the Great Wall for decades, fell to the ground. His limbs twitched a few times, but he soon struggled to get up. TCH, the torch in his left hand flickered, and was extinguished. There was no cry of pain. It was still the same face. From his forehead to the tip of his nose, his lips were split in two, and all the way to his chin, there was a line of blood that had solidified. He held the extinguished wooden stick in his left hand and the broken bronze knife in his right hand. He turned around and looked at Morona, who was not far away. Chapter 325. The ghouls came so suddenly that the barbarians did not have time to build a ring-shaped bonfire to stop them. The 5 Kiliarchs each led 200 spear-wielding women and raiders to form a defensive line at the southeast of the crematorium. Meanwhile, the ghouls avoided the embers of the crematorium and gathered in the east. Before today, the barbarians had never been attacked by an army of ghouls. Usually, there would be 100 or 200 ghouls mixed with 2 or 3 white ghouls. Usually, the barbarians would deal with them with more than 10 times that number. 2 or 3 barbarians holding torches would surround a ghoul and burn it. This was their tactic. Since ghouls were not zombies, they would not be infected by the virus if they were bitten or scratched. Their strengthened physique and the weapons in their hands were the greatest threat to the defenders. If someone could block the ghoul's attack, his companions would be able to set him on fire without any worries. But now, the ghouls outnumbered the barbarians at the defensive line. In fact, they outnumbered the barbarians by several times. The moment the two armies clashed, the situation developed in the direction of the barbarian army's collapse. In the eyes of the night watchers on the city wall, the 1,000 barbarian warriors holding torches were like a small island in the dark sea. The flames of their torches connected to form a narrow island of flames. The endless wave of icy ghouls could be seen eating away at the fiery red land bit by bit. On one side, the battle cries were drowned out bit by bit as the number of torches decreased. On the other side, the barbarians were silent, cold, and merciless as they attacked the shore of flames. In the new camp, the barbarian women and children hiding behind the simple fence felt a chill in their hearts. The hope in their hearts was extinguished bit by bit like the number of barbarians' torches. The fear and despair in their hearts were spreading like the tide of ghouls. Fuck! The witch warrior cursed with an ugly expression. She raised the weirwood spear in her hand and pierced it with the speed of a shooting star. It went straight for the eye that was flickering with a faint blue light. Chi! Without any obstruction, it hit First Old Man's left eye. The spear pierced a foot deep into his eye socket, and a small section of the white weirwood spear emerged from the back of his head. Chi! As if it was not his own eye that was stabbed, First Old Man Eugen did not care. He stepped forward and slashed at Morona. At the same time, the sound of something tearing through the air came from Morona's right. A pale white light drew a crescent arc and landed on her right shoulder. Ding dang. Fortunately, Morona wasn't fighting alone. Behind her, a bearded barbarian raised his axe and blocked the long sword that killed First Old Man Eugen. It was a very ordinary long sword. The blade was 2.5 feet long and 2 fingers wide. On both sides of the blade, there were more than a dozen notches as small as rice grains and as big as broad beans. However, the sword was well maintained. The body of the sword had been polished until it was snow-white, and it even had the smell of butter. Knight Harmon. After seeing the owner of the sword, the bearded man groaned and cursed, "You owe me 3 sheep, and you died." Now, he had killed First Old Man. "You really deserve to die. Let the deviant ghosts take this guy away." Taking a step back to avoid First Old Man's broken sword, Morona quickly stepped forward and pulled out her spear. She scolded, "He's already been taken away by the deviant ghosts. If you don't want to join them, immediately cut off this dog's head." Knight Harmon, like Morona, was the leader of a small tribe. He had once killed a black-clothed man who used to be a knight and obtained his iron sword and Black Panther fur coat. Because he often imitated the roaming cavalry, hanging a long sword at his waist and wearing a black cape, he was given the nickname Knight. In the battle with Harmon, First Old Man Eugen had only made one mistake, being poor. Because he was poor, his equipment wasn't as good as others. Using a bronze scimitar against a steel longsword, and the one wielding the sword was a corpse ghost that had its strength increased, he didn't die in vain. Thump, thump, thump. For large creatures dragged tree trunks out of the darkness. They avoided the remaining half of the defenders and walked towards the barbarians' camp. "Damn it, the giants are heading towards the camp." Whale cursed as he threw away the extinguished torch in his hand and held his sword with both hands. Seeing that the barbarians were panting and that the torches were almost all extinguished, she couldn't help but cry out in despair, "Let's retreat back to the camp. There are corpse ghosts heading towards the camp. We've lost the defense line." "No." Morona used her spear to push First Old Man Eugen into the cremation pile as she screamed in a distorted voice, "The rest of you, retreat into the forest. There's no hope. There are white ghosts in the corpse ghost horde. If we die, there'll be one more of those bastards. We've been fighting for so long and they're still increasing. Let's run. Let's save as many as we can." Big Beard Solon, who had saved Morona's life, roared, "No, my son is also in the new camp." Morona looked at First Old Man who was struggling in the fire and smiled bitterly, "We can't stop them. The camp's fences are simple and the area is large. If the corpse ghosts break through from one direction, we'll be finished." "What about the night watchers?" Solon asked unwillingly. "They've never seen the corpse ghosts before. They're probably hiding on the Great Wall and peeing their pants." The few of them spoke as they approached each other, forming an offensive and defensive formation. For example, Bearded Man raised his axe to block the corpse ghosts' attacks while Morona kicked or stabbed with her spear, sending the corpse ghosts into the cremation pile. The line of defense that had stopped the ghouls from charging into the camp had completely collapsed. The remaining savages, like their leader, threw away their extinguished torches and stood by the cremation pile. Some even threw a shield into the fire and stepped on it themselves. "The night watchers are blowing the horn. I can even smell the urine in the horn." "It's the smell of fear," said Woodir Keller, who was leaning on Whale's back. "We can't run. The Dragon Queen will come back as soon as she hears the horn," Whale said solemnly. Morona shook her head in despair, "I'm afraid she won't hear it." "Also, so what if she hears the horn? She'll take the risk to save. Hiss, a loud dragon's roar suddenly exploded in the sky. The savages looked up in surprise and saw a bright red dragon flame like a sword of divine punishment. It started from the edge of the cremation platform and went all the way to the east gate of the new camp. In just 2 breaths, the megalosaurus rose again and disappeared into the dark sky. Only dozens of burning corpse ghosts were left on the ground that was swept by the dragon flame. Morona was stunned. 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down her face. She raised her spear and shouted excitedly, "Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live Her Majesty Danny Lees! Long live Her Majesty Danny Lees!" The cheers spread like wildfire in the forest. In just a moment, from the savages' camp below the Great Wall to the night watchers who were watching in fear at the top of the Great Wall, everyone was shouting, "Long live the Queen!" Hiss! Blackie roared in the sky in response to everyone's cheers. Then, the black dragon drew an arc in the night sky and landed on the Great Wall. Under the confused gazes of the night watchers, Danny shouted on the dragon's back, "This is a battle that belongs to all humans. You, me, and the savages below the Great Wall. Now, all night watchers, open the gate, bring your shields and swords, and fight the deviant ghosts." Hiss! Without waiting for the night watchers to respond, Blackie landed on the savages' camp like a mangzatsi. "Ah, the megalosaurus is here. The Dragon Queen is here." The savages in the camp ran away in panic, leaving an empty space for the megalosaurus. "Dragon Queen, why are you here instead of bringing the dragon to burn the deviant ghosts?" A man with a dry face approached carefully and asked anxiously. Danny ignored him and shouted, "Where is the Chiliarch?" "I am the Chiliarch, Hunter Harley." The man with a dry face said. "Chiliarch, bring your men and follow me to battle." Danny jumped off the dragon's back, pulled down her helmet, and pulled out the sword at her waist. The savages were stunned. You are not riding the dragon, spitting fire?" Harley stammered, his face full of confusion. Danny touched the blade of the sword with her left hand. With a whoosh, 3 feet of bright red flames rose from the sword. She raised the flaming sword high and shouted, "The Dragon Queen is here. Chiliarch, Centurion, bring your shields and come to me immediately." Hiss! Blackie let out a low roar and immediately raised its neck. Wisps of willow-like flames appeared out of thin air and intertwined in its mouth to form a bright red fireball the size of a washbasin. The savages were at a loss, but they hurriedly ran to the Dragon Queen. They only muttered in their hearts, "Is the Queen crazy? We are still in the middle of the camp. Why did you let the dragon spit fire? Instead of burning the deviant ghosts, you spit fire at the camp?" Then, the black dragon lowered its head again. With a burp, the fireball rolled out of its mouth and hit the top of the Dragon Queen's head. "Be careful, the demonic dragon is killing its master." Harley's dry face scrunched up. But in the next moment, the small eyes on his face that were twisted into a crooked slit suddenly opened. His eyeballs protruded as if they were about to explode from shock. When the fireball was about to hit the top of the Dragon Queen's head, it suddenly turned in the air and landed on her left side. It was caught by her left hand. It was as easy as holding a rubber ball in the palm of an ordinary person's hand. Danny had a big fireball in her left hand and a flaming sword in her right. There was also a black dragon with a second fireball in its mouth behind her. It was really majestic and eye-catching. She looked around at the savages around her and shouted, "Are you all stunned? The deviant ghosts have already broken through the camp gate. Didn't you hear the call of the free people?" Oh, oh, oh. Harley's bulging eyeballs shrank back. He ran over with a dozen women holding shields and spears. "What should we do? We don't have enough people." Danny frowned. "The main force went out with Big Old Man and The rest are fighting the deviant ghosts at the fence of the camp." Harley quickly explained. Danny nodded and ordered loudly, "Everyone else, raise your shields and block the black dragon's left and right sides. Harley, you are now my attendant. Protect my safety." After saying that, she strode towards the northeast corner where the fighting was the most intense. Blackie had a fireball in its mouth. Its body was on the ground, its wings and hind legs were on the ground. It crawled forward like a lizard. Its movements were a little strange and wretched, but its speed was not slow at all. It followed closely behind the Dragon Queen's running footsteps. More importantly, it lowered its body so that its abdomen was on the ground. Most of its torso was under the protection of the women holding shields and spears. Mother Dragon no longer had to worry about an ice spear suddenly flying over and killing her dragon. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." Harley seemed to have really become Danny's knight attendant. He raised his oak shield in front of her and shouted, "The Dragon Queen is here. Kiliarchs, centurions, bring your shield men and protect the Megalosaurus." As he shouted, more and more savages rushed over. They held bronze shields, round oak shields, and curved wooden shields wrapped in animal skin. They surrounded Blackie tightly. At the edge of the camp, the light of the fire and the cold air intertwined. Shouts and cries were mixed together. The fence was built with freshly cut tree trunks. It had been lit long ago and was releasing choking smoke. In addition to the thick cold fog brought by the deviant ghosts, Danny couldn't see the battlefield clearly. She could only see the savages retreating in defeat with the hazy light of the fire. People kept falling down, and there were also corpses that were set ablaze like torches. Boom, ah, the giant ghoul hugged the tree trunk that was as thick as a thigh and 10 meters long and swept across the area. The barbarians wailed as they were cleared out. Among them, there were 2 twisted corpses that fell in front of Danny with a plop. Danny frowned and stepped over one of the corpses. She shouted to the front, "Everyone, back off. Let me clear this place." Chapter 326. Danny was full of pride. She held the fireball in her left hand and shouted, "Get out of the way. Leave that giant behind. Let me do it. Dragon Queen is here. Megalosaurus is here." Harley, the temporary attendant, immediately roared at the top of his voice. Danny took a step forward and extended the fireball. "Look at me, eh?" She couldn't walk anymore. Someone was tugging at her foot. "Shit." When she looked down, Danny's face turned green. She saw that the savage whose spine had been broken into several sections was holding her left calf and gnawing at the heel of her iron boot with his teeth. Whoosh, a fire snake the length of a chopstick flew out of the spinning fireball and shot straight at the face of the new ghoul. Boom. Like a quilt that had been splashed with oil, the ghoul was ignited almost instantly. Looking at the ghoul struggling in the fire, Danny smiled coldly and continued to move forward with the fireball. Ghouls had infinite strength and energy. They would not get tired, and they even retained part of their memories and martial arts skills from when they were alive. They were far more intelligent than zombies. Moreover, their bodies had no fatal points. Beheading, exploding the head, or piercing the heart was useless. Even if a ghoul was dismembered with a sword, its broken hands and short legs could still crawl, its mouth could still bite, and its headless body could continue to attack. What was even more frightening was that the ghoul also had a frost aura. Wherever it went, there would be bone-chilling wind and freezing fog that blocked one's vision. However, such crazy ghouls were not invincible. They also had a weakness: they could be easily ignited. Their skin was like flammable, oily cloth. As long as one part of their body was ignited, soon, their entire body would be covered in flames. Hearing the sound of the horn, Danny hurried to the battlefield. She let Dahe dive close to the ground and spit fire once. That was an adventure and also a test to test the destructive effect of dragon flames on ghouls. After all, it was the first time she and Dahe had seen a ghoul. At that time, Dahe swooped down at an extremely fast speed, almost reaching 350 kilometers per hour. In other words, it only took him 2 seconds to fly 200 meters close to the ground. This was not to avoid the ice spears of the deviant ghosts. The first wave of draconic flame attack came too suddenly. Even if there were deviant ghosts hiding in the group of ghouls, they did not have time to adjust their movements and launch a sneak attack on the megalosaurus that swept across the sky. Danny's main purpose was to test the effects of the dragon flame. For example, if you quickly put your finger into a bonfire and then retract it, your finger will heat up, but you won't feel any burning pain. Because the time was short, the heat transmitted by the flame to the finger was not enough to damage the skin cells, so it would not stimulate the pain nerves. If you slowly put your finger on the flame and then slowly retracted it, there was an 80% chance that your skin would split open and your flesh would be charred black. If the temperature of the flame was high enough, such as a metal welding torch, even if you stretched your finger as fast as you could, you would probably scream in pain. At the end of the day, igniting a substance was actually a process of heat transfer, which then caused a chemical reaction. It was the same for fire deviant ghosts. It was either a normal flame that was heated for a long time or a special flame that was hot enough to ignite them instantly. Danny rode Dahe and quickly passed over the heads of the deviant ghosts. She was burning her finger. This was because the dragon flame was not much stronger than ordinary flames. It was not as exaggerated as the difference between a stove fire and a cutting gun. Ordinary flames could burn deviant ghosts for a few seconds, but what about the dragon flame? The dragon flame swept over the corpses at a speed of more than 90 meters per second. This process of stretching and retracting fingers was not slow, but the burning effect was surprisingly good. All the corpses that were swept by the dragon flame were ignited. In this way, Danny knew that the dragon flame could subdue the corpses, so she could try to challenge the white ghosts. Otherwise, she would have stayed in the camp and become a flamethrower, not daring to go out at all. She couldn't be blamed for doing this. In the last season of Game of Thrones, the scene of the Night King fighting in the dragon flame and taking a bath with a smile was too exciting. Danny had always been worried that her megalosaurus would not work. Now, after discovering that the megalosaurus could perfectly subdue the corpses, she climbed down from the dragon's back. With the flame sword in her right hand and the fireball in her left hand, she walked step by step toward the opening of the camp. Thump, thump, thump. The ground rumbled slightly. The giant seemed to have noticed her. Dragging the tree trunk, it ran toward the skinny tin man with heavy steps. Ah! The surrounding savages who had scattered around screamed in unison. Ah, be careful! Old Yamant at the top of the Great Wall also shouted. Well, the old scholar had been watching Savages vs. Otherworld Zombies with his star observation mirror. In the northeast corner of the savages' camp, the fence had collapsed, and the broken wood was emitting thick smoke. 1 or 2 small flames burst out with difficulty in the thick cold fog, and the world was dim red. Danny walked on the battlefield of blood and fire, ice and smoke. She smiled faintly as she looked at the giant corpses charging toward her, ignoring the exclamations around her. The giant was dead and could no longer roar, but he dragged the giant wood more vigorously and quickly than when he was alive. 20 meters, 18 meters, 15 meters, suddenly, Danny also ran at high speed. She did not see the giant running toward her. Holding the fireball, she came to 10 meters in front of the giant and blew at the fireball leisurely. Whoosh! A fire snake as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm shot out from the fireball and stuck to the giant corpse's face before it could react. Boom! The wooden stake in the giant's hand fell off and hit the ground heavily. It hugged its burning face and howled silently. Boom! In a few breaths, the giant fell to the ground. The fire spread quickly on its body. A pool of fire appeared on the battlefield at the opening of the camp, and the sky was much brighter. Ah! The savages and Yamant and the others who were watching from the top of the Great Wall were surprised and delighted. The giant corpse's fall did not scare the other corpses. They were not afraid of death. Groups of corpses with flashing blue eyes rushed toward Danny, who was holding the fireball high. Looking at the corpses of the Waves gang charging at him, Harley's face turned pale. His left arm that was holding the round oak shield kept trembling. He turned around and shouted to the savages who were watching from afar, Kiliarchs, Centurions, Decurions, freedom fighters, come and protect, tch. Harley's pupils contracted. A bright red ray of light flashed past his ear like lightning. A few strands of hair on his temples emitted thin green smoke. There was the smell of burnt hair in his nose. Tch. The queen raised her left hand, and a fireball that was the size of a washbasin spun around. Red threads shot out in all directions continuously, as if a storm of pear blossom needles had been sprinkled out. Every line of dragon flame accurately hit a corpse that was charging at her, igniting flames on their faces, chests, and shoulders. Then, boom, 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 boom. The corpses were ignited into torches. On the Great Wall, the night watchers were dumbfounded. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. With the queen as the center, the earth seemed to have bloomed into a fiery red lotus. What kind of witchcraft is this? It's too scary, Bowen and Maxie muttered with a dry throat. Scholar Yimont also widened his eyes. He was stunned for a while before he took a deep breath and said, "It's the fire control spell of a fire mage." However, Her Majesty did not turn the flames into rare beasts. Instead, she extracted the flames from the dragon flame and shot them out like arrows. The fireball is getting smaller. Ah, it's extinguished. Galen exclaimed. In less than 10 seconds, the fireball in Danny's left hand had shrunk from a washbasin to a ping-pong ball. She flicked her finger and threw it out. Then, she waved her hand at Big Black behind her. The dragon flame fireball that was condensed in her mouth slowly floated over. Big Black had become an oil tank. After mastering the incomplete Green Prophet meditation, Danny had 2 souls in one body. She could multitask. While she was in the form of a dragon spirit, she could knead the dragon flame in Big Black's mouth into a fireball. At the same time, she separated the flames from the dragon flame fireball in her hand into an arrow shape and shot it at the ghouls. This kind of dragon flame arrow did not have much effect on humans because human skin was not flammable. When the clothes were ignited, it could also be patted to put out the fire. At most, it would cause local burns. It was not fatal. It was also useless against iron-armored knights. When they pulled down their armor, the small dragon flame arrow could only leave a black spot on their armor. However, it was simply too effective against the flammable ghouls. With just one fireball, she had cleared out 300 to 400 ghouls at the gap in the camp, leaving 300 to 400 burning ghouls. Then, Danny raised the fireball again and took the initiative to approach the ghouls. Well, just as the torrential dragon flame needles were shooting wildly, 30 to 40 savages heeded Harley's call and carefully approached with their shields. At this time, they also understood the Dragon Queen's battle plan. Very consciously, 8 of them stood side by side to form a human wall to protect the queen in the center. The remaining people, with shields tied to their left arms and swords and wooden spears in their right hands, formed a loose formation outside the shield wall and helped the queen push away the burning corpses blocking the way. In any case, the Dragon Queen's attack range was more than 10 meters. They were all within the protection of the Dragon Queen's rocket rain. In this way, Danny held the fireball and went back and forth among the ghouls. The dead were ignited and fell in large numbers. She was not running around randomly. At this time, Little White had already returned from the ghost forest. However, he did not land. Instead, he hovered in a safe area 500 meters above Danny's head and transmitted the situation on the battlefield to her in real time. Well, Danny had entered the second level of the dragon spirit state. 1 person and 2 dragons shared vision and senses. Through Little White's vision, she could clearly see her position on the entire battlefield. She could determine where the ghouls were the most and where she needed help. At the same time, she could avoid being trapped in a group of ghouls and being unable to escape. To put it simply, In this fantasy world of cold weapons, Dani not only had a submachine gun with unlimited bullets, but she also cheated by using the full map. Of course, the full map was far less effective against ghouls than against humans. What accompanied ghouls was often cold wind and ice fog, and the visibility in the sky was extremely poor. Ha ha ha, who else? After using more than 10 dragon flame fireballs and burning nearly 2,000 dead people, Dani looked at the battlefield that was starting to become sparse. She could not help but become arrogant. Victory, victory. Dragon Queen is mighty, Dragon Queen is powerful, Dragon Queen is ferocious. The savages beside her were the first to shout loudly, followed by the hundreds of dragon warriors behind them. In just a moment, the entire savages' camp was also echoing with the slogan, Dragon Queen is ferocious. They did not force it, nor did they have any intention of belittling Dragon Queen. In fact, after witnessing Dragon Queen easily destroy hordes of ghouls, the savages were really in awe of her. Even such evil and terrifying ghouls were casually killed. More importantly, she did not use a sword, nor a dragon, nor was she scheming. In public, everyone saw how Dragon Queen burned thousands of ghouls to death with her powerful fire sorcery. Was it too much to say that her magic was powerful and ferocious? After all, in the eyes of the savages, Dragon Queen who used sorcery to burn ghouls was already the most terrifying existence in the world. Yes, she surpassed ghouls. Chapter 327. Even the night watchers on the Great Wall couldn't help but cheer for the Dragon Queen when they saw such a shocking scene, not to mention the barbarians who were inexperienced and cowardly. Long live Her Majesty Dani Rise, Queen Dani Rise is brave and unparalleled. The night watchers seemed to be worried that the barbarians would take away the Queen's rights, so they cheered especially hard until, crunch, crunch. Stannis's eyes were burning as he gritted his teeth, as if he was chewing on a detestable dragon witch. The night watchers who were cheering excitedly shuddered, shrunk their necks and kept quiet. Red Pomegranate carefully glanced at Stannis who was clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, and asked Scholar Ymont softly, "Can the Rangers fight now?" "This, you decide." Facing Erlu who was emitting a gloomy aura, even old Ymont, who had lived for more than 100 years, was a little scared. Dani who was below seemed to have gotten carried away and started to look for trouble. She stopped the barbarians who were cheering around her and ordered, "There are not enough ghouls for me to kill, now help me invite the white ghouls to fight." How? Harley's little face was full of confusion. "Shout, inferior and cowardly white ghouls, Grandpa is here, do you dare to come out and fight me one-on-one?" Dani said softly. This. Harley's little face turned white and green. "I don't dare." The barbarian Chiliarch stammered, "The white ghouls can understand human language." "It's because they can understand human language that I asked you to shout, otherwise it would be a waste of time." Dani said impatiently. "But I can't beat the white ghouls. I don't even have a metal sword or armor, how can I fight them one-on-one? Help me shout, if the white ghouls really appear, you don't have to fight." "Oh." Harley swallowed his saliva and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone listen up, Dragon Queen wants to fight with the deviant ghouls, we will help her. Lowly cowardly white ghoul, I'm here. Do you dare to come out and fight me one-on-one?" Dozens of barbarians shouted together, their voices shaking the wilderness. The barbarians hiding in the camp and the night watchers on the Great Wall all heard them and were stunned. "Savages, true warriors." Toad muttered. "The barbarians are so brave, we can't lose to them. Rangers can move out now." Marcy seemed to be talking to Scholar Ymont, but he was secretly observing Stannis from the corner of his eye. Seeing that Stannis only had a dark expression and didn't raise any objections, Marcy let out a sigh of relief and began to inform Commander Carter Pike below. The commander of the East Watch, Carter Parker, was the one who would lead the Rangers out of the city. He was the one who hid the news of Erlu's arrival from Dark Castle and led Erlu to attack the barbarians' camp. Marcy suspected that Stannis had sided with the Deer faction, which was why he was worried that Stannis would speak out against him. Outside the Great Wall, the savages were still courting death. Seeing that the number of ghouls was decreasing and the white ghouls still hadn't come out, they became bolder and began to spew out all kinds of obscenities. At this time, Dany was silent. She was multitasking. She casually picked out a fire arrow from the dragon flame fireball to burn a deviant ghost that was pouncing at her. At the same time, she was observing the spiritual rain in her soul dimension. Yes, she was absorbing the spiritual rain that was released after the ghouls were burned. As soon as she entered the battlefield, she saw the spiritual rain that was dissipating in nature in her dragon's spirit form the ghouls that were burned by the barbarian warriors. She only hesitated for a moment before she secretly gritted her teeth. There would definitely be a large number of ghouls in the future, and the dead also have spiritual rain in their bodies. It would be a waste to give it up. Why not try to absorb it first? With this thought, she began to use her spiritual bestowment skill and a part of her mind sank into her soul dimension to observe the spiritual rain. As expected, the spiritual essence that fell this time was different. It was pure black, and it emitted a cold, deathly stillness. Can this thing be absorbed? In her soul dimension, Dany was hesitant. Perhaps she could form a third soul. With this temptation, she no longer hesitated. She reached out her hand and caught the pitter-patter of black rain. When the black spirit substance was tainted by her spiritual power and branded with her soul imprint, a suction force was immediately generated from the second soul at the edge of the soul space. The newly born spiritual power and the black rain falling from the sky were all sucked into the ring. Then, she felt that her second soul had strengthened a little. It was very, very weak, but there was indeed an increase. How can this be? Dany was more shocked than happy. Last night, when she was presiding over the barbarians' cremation ceremony, she had tried to let her second soul absorb the colorful spiritual rain, but the effect was very poor. Her spiritual power almost did not grow. She did not think much of it. Absorbing spiritual rain could indeed strengthen the soul, but after reaching a limit, the growth would almost stop. Yes, there was growth, but the effect was much worse. It was like how a person could grow taller by eating rice, but after reaching adulthood, no matter how much rice they ate, they could only fill their hunger. They could not grow indefinitely. Dany's soul was almost in a saturated state. In contrast, Megalosaurus did not have any bottlenecks at all. They could keep absorbing spiritual rain and grow. She guessed that this was because Megalosaurus' growth limit was much higher than that of humans. Therefore, 99% of the spiritual rain that they had absorbed over the years belonged to the dragons. But now, her second soul, which was based on the Green Prophet meditation technique, was very close to the black spiritual rain. It was almost growing at a visible rate. Of course, the growth of her second soul was a good thing. Dany should be happy, but the meaning behind this phenomenon was shocking. The Green Prophet had some kind of deep connection with the ghouls. Of course, Dany had watched Game of Thrones and knew that ghouls were originally magical creatures created by the children of the forest. She was not worried that Bran would become the new Night King. More importantly, her second soul also specialized in the incomplete Green Prophet meditation technique. She was worried about herself. The Dragon Queen did not want to bring the Ice Dragon and ascend to the Frozen Throne. Therefore, even though she was on the battlefield, she would spare a part of her energy to enter her consciousness from time to time to observe the condition of her second soul. It was in a very good condition. It was so good that she was scared. Ghoul, come out and let me stab your butt. Ghoul, you cowardly bastard, take off your pants and let me see if you have a dick. A spear-wielding woman shouted. Ha ha ha, even if there is, it's just a popsicle. Can you bite it to pieces? The raiders at the side laughed. The savages were so unrestrained that Dany started to worry. She frowned and reminded them, be careful, raise your shields, howl, 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 howl. Before she finished speaking, a sharp whistling sound came from the darkness. 4 crystal-clear ice swords flew out of the thick fog almost at the same time as the sound. Under the illumination of the torches and dragon flame fireballs, Danny only saw 4 cold flashes of light. TSS 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 ding. The savages' laughter stopped abruptly. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. White fog appeared out of thin air, covering the savages and Dragon Queen in the area. Danny felt a chill down her spine. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. If she lifted her helmet, she would definitely see a pale, twisted face and frightened purple eyes. In front of her, there was an ice sword that was 2 fingers wide and as thin as paper. The blade was too long, more than 2 meters. It looked like a spear. The tip of the sword pierced through the bodies of 3 savages in front of her. Finally, without slowing down, it reached her heart, the spine of the clear sky sword. Close to her body, there were 3 more ice swords that pierced through more than 10 savages on her left and right. In an instant, half of the savages were wiped out. The savages who were still alive were scared out of their wits. If Danny had not been in the dragon spirit state, the sudden sense of crisis made her subconsciously hold the clear sky sword in front of her chest. At this moment, she would have ended up like the Chiliarch Harley. Well, Harley was not completely dead. The ice sword pierced through the round oak shield, pierced through the right side of his chest, and came out from his back. Blood wrapped around the edge of the ice sword, forming a layer of hot steam. But just as the hot heart's blood dripped onto the transparent blade of the ice sword, it solidified into dark red spots in the cold air. So cold. Dog, son of a bitch, I called for a long time, but no one came. But when they came, 4 came. A thin layer of frost slowly condensed on savage Shao Gan's face. But he still forced himself to turn his head. When he saw that the ice sword was blocked by the smoky black spine of the sword, he breathed out a mouthful of white air heavily. He forced a smile and said to Danny, Dragon Queen, I wonder, is 4 enough for you to kill? Not enough, Danny's voice was low, but her tone was firm and powerful. It's far from enough. I swear, I'll kill all of those bastards. Then, that's good, the smile remained on Savage Harley's face forever. Dragon Queen, they're coming. More than 4, more than 4. The savages who were still alive shouted crazily. Even without their reminder, Danny had already seen it. The cold wind mixed with ice shards whistled. The torches flickered, and the dragon flame fireball twisted irregularly, as if it could not maintain its form. With the help of the flickering firelight, 6 tall monsters could be seen walking on the wind. Like floating, like sliding, 4 deviant ghosts walked over step by step without making a sound. There were only 2 deviant ghosts riding on horseback. The warhorses under them made soft, chee-chee sounds as they stepped on the muddy ground. Well, dead horses. But dead horses also had a pair of eyes that emitted a faint blue light. Corpse ghost horse. Finally, I see you. Danny sighed. They were 1.9 meters tall, close to 2 meters tall, and had a huge body, like Dwayne Johnson. She was not blind. The 6 deviant ghosts were printed out of molds. Other than the ice crystal engravings on their foreheads, they looked almost exactly the same. Their faces were haggard, and their expressions were firm. Their cheeks were wrinkled like dehydrated apples. They had cold blue eyes, like blue stars, and their skin was as pale as expired milk. Their pale white hair was light as if it was weightless. It floated with the cold air around them like seaweed. It also looked like they had a burning mysterious ice fire on their heads. The deviant ghosts were also wearing invisible armor. The armor would change color as they moved. For a moment, it was as dark as the sunset, dotted with yellow and red light like the dragon flame and the torches. For a moment, it was as dark as a shadow, blending into the cold fog. With every step they took, the pattern on the armor would change constantly like the sparkling moonlight on the water surface. From time to time, Danny had the illusion that she had lost track of them. It was not an illusion. When they blended into the environment, they immediately disappeared from her sight. However, the light was wavering, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. The environment was not stable. When there was a fluctuation, they would reveal themselves from their invisibility. When they blended into the environment again, they would disappear again. Just like that, as the fire changed, the figures of the deviant ghosts were faintly discernible. The dead horse was covered in a layer of white frost, like frozen sweat. Its black and dead intestines were falling from its split abdomen. On its back, a rider as pale as mysterious ice was sitting. The 6 deviant ghosts stood still 10 meters in front of Danny, faintly surrounding her in an arc. Just as the barbarians were bewildered, one of the deviant ghosts spoke. That's right, he used an extremely solemn tone and a very strange emphasis to say a few words to the Dragon Queen. The sound was like the shattering of a frozen lake. It was as cold and impactful as a liquid nitrogen bomb exploding right next to one's ears. Apart from the Dragon Queen, who was in her dragon spirit form and wasn't affected at all the other barbarians around her covered their ears in pain. Who knows what this bastard is saying? The Dragon Queen shouted. Chapter 328. Deviant Ghosts Can Talk. Danny was so shocked that her heart almost stopped beating. They can talk, communicate, and have language. What does this mean? Deviant ghosts have the foundation to develop their own civilization. Then, the long night is not a just war of humans to destroy monsters, but a conflict between 2 civilizations. However, when the deviant ghosts walked over, she had already regrouped and placed 3 layers of shield-wielding barbarians in front of her. Dragon Queen's courage was directly proportional to the thickness of the meat shields. And there were hundreds and thousands of barbarian warriors behind her, all waiting to die for Her Majesty. With courage came a temper. Do any of you know what this bastard is saying? Dragon Queen turned her head and asked the barbarians behind her. Deviant ghosts could understand human language, and the word bastard made their deep blue eyes flash with anger. This made Danny feel surprised. How could he have so many emotions? After a while, Morona, who was wearing a weirwood mask, came to her side and whispered, they seem to be speaking the ancient language. What is the ancient language? Danny asked in confusion. The language of the ancestors. Then why did you say, seem? And there are so many free people around us who can't understand it. Danny looked at her strangely. Sigh, the common language we speak now is actually the Undul language. The ancient language of the ancestors has been lost. Only the giants and a few free people in the extreme north still use it. Morona said. Then do you understand it? A little, but I'm not proficient. Morona said hesitantly, you should call Mance over. He can even sing in the ancient language. Danny rolled her eyes at the witch warrior and said in annoyance, don't you know what the situation is now? All right. Morona stood at the front with her spear and communicated with the deviant ghosts loudly. Every word the deviant ghost uttered was like a liquid nitrogen bomb. When it fell into the ears, it felt like the whole person was instantly frozen into ice crystals and then smashed into pieces with a hammer. The witch warrior's endurance was stronger than ordinary barbarians. From her stuttering voice, he could tell that she was enduring some kind of pain and fear, but the communication was still completed normally. Yes, the pronunciation of the ancient language was rough, sonorous, and rigid. If one listened carefully, it did sound somewhat similar to the words used by deviant ghosts. It wants to duel you, White Mask, Morona said. What? Danny was a little dumbfounded. Morona glanced at Harley, who was skewered like a stick of candied hawthorn, and quickly explained, the other ghosts heard Hunter Harley's challenge and knew that you were the one who made them shout. Now, they have agreed to your request to have a fair battle with you. Are you kidding me? You saw it too. Danny couldn't help but point at her chest and shout, just now, that ice sword was only half an inch away from my heart. If not for my quick reaction, I would have become an ice lich. You call that a duel? It was obviously a sneak attack. You're a huge threat to the deviant ghosts. Of course, they want to kill you. Now that the assassination failed, perhaps they're planning to kill you openly in a duel. Even if they fail, they can still test the limits of your power. Morona was very calm. She judged the deviant ghost's abnormality from the previous conversation. It's been more than 10 years, and the deviant ghosts have never challenged the free people. They only surrounded and hunted us like wild beasts. Some people cursed loudly, but they didn't respond. Their attitude was as cold and arrogant as the ice sword in their hands. Now, they've condescended and patiently repeated their challenge 3 times. Danny glanced at the city gate from the corner of her eyes. There were already hundreds of rangers holding torches gathered there. They also saw the sudden appearance of the white ghost and hesitated. I'll duel with the deviant ghosts. Danny lowered her voice. Go find 2 Kiliarchs. While I'm dueling, lead 200 free warriors and sneak behind the deviant ghosts. Today, we're going to kill all 6 of these bastards. Morona looked at the Dragon Queen in surprise. She didn't expect her to be so flexible. Go inform Whale and Solon. She whispered to a spearwoman behind her. The spearwoman was right next to them. She heard their crafty scheme very clearly. She understood everything. After Blackie held it in for 10 seconds, a bright red fireball the size of a dustpan appeared. Danny held the fireball in her left hand and unsheathed Valeglia's steel sword in her right hand. She stepped out from behind the shield wall and shouted at the deviant ghosts, "Who dares to fight with me?" As the fireball rose, it was as if a small sun had risen from the vast earth. The scorching and bright light radiated in all directions, and the thick ice fog in the vicinity dissipated at a visible rate. Even the howling cold wind gradually stopped, and light and heat once again enveloped the space. Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen! From the light and heat, the barbarians regained the ability to speak and move. From the Dragon Queen pointing her sword at the group of deviant ghosts and loudly inviting them to fight, they regained their courage and hot-blooded fighting spirit. She's really going to duel with the deviant ghosts? On the Great Wall, Bowen Maxey was shocked. Hearing the barbarians' shouts and seeing the Dragon Queen and the deviant ghosts drawing their swords, the Night Watchers guessed what was going on. 7 gods above, the Night Queen is going to duel with the deviant Ghost King. This is a story that only exists in ancient legends. Galen couldn't control his emotions. His voice trembled as he shouted. I can't believe we're witnessing history. The Dark Castle's chef, Three-Finger Habu, murmured. She's a warrior. She's a girl. Friar Silita excitedly pointed at the Dragon Queen and announced to the people around him, Danny Rise is the incarnation of the 7 gods in the mortal world. She's the child of prophecy who will save mankind from the deviant ghosts. Melisandre turned her head. Her indifferent red eyes exerted an invisible pressure on the drunkard friar. Ugh! The old friar shivered and turned his head away. He muttered in a low voice, if the deviant ghosts are real, then the Church of the 7 gods can't fall behind. We should have our own savior. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Stannis ground his teeth, and the shadow of a demon king seemed to rise behind him. The gloomy aura made the Night Watchers and the cavalry of the Stag Party shudder. Like the Knights of the Deer Gang, Giant Killer Gordifalin was not happy. At this moment, the person who should be fighting against the deviant Ghost King should be Stannis, the messenger of light. However, he couldn't bear to see the Dragon Queen's divinity in front of the masses. He forced a smile and said in a calm tone, What deviant Ghost King? It's just an ordinary deviant ghost minion. Why are you making such a fuss? Killing it won't end the long night. It's not a legend. Just like how everyone knows Yesor Ahai, but who remembers the soldier who killed the normal deviant ghosts? Clutton Sange nodded and said, "That dragon witch is holding a big fireball. Even a blind person can see that she's cheating with magic. It's not a duel between knights." "Humph, at least she's the first human to challenge the deviant ghosts. She's 10,000 times braver than you people who are chatting on the Great Wall." Professor Perestant glared. To be honest, the old professor was in great pain. It was even more painful than being stabbed in the heart. The pain of his body being torn apart was nothing compared to the despair and confusion brought by the shattering of his worldview. At this moment, he should be in a daze, looking at the deviant ghosts below and suffering from the pain of having his beliefs shaken. But for some reason, when he heard the people from the Deer Party bad-mouthing the Dragon Queen, he suddenly woke up and couldn't help but want to refute. When he was in the old town, he would rather have Stannis on the Iron Throne. "Look, what are the deviant ghosts doing?" Scholar Yamont, who was behind the star observation mirror, exclaimed and interrupted the quarrel. One deviant ghost stepped forward to fight, while the other 5 observed quietly. Slash! The deviant ghost that stepped forward let out a roar that sounded like broken ice. He clenched his fists and a cold wind swirled around his body. Snowflakes and fingernail-sized ice crystals appeared out of thin air. Gradually, a small tornado of ice and snow enveloped his body. In a trance, a faint blue halo appeared between the deviant ghost's clenched fists. It was the same color as his star-like blue eyes. In Dany's vision, she could also see a large number of mysterious runes that were growing, tangling, and forming into a shape like vines. The ice flakes and snowflakes in the storm fell into the runes and quickly condensed into a 2-meter-long crystal sword. The sword was thinner than paper and emitted a faint blue light. When placed flat, its blade was almost invisible. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the deviant ghost used ice magic to create an ice sword. Dany and the savages below the Great Wall were in disbelief. The night watchers on the Great Wall were also stunned. Gah! The deviant ghost imitated Dany's actions and pointed his sword at the opponent, making a short but powerful sound of provocation. Kill! Without any hesitation, Dany spun a blazing fireball in her left hand. Bright red fire arrows poured down on the deviant ghost's head like a heavy rain. Swoosh! The tall figure of the white ghost disappeared in an instant. There was no sound of running. As if he had teleported, he moved 2 meters to the left and dodged dozens of fire arrows. However, his final move was not teleportation. Although his speed was amazingly fast, he still could not avoid being captured by the dynamic vision of the Megalosaurus. The blazing fireball was like a Gatling gun, spurting out a red torrent in the air. At the beginning, the white ghost dodged left and right, back and forth, with his speed of more than 30 meters per second and his keen senses. His movements were erratic, and he even moved in front of Dany in a coquettish way. However, gradually, as he tried to approach the opposite side, Dany began to get familiar with his steps. The fire arrows that flew out no longer shot forward fiercely. They were either as fast as shuttles or slowly floating in the air like willow catkins. The combination of speed and slowness seemed to bloom around Dany's body like a beautiful red flower. Sizzle! Tiny fire snakes hit the white ghost one after another, leaving holes on his chest armor, arms, and cheeks. Light blue blood gushed out with white mist. Yes, it was a hole. The deviant ghost's body and armor seemed to be made of ice. A fire arrow burned a hole the size of a bean. However, as the flashing blue blood flowed and filled the hole, the wound healed. What was more terrifying was that the deviant ghost's swordsmanship was swift and fierce. Many of the fire arrows that could not be dodged were shattered by his sword, or blocked with a palm-sized blade. The blade shone with a faint blue light, and there was not even a scratch on it. Hiss! The savages and night watchers gasped. Previously, a flame could easily ignite the ghoul, but this deviant ghost suffered at least 20 attacks and was unharmed? Bowen Maxey said with a pale face. How can it be unharmed? Melisandre's red eyes shone with a strange light. The deviant ghost consumed a lot of magic power. Chapter 329. Clang, the deviant ghost roared, and a circle of white ice and snow swirled around him again. He was in the center of the storm, and he completely gave up on the dragon flame arrows. He ran in a zigzag pattern and dashed directly toward Danny. Chi chi chi, the dragon flame arrows rained down on the ice and snowstorm. Some were extinguished directly, and some were deflected and slid past the white ghost. There were also a large number of fire arrows that turned into dragon flame in the storm, leaving mottled black holes on the white ghost's armor. Suddenly, Danny's expression froze. In the dragon's spirit state, a great terror fell from the sky like a millstone, smashing fiercely into her heart. Swoosh! The deviant ghost that was 3 steps away from her suddenly disappeared. The next moment, an icy blue shadow appeared behind Danny, and in the next moment, an icy long sword might pierce her heart from the back. Unfortunately, Danny had 6 eyes. Other than her own pair of eyes that were looking forward, Little White scanned the entire battlefield from the sky, and Dahe was behind her, seeing the entire battlefield clearly. Boom! Almost at the moment when the white ghost in front of her disappeared, the blazing fireball that was shooting fire arrows suddenly expanded and exploded into a ring of fire. With Danny as the center, it spread in all directions. Bang! The white ghost that jumped behind Danny with a strange step was like a rag doll that ran into a train. It shattered into a few large pieces of ice in the air, mixed with blue blood and milky white flesh, and fell 7 or 8 meters away. Some of the juice even splashed on the faces of Morona and the other savages who were watching, making a chi-chi-chi sound. A layer of frost quickly spread on their skin, and the savages screamed in pain. The deviant ghost was not destroyed by the impact of the ring of fire. In fact, with the sturdiness of the deviant ghost's body, it would not shatter into ice even if it was hit by a train. Because the surface of its body seemed to be made of ice, but it was actually made of flesh. Just like how a human would not be torn apart in the air after being hit by a car for more than 10 meters. The real fatal damage to the deviant ghost was the dragon flame. When the ring of fire hit its body at close range, it was like being hit by the dragon flame of a megalosaurus. The dragon flame destroyed the stability of the deviant ghost's body structure. The broken corpses that fell to the ground were like ice cream in summer. They were soft and quickly melted into a pool of light blue liquid that emitted cold air. At the same time, in Danny's space of consciousness, there was a burst of milky spiritual rain with icy mist. Just when she was inexplicably surprised, the milky spiritual rain blended into the ring-band meditation foundation without any sluggishness. The incomplete Green Prophet's meditation runes spread out like a spider web. The runes appeared out of thin air and began to deduce on their own. Danny was dumbfounded. Deviant Ghost's icy spiritual rain could actually complete the Green Prophet's meditation technique? Silence filled the entire place. The barbarians stared blankly at the Dragon Queen who was standing proudly on the spot with shocked expressions. Dahe let out a cry, stretched out its neck, and spat out a long dragon flame from its mouth. At this time, Danny came back to her senses and temporarily put aside the changes in the soul space. In the dragon spirit state, she released a large amount of magic power. Together with her mental power, she controlled the dragon flame to form a fireball. When she received the new dragon flame fireball, she was in high spirits. The long sword in her hand pointed at the 5 deviant ghosts in the icy mist one by one. Her voice shook the surroundings. Who else? Whoosh! The barbarians were awakened and shouted excitedly, Dragon Queen with torrential magic flames, Dragon Queen who awes the world, deviant ghost killer Dragon Queen. Danny, long live Queen Liz. Victory, victory. The night watchers on the Great Wall cheered excitedly. Ga. Stannis's upper and lower teeth clenched together again. What kind of deviant ghost is this? It looks so majestic, but it shattered after being hit by the ring of fire. Gordy Fallon muttered in disappointment. Why don't you go down and try? Bo and Maxie could not help but feel a little angry. The deviant ghost is so fast that you can't even see its shadow clearly. It didn't die after being hit by dozens of fire arrows. Isn't it strong enough? Who else? Danny shouted again. Finally, another ghost took a step forward and called out to Danny with a voice that sounded like the shattering of a frozen lake. Milky white skin, an invisible armor that changed color according to the environment, blue eyes that shone like stars, and pale white hair that floated on top of his head like flames. If it were not for the wrinkles on his cheeks under his eyes, Danny would have thought that he was the brother of the previous deviant ghost. Jie, clang. That deviant ghost turned around and shouted at his remaining 4 companions. The deviant ghost on horseback showed obvious hesitation. Then, the deviant ghost who accepted the challenge pointed at Blackie, who was surrounded by shield men, then pointed at his own chest and said a few words with a voice as cold as ice. Be careful, he wants them to help him. Morona's expression changed as she reminded Danny loudly. What? They want to attack me together? Danny was shocked. She could not care less about acting cool anymore. She quickly turned around and ran back to hide in the shield formation. No, not attacking, the deviant ghost suddenly spoke in human language. Westeros common language. His tone was difficult, as if his vocal cords could not support such pronunciation. Duel, fair, duel. The deviant ghost's neck muscles tensed up as he spoke slowly and loudly. At this time, 2 deviant ghosts on horseback also climbed down and surrounded the challengers with the other 2. Under the shocked gaze of Danny and the others, the 4 deviant ghosts each extended a palm and placed it on their companions' chests and backs. In an instant, a circle of ice and snow rose from the ground. It was misty, and the snow danced in the air, enveloping the 5 deviant ghosts. Faint blue runes could be seen spreading on the ice crystal armor of the challengers like a spider web. Up, it spread across their chests, shoulders, necks, and heads. Down, the runes spread across their abdomens, thighs, calves, and ankles. Kacha, kacha. Visible to the naked eye, an ice helmet as thin as a cicada's wing gradually condensed on the head of the challengers. Their invisible armor also absorbed the ice and snow in the storm, covering them with a layer of sparkling ice armor. It seemed to be made of the same material as the ice sword that blocked the dragon flames. With the combined strength of the 4 deviant ghosts, they created a magical ice armor for the challengers. This ice armor lost its invisibility feature, and the deviant ghost's body was no longer faintly discernible. It stood proudly in front of Danny. The fireball of dragon flames reflected waves of red light on the deviant ghost's body, as if there was a mirror in front of it. The surrounding savages were almost dazzled. Duel. The Gundam version of the deviant ghost pointed its sword at the dragon queen. This deviant ghost was covered with a layer of sparkling and translucent ice from head to toe. Not only was its body size larger, its ice crystal armor was also very geometrically beautiful, a little like a well-defined Iron Man suit. To be fair, it was more beautiful than Tony's Mark battle suit. It was shiny, and had a faint blue glow. When external light shone on it, it could even reflect a colorful halo. It was as if it was wearing a rainbow-colored robe. The deviant ghost is too cunning. It actually cheated and created an armor. Morona swallowed her saliva and looked at Danny. What do we do now? Whale and Solon have already brought people back to the crematorium. The Night Watchers have also secretly circled around and blocked the northeast side. It seems like it's time to launch an attack. Danny hesitated. The deviant ghost using a Gundam sounded terrifying. However, this was only a deviant ghost, and it was still many levels away from the Night King. If the dragon flames could not kill this deviant ghost, it would naturally lose its effect on the Night King. Without a doubt, the deviant ghost thought of the Megalosaurus as an imaginary enemy and planned to duel with her to test the strength and limits of the dragon flames. However, at the same time, Danny also wanted to know the deviant ghost's background and even find their weakness. I'll go and try. If I can't even deal with a small deviant ghost, how can I end the long night? Danny's gaze was firm and heroic. Hearing this, the dozens of shield-wielding savages felt their blood boil. They immediately shouted excitedly, "All hail the Dragon Queen! Long live the Dragon Queen!" Danny waved her hand and lowered her voice. Word by word, she said solemnly, "Always prepare for the worst. If things go wrong, you must immediately rush over to save me. Savages, evildoer, this king will take care of you." Danny held a fireball in her left hand and a fire sword in her right. She held her head high and chest out majestically. "Kakik," the deviant ghost said in a mocking tone. Then, it turned into a rainbow and rushed towards Danny. With the addition of the ice armor, its movements were slower, but it was still nimble. "You're asking for death," Danny roared. She focused and the fireball in her hand shot out a dense rain of dragon flames. TSK 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 TSK, in just 1 or 2 seconds, more than 100 fire arrows hit the colorful ice armor. The other party didn't even raise her sword to block. The result was shocking. Other than being charred, there wasn't even a hole in the ice armor. Not even a drop of ice water melted. 7 levels of hell. The deviant ghost's ice armor is made of the same material as the ice sword. It's completely immune to dragon flames. Scholar Yimont exclaimed in shock. Nothing can be immune to dragon flames. The color of the armor has dimmed. Melisandre's red eyes were as deep as the abyss. Even though she didn't have binoculars, she could see more clearly than anyone else. Boom! A ring of fire exploded beside the Dragon Queen, just like before. Just like the deviant ghost before, the Gundam deviant ghost also used a strange footwork. It rushed in front of Danny and suddenly turned to her left as if it was gliding. But when the ring of fire exploded, the result was very different. The Gundam deviant ghost didn't slash. Instead, it held its sword with both hands and slashed the dragon flames in front of it apart like butter. Of course, the dragon flames were invisible and couldn't be completely avoided. Boom! The bright red dragon flames exploded on the deviant ghost's body. The deviant ghost retreated. TSK TSK, 2 shallow trenches were left on the ground by its feet. For the first time, the deviant ghost made a sound and left behind footprints when it moved. Crack crack. The crystal armor was charred. Starting from the shoulder armor, milky white lines cracked like a spider web. Boom! Like a tall full-length mirror being kicked to pieces by a boorish man, the dark ice armor on the Gundam deviant ghost suddenly exploded. Crystalline ice shards flew in all directions. The deviant ghost that lost its ice armor didn't stop moving at all. As soon as it stabilized itself, it immediately pounced on Danny like a whirlwind. It pounced on her directly. There was no zigzagging, no dodging, no hesitation, no mercy. For the first time, the deviant ghost rushed to the Dragon Queen's side and slashed with its sword. Danny raised her sword to block it. The blades clashed. Clang! The ice sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing clashed with the clear sky. However, it didn't produce the crisp sound of metal clashing. Instead, it was a sound that was at the edge of a human's hearing. It was high-pitched and sharp, like the cry of a dying beast. The barbarians nearby shook their heads sadly, as if trying to get rid of the poisonous snake-like noise in their ears. However, this was just the beginning. The Dragon Queen and the deviant ghost fought with speed. They didn't stop. The shadows of their swords flashed and the strange clang 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 sounds could be heard continuously. The 2 swordsmen went back and forth, switching between attack and defense extremely fast. Their figures were like 2 afterimages, dazzling the barbarians. Coupled with the strange sounds of their weapons clashing, the barbarians felt dizzy and couldn't stand properly. They felt like vomiting. Ugh! Blind Duosi's body went limp. He held onto his shield and vomited. Duosi was also a Chiliarch and was in charge of a small tribe. Blind was just a nickname because his eyes weren't that good. He wasn't really blind. Damn it, I can't even withstand the sounds of their battle. His eyes were filled with shock as he cursed in frustration. Chapter 330. The sword flashed, and the figure moved. Roar! Suddenly, Danny let out an angry roar at the deviant ghost when the two swords clashed. It was a soul attack from a level 2 dragon spirit. Buzz, the deviant ghost shook his body as if he was drunk. But in this moment of distraction, Danny's sword had already pierced into his neck. Pissed, blue blood flowed down the blade, like ice water falling on red-hot steel, and evaporated into a cloud of mist. Sword, your sword. The deviant ghost lowered his head with difficulty, and his blue eyes looked at the black Valeglia steel sword in confusion. His body tilted, and he fell to the ground, dead. Starting from the wound on his neck, his flesh and bones quickly melted, leaving behind milky white glass-like bones, shining with a pale white light. Slowly, even the bones began to melt. Dwayne Johnson's strong body disappeared, and only a pool of cold liquid was left on the ground. This. Danny held the sword in front of her chest, and observed it carefully. Other than some frost, there was not even a trace of blood, and there was not even a scratch. Valeglia steel was indeed the bane of deviant ghosts. Long live the Dragon Queen! Dragon Queen is brave, Dragon Queen is skilled in both magic and martial arts. Seeing the deviant ghost suddenly killed, and seeing his body melt and disappear, the savages were shocked. After a moment of shock, they cheered wildly to express their excitement. Her Majesty won, Her Majesty defeated the deviant ghost. Yimon's heart dropped, and he shouted to the night watchers beside him with tears streaming down his face. The others did not care about his loss of composure, and they were even more excited than the old scholar. They all raised their hands and shouted, "Long live the Queen Danny Lilith, Her Majesty Danny Lilith is the champion of thousands." Even the deviant ghost was no match for her in swordsmanship, if it was me. Gordy Fallon had seen the fight between a deviant ghost and a human with his own eyes, and just as he tried to put himself in the situation, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his body was trembling in fear. Just as I expected, Paris Tan did not know martial arts, so he did not feel much. She defeated a few strong knights in the Honey River tournament. The crown of love and beauty is not an exaggeration, and defeating the deviant ghost is nothing. One-armed Tanner stared at him, as if he was looking at an idiot. You really understood? Robert was no match for the deviant ghost when he was young, and you said it was nothing. That's impossible, right? The red-nosed old professor said in disbelief. You must not have seen their sword moves, right? It's too far. Old Eamon turned back and smiled bitterly. I didn't see it clearly even with the star observation mirror. It's okay, you barbarians, you must have seen the savages, right? Why are they covering their ears and avoiding the duel? Why? Old Tanner was confused. You can ask the savages later. One-armed Tanner shrugged. Normal people can't even get close to the battlefield, which means there are dangers we don't know about, and Robert definitely can't resist that kind of magic damage. Look, what are the 4 deviant ghosts doing? Beau and Marcy suddenly exclaimed. Ah, old Yimont also exclaimed, how is this possible? The deviant ghosts are actually bowing to Her Majesty Danny Rise? What? The night watchers were shocked. Not to mention the night watchers, even Danny under the Great Wall was a little surprised. After defeating the second deviant ghost, Danny did not have time to show off. She immediately rolled the dragon flame in Blackie's mouth into a fireball and held it in her hand, then looked at the 4 deviant ghosts in front of her vigilantly. They were passing through the thick frozen fog, and were collectively approaching her. Before Danny could ask, they stopped 8 meters away from her. 2 deviant ghosts on horseback dismounted, and the 4 deviant ghosts side by side knelt to her on one knee, and said a few words in a solemn tone. They are praising your bravery, Morona said in disbelief. The deviant ghosts admit defeat. They admit that the humans have won this duel. Oh, I see. Danny's worry disappeared, and a proud expression immediately crept onto her face. Hey, ask them what the winner will get. Dragon Queen, what can the deviant ghosts get? Morona persuaded in a low voice. The deviant ghosts ignored them. They knelt on one knee, bowed their heads, and stood up on their own. 2 of them climbed onto their horses, and the other 2 walked. They turned around and entered the thick fog in the north, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Bastards, where do you think you're going? Danny was furious. It was fine if they did not get the spoils, but they did not even leave a single captive. They were too arrogant. Kill! She shouted, and threw a big fireball into the frozen fog. Boom, flames spread, and heat waves rolled. The deviant ghosts appeared on the ground again. Danny looked around, and said to Doris, who had a bronze shield in his left hand and an iron axe in his right hand, Blind, be my servant and follow me to kill the enemies. Yes, Blind Doris was a Chiliarch, and had the best shield and weapon. He became her second servant tonight. Dang 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 dang, beep 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 beep, kill, kill, kill the deviant ghosts. In the next moment, the sound of gongs and horns could be heard from all directions. The barbarians and rangers who were lying in ambush in the north and east started to light up their torches, and rushed towards the deviant ghosts with the wildfire led by Dragon Queen. The whole battlefield was filled with torches, and the sounds of warriors shouting could be heard everywhere. The deviant ghosts who were surrounded by the crowd seemed to have no way to escape. Howl, howl, howl. Suddenly, but it was within Danny's expectations. From the north came the sharp whistling sound of dozens of ice swords flying towards them. TSK TSK TSK, in an instant, dozens of barbarians were skewered into frozen candied haws. The northern front line was emptied. The battle cries on the battlefield also stopped for a moment. The barbarians and night watchers were all stunned by the change. However, Danny had already guessed that the deviant ghosts would have reinforcements, and they also had the resolve to exchange their lives for theirs. A leader must be benevolent, and cherish every one of his people. However, when necessary, he should not be afraid of sacrificing his subordinates. To put it bluntly, even if an ice sword could kill 3 warriors, 10 of them would only kill 30 people. However, as long as one deviant ghost was left behind, at least 1,000 people would be saved in the future. It was worth it. Kill, don't be afraid, I am with you, the true dragon is with you. Dragon Queen raised a big fireball, and led the charge under the protection of a group of shield soldiers. Charge with me. Kill the bastard deviant ghosts. Her shouts shook the sky. Hiss, Blackie roared, dispelling the last bit of fear in the barbarians and night watchers. Kill. A group of barbarians passed by Dragon Queen, and charged straight at the deviant ghosts. The deviant ghosts seemed to be a little confused. They did not expect the humans to be so desperate that they were not even afraid of ghosts. When the barbarians rushed over with torches, the ice swords in the hands of the 2 infantry deviant ghosts had not formed yet. Yes, each deviant ghost only had 1 ice sword. Throwing the ice swords felt good for a moment, but after throwing them away, they had to consume the power of ice to condense them again. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tisk. A few torches were thrown at the infantry deviant ghosts, and the sound of charcoal falling into water could be heard. The deviant ghost riding on the horse beside them roared, and raised its wide and long ice sword, waving it in the shape of a huge crescent. The barbarians wailed, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Blood spurted out, and ice fog filled the air. Boom! Danny's eyes were cold. The dragon flame fireball turned into a thick pillar of fire, and directly hit the back of the cavalry deviant ghost. Kacha, kacha boom. While flying in the air, the deviant ghost exploded into dozens of pieces. The juice that splashed out left a layer of frost on the ground and the barbarian's skin. Kill. She was multitasking. While she was turning the dragon flame from Blackie's mouth into a fireball, she was also waving her sword at the infantry deviant ghost that was killing the barbarians. At this moment, he had already condensed an ice sword. Dang! The deviant ghost turned around, and the ridge of the ice sword happened to block Danny's stab. Kill! She activated her soul attack, and the dragon's soul roared. The deviant ghost's body swayed, and the ice sword passed through the clear sky. It hit the deviant ghost's chest armor, and it was stuck. Damn it, the deviant ghost's armor was actually so sturdy that it could even block Valeglia's steel. Danny cursed in her heart. Gah! The deviant ghost came back to its senses, and opened its mouth to let out a piercing screech. The ice sword in its hand slashed at Danny's shoulder. Blind Duos, who was acting as an attendant, immediately raised his shield to block it. Dang! The sword and shield collided, and a sharp and resounding sound was heard. A layer of frost condensed on the thick bronze shield, and then it split into two along with Blind's body. In Blind's chest that had been cut open, hot blood and slippery internal organs were emitting white steam as they slid to the ground. The second attendant of the Dragon Queen was dead. Walla Chi. Without having the time to find a new attendant, Danny lowered her body and went under the deviant ghost's right arm. The tip of her sword deviated, and a shallow groove was drawn on the deviant ghost's invisible armor. The blade of the sword stuck close to the groove and slashed upwards. It was like an axe chopping firewood. It had the power to slow down, but it was unable to stop it. Chi! Blue blood spurted out, and the pale right arm that was holding the ice sword fell off. The deviant ghost let out a miserable cry that did not sound like a human's howl, and staggered backwards. At this moment, the fireball in Blackie's mouth flew over. She used her left hand to catch the fireball. Not dead. Seeing that the deviant ghost's severed arm was only bleeding and not melting, Danny was delighted. She shouted, "Tie him up, use ropes and chains to pin him down. Catch him." As she shouted, she even kicked the deviant ghost's lower abdomen. When the deviant ghost staggered and fell to the ground, 4 to 5 barbarians immediately pounced over. Ouch, it's freezing me to death. The spearwoman who was holding down the deviant ghost's left leg cried out and spat out a stream of white mist. Use a shield. I had already guessed that this cold-blooded bastard would be very cold. On the other side, the barbarian who was holding down the deviant ghost's head with a wooden shield laughed out loud. Danny walked a few steps to the spearwoman's side and waved her sword continuously, cutting off the deviant ghost's 2 calves and the other elbow from its joints. Blue blood splattered everywhere, and the barbarian once again cried out in pain from the cold. Leave a 10-man team behind and look after him. Then, Danny called out to the barbarians beside her. She chose a large barbarian who was holding a huge oak shield to be her third attendant. Together, they ran towards the deviant ghost cavalry that was slaughtering the deviant ghost cavalry. After getting close, Danny had the illusion that she was watching the arcade game, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. At the start of the game, she picked up the heavenly sword from the horse and quickly swung the arrow keys. Pressing A, she slashed at the soldiers who were surrounding her. The light of the sword flashed, and the barbarians howled as they were cut into 2. The wooden shields and bronze swords were all unable to block it. When they met the ice sword, they were immediately cut into 2 or frosted and suddenly exploded into dozens of metal shards. The barbarians were also very brave. They advanced dauntlessly, wave after wave. Some of them squatted down to cut off the horse's legs, some of them held torches and greeted the deviant ghost. Then, they were all cut into 2 by the deviant ghost. In fact, there were a few times when the deviant ghost's war horse was ignited. Deviant ghosts were not easily flammable, but the resurrected deviant ghosts were very flammable. But every time the war horse was on fire, the deviant ghost would emit a cold air from its body and extinguish the flames. Fire snake. Danny ran quickly. When she was 5 meters away from the deviant ghost cavalry, she shouted in a low voice. A bright red fire snake that was as thick as a wrist and 7 to 8 meters long shot out from the fireball in her hand. It slithered through the gaps between the barbarians' heads, causing their hair to be burnt. Finally, it arrived in front of the deviant ghost and wrapped around its waist like an immortal rope. Chapter 331. Fire Snake. Danny bellowed. A bright red fire snake that was 7 to 8 meters long flew out of the fireball in her hand. The fire snake zigzagged through the gaps above the barbarians' heads and wrapped around the waist of the deviant ghost who was on a killing spree. It was like the immortal tying rope catching demons. However, the deviant ghost was not an ordinary demon. In the dark frozen fog, the fire snake was too bright, too hot, and too eye-catching. It was impossible for him not to notice it. The deviant ghost stepped on the stirrups and flew towards the fire snake. In the air, the 2.5-meter-long ice sword in his hand stirred up a cold ice whirlwind. The deviant ghost's figure just happened to fly past the broken part of the deviant ghost's body. Seeing this, Danny let out a proud smile. In the next moment, the two halves of the fire rope turned into two new fire snakes and suddenly rolled backwards, one on the left and one on the right, coiling around the arms of the deviant ghost like chains. Ow! The deviant ghost let out a sharp cry. Its body that was flying in the air tumbled and fell. Danny's sword was like the wind. The smoky black blades stirred up two sword flowers at the deviant ghost's legs at a speed that ordinary people could not see clearly. Chi-chi, the two calves that were connected to the feet fell off the deviant ghost's body. Blue blood splattered on Danny's helmet and shoulder armor. However, it was different from leaving a large piece of frost on the barbarians' bodies. It was like clear water falling into a red-hot iron pot. The blue blood sizzled and evaporated into a cloud of white steam, disappearing into the night air. There was no burnt or fishy smell. Instead, there was a faint fragrance of mint and jasmine. Crack, crack. At this time, the immortal tying rope wrapped around the deviant ghost's arms also burned through the pale skin, milky white flesh, and crystal bones. The deviant ghost was like a broken porcelain doll. There were uneven gaps and grayish-white cracks on the remaining parts of its arms. The deviant ghost's starry blue eyes also dimmed. It was like a phone that had consumed 85% of its battery and entered battery-saving mode. Tie him up. Leaving this sentence, Danny quickly rushed towards the fourth deviant ghost. Deviant ghosts were intelligent. When they saw that the situation was not good, they did not intend to fight to the death. When Danny was tormenting the other three deviant ghosts, the remaining infantry deviant ghost retreated into the frozen fog, hid its body, and quickly fled to the north. Of course, at this moment, there were people everywhere. While he was escaping, he was constantly being chased and obstructed by the barbarians. His figure could not completely disappear from everyone's eyes. Rushing to the north, Danny found that the situation was a little bad. She didn't know how many deviant ghosts were hiding in the forest, and more than 1,000 corpse ghosts had run out. Right in front of Danny, a direwolf ghoul the size of a small pony pounced on a barbarian. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and the barbarian's head was sucked into its mouth like a pair of pliers. Red and white bits of flesh and hair spilled out like tofu pudding. On the other side, there was a huge bear with rotten fur and bones visible in its brown rotting flesh. It swung its paw, bringing with it a gust of wind. Bang! A savage was crushed into a pool of red, juicy flesh. White bear, dire wolf, mammoth, normal wild wolf, shadow lynx, cheetah. Danny even saw a black and white striped sea snake that was 20 meters long. Their eyeballs were all glowing with a faint blue light. They were all corpse ghosts. Hundreds and thousands of giants, barbarians and ferocious beast corpse ghosts were slaughtering the barbarians and rangers. Broken limbs flew everywhere, blood dyed the ground, and cries of agony could be heard everywhere. The brave warriors who died in battle quickly opened their blue eyes, got up, and slashed their former comrades with their swords. Danny did not say a word. With a gloomy face, she split open fire arrows and shot them at the approaching corpse ghosts. Whoosh whoosh. A fire arrow landed on the bear's face, and immediately ignited a huge fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 1, 2, 3. 7 to 8 consecutive fire arrows were all dodged by the dire wolf ghoul nimbly. In the end, the beast even came close, and pounced at Danny like lightning. The two shield bearers immediately raised their shields to cover their faces, and stood in front of the Dragon Queen. Bam! TCH. Danny thrust her sword through the gap between the shields, and tapped the rotting wolf corpse's chest. Whoosh! The blue light in the wolf's eye sockets extinguished, and its strong and sturdy body fell limply. Rotten flesh and broken bones scattered everywhere, and the stench of a corpse spread out. Other than the dire wolf ghoul that was too nimble, the other ferocious beast corpse ghosts would be ignited by the third fire arrow even if they could dodge 1 or 2 fire arrows. As her fire arrows rained down, the dragon flame fireballs were exhausted one after another. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a fiery hell. Corpses that were 3 to 5 feet long in flames were everywhere, and the air was filled with black smoke and the stench of burnt flesh. Thick smoke billowed, flames blazed, and corpses were everywhere. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air, and it was like hell on earth. Danny stood at the edge of the fiery hell, looking at the dense ghost shadow forest in the north, her expression uncertain. Should we charge in? The commander of the East Sea Watch, Carter Pike, rode on his horse, eager to give it a try. I'm familiar with this forest. The Rangers had also suffered heavy losses. There were more than 100 of them that had left the city gate, but now there were only about 60 left. In just half an hour of chaotic battle, they had lost 30 to 40% of their men. However, the survival rate of the Rangers had always been low. Counting from the time the new recruits joined the army, the average number of survivors was less than half of the total number. Therefore, Carter Pike and his group of Rangers were still able to maintain their fighting spirit. There's no way to chase them. Morona looked at the 100 or so exhausted savage warriors around her and said in a low voice, "The terrain in the forest is complicated, and the deviant ghosts can turn invisible. They might be ambushed." That deviant ghost ran away. Danny said unwillingly. Out of the 6 deviant ghosts, 2 died in the battle, 1 was burned to death by her, and 2 were captured by her after she cut off its limbs. The remaining infantry deviant ghost took advantage of the chaos to hide in the group of ghouls and escaped. The deviant ghost that had thrown the ice swords had been hiding in the forest, controlling the ghouls from a distance and did not come out. So what if it ran away? This is an unprecedented victory. We killed thousands of ghouls and even captured 2 white ghouls. Before this, we have never killed a white ghoul. However, the freedmen also suffered heavy losses. The deviant ghosts that were burned to death were all our companions a day ago. The high elephant wiped away the pieces of flesh between his whiskers. He looked excited and sad. Woo! 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 Suddenly, 3 melodious and loud horns sounded from the Great Wall. The 3 horns represented the invasion of deviant ghosts. What's going on? Where are the deviant ghosts? Carter Pike turned around in surprise. Danny was stunned for a moment. She asked the savage shield soldiers who were guarding Dahe to move aside. She climbed onto the dragon's back and said to the savages and rangers around her, "Take care of the captives, especially the 2 white ghouls." Other than deviant ghosts, Danny also asked the savages to capture 20 ghouls and a ghoul wolf. The ghouls that did not have weapons could only attack with their teeth and nails. However, they were not infected by the virus, so their real lethality was not terrifying. Of course, the premise was that they did not have an absolute advantage in numbers. When the ghouls were almost cleared out by the Dragon Queen, dozens of savages raised their shields and pounced forward. They easily pinned the ghouls down and put them in chains. Hula! Hula! Dahe kicked hard with its hind legs and flapped its wide fleshy wings to leap into the sky. It flew in circles and increased its altitude before landing lightly on the Great Wall. Danny exchanged glances with Erlu, who had a gloomy expression and was clenching his teeth. She smiled. Isn't it exciting? Isn't it nice? Actually, the feeling of killing deviant ghosts with your own hands is even better. You should give it a try. Crack, crack, crack. Stannis glared at Danny and ground his teeth. Your Majesty, something happened to the Suicide Squad. Old Ymont hurried over and interrupted the awkward confrontation between the two kings. Suicide Squad. Danny quickly turned her head and looked towards the north. It was completely dark. She could not see anything. The next moment, she entered dragon spirit mode. Dahe stretched its neck and looked towards the north. Sparks of fire rose in the forest. Adjusting its dragon eyes, the lens gradually zoomed in. More than a dozen raging flames were burning 8 kilometers away from the haunted forest. The treetops were set ablaze. Thick smoke billowed as the flames soared into the sky. I saw a red light in the distance through the star observation mirror. It seems to be at the place where the Suicide Squad set up their hunting spots. Actually, there were flames an hour ago. But you were dueling with deviant ghosts at that time, so we did not dare to disturb you, old Ymont said. What a vicious deviant ghost. Not only did it ambush the savages' camp, it also wants to eat the Suicide Squad. Danny cursed. She rode Dahe and jumped down from the Great Wall. She drew an arc in the air and quickly flew towards the north with Little White. Well, although Little White did not directly participate in tonight's battle, it had been playing the role of the Global Eagle. In the foggy night, Danny ran around the battlefield. Wherever the ghouls gathered, she would go to provide support. But she was never surrounded. It was all thanks to Little White's help to open up the map. There were more deviant ghosts than expected. While Danny sat by the fire and chatted with Barristan, Ulma, and the others, the deviant ghosts had quietly crossed the Suicide Squad's diamond-shaped defense line. Along the way, they revived the savages' corpses in the forest and headed south to attack the new savages' camp. At that time, the two dragons were within the range of the Suicide Squad's hunting spots. Danny knew nothing about the deviant ghosts' movements. Fortunately, Dahe's ears were sharp. It heard the sound of the horn 7 or 8 miles away. But when Danny rode her dragon to support the savages at the Great Wall, another wave of deviant ghosts attacked the Suicide Squad. With the help of the concealment armor that blended perfectly with the environment, the deviant ghosts silently approached the 5-man Ranger squad and killed them. Of course, Danny did not make a low-level mistake. When she rode Dahe to the Great Wall, Little White was still hovering above the Suicide Squad's hunting spot. At that time, Danny was still unsure of what had happened at the Great Wall. She did not immediately recall Little White. When she discovered that the deviant ghosts were attacking the camp and she decided to support the Great Wall, she asked Little White to send a signal to the Suicide Squad, a dragon's roar. Just like how the Night Watchers used the sound of the horn to transmit information, before the Suicide Squad set off, Danny had also created a message code for the dragon's roar. One dragon's roar meant that a hunting spot had encountered a deviant ghost and everyone had to be careful. 2 dragons' roars meant that 2 or more hunting spots had encountered a deviant ghost and the queen was unable to support the rest of the hunting spots. If the deviant ghost wanted to leave the hunting spot, it would jump down and do something crazy to attract the deviant ghost's attention. 3 dragons' roars meant that the battle line had collapsed. The Dragon Queen and the 4 Ranger squads could no longer take care of them. Suicide Squad members, good luck. 4 dragons' roars meant that something unexpected had happened. The hunting plan had been abandoned, and everyone had entered emergency combat, life-saving, mode. Danny did not expect deviant ghosts to attack the Great Wall. The unexpected situation was not specified. But preparedness meant success, and unpreparedness meant failure. Danny finally prepared for the worst. After all, the name of this squad explained everything, the Suicide Squad. Then, Little White roared 4 times. The other 3 ranger squads immediately abandoned their posts and rushed to Barristan's location. Barristan's location was at the center of the diamond-shaped formation and was the closest to the Great Wall. Chapter 332. Tonight, the barbarians suffered heavy losses. Tonight, the other ghosts suffered heavy losses. Tonight, there were several great heroes who killed the other ghosts. Besides Dany, Barristan, Jon Snow, and Ulma each killed a white ghost. Well, white ghosts, not ghouls. The corpses in the diamond-shaped formation were collected by the Suicide Squad and piled under the trees. The other ghosts could not harvest the corpses with chains. Therefore, the other ghosts who sneaked into the hunting area could only fight hand-to-hand. Of course, the other ghosts were not afraid of fighting. When the 5 other ghosts approached the small hill where the White Knights were stationed, they were faced with 19 vigilant rangers and a White Knight armed to the teeth. The key was that since Dany dared to lead the team to capture the other ghosts, she would definitely equip them with the other ghosts' weapons. It was impossible for everyone to have a steel sword, but there were many dragon crystal daggers and arrows in the Night Watcher's warehouse. Sam came back with a female barbarian and a bastard son. He also brought back a big bag of dragon crystal weapons. In the afternoon, after Sam told everyone that the dragon crystal daggers had a special effect on other ghosts, Bo and Maxie immediately cleaned up the Night Watcher's warehouse and found a big box of dragon crystal weapons in a dusty corner. There was no doubt that Dark Castle had many dragon crystal weapons. First of all, dragon crystal sounded awesome, but it was actually obsidian that could be mined from volcanoes. Although rare, it was not rare. The key was that it could not be mass-produced. Secondly, the Night Watchers had a history of nearly 10,000 years. They had experienced 2 long nights and had rich experience in dealing with other ghosts. At least, the Night Watchers were like this thousands of years ago. A long time ago, the Night Watchers had consciously stored many dragon crystal weapons. Finally, before the Undulls came, the children of the forest would send a batch of dragon crystal weapons to the Night Watchers every year. This process lasted for at least 2,000 years. As for whether the dragon crystals from thousands of years ago could be kept until now. The 19 cities on the Great Wall, including Dark Castle, Eastwatch, and Shadow Tower, had all existed when the Great Wall was first built. In other words, Dark Castle had a history of at least 8,000 years. Its underground warehouse had also existed for 8,000 years. There were even many materials from 8,000 years ago. Well, if you look carefully, you might find an 8,000-year-old ham. The warehouse was under the Great Wall, and it was colder than an ice cellar. If they went to the Dark Castle, they would find countless relics that were 8,000 years old, including the Commander's Tower where Elu lived and the King's Tower where Dany lived. These towers had been built long ago, but they were renamed in the last 200 years. The fireplace that the Dragon Queen had been using for the past few days was also an antique with 8,000 years of history. Alright, I digress. The dragon crystal weapons that the Night Watchers had prepared were definitely not enough to deal with the long night ahead, but it was enough to fight a battle of attrition. The Suicide Squad was equipped with dragon crystal scimitars, short swords, and at least 1 dagger. At the same time, they were also equipped with crossbows and bows. The arrows were all dragon crystal arrowheads. When the 5 deviant ghosts quietly approached the Ranger Squad, they were faced with a group of fierce men wielding dragon crystal weapons. The bows and crossbows were fired at the same time. In just one wave, 4 of the 5 deviant ghosts were hit by the arrows. The arrows fell on the armor and made clanking sounds. However, as long as the arrows hit the arms, necks, cheeks, and other parts of the body that were exposed outside the armor, they would immediately bleed profusely. They would be injured just like normal people who were hit by arrows. Well, the deviant ghosts could not be hurt by iron, bronze, or wood weapons. However, if the dragon crystal and Valeglia's steel did not hit the vital parts, they could not kill the deviant ghosts. The deviant ghost whose neck was shot by Ulma struggled for a moment before turning into a pool of cold liquid. In close combat, Baristan used his sword to stab the deviant ghost whose cheek was scratched to death. The remaining three saw that the situation was not good and retreated. Or rather, they strategically moved. When they realized that their sneak attack had failed, the deviant ghosts directly summoned the corpse ghosts. Other than the barbarians who died in the hands of the Deer Association during the day, the deviant ghosts had been searching for corpses beyond the Great Wall. Barbarians, giants, mammoths, seals, wolves, large sea snakes, and so on. As long as the corpses were not burned, even skeletons were their targets. Then, the Suicide Squad met with a tragedy. Where did the Dragon Queen go? Yrgrit shot an arrow and killed a corpse ghost that was pouncing on the fire. She asked loudly for the umpteenth time. Something must have happened at the Great Wall. John's forehead was covered in sweat. He swung his sword and killed the corpse ghost that was pouncing on him. He said without turning his head, "Hold on for a little longer. Even if Her Majesty Dany Rise is held back, the deviant ghosts will retreat when the sun comes out." When the gong sounded for the first time, the squad of rangers who had killed 2 white ghosts and had their confidence boosted immediately rode their horses to provide support. Then, they saved John, Elisa, and Yrgrit who were being chased by the ice spiders. Well, John who was at the northernmost end was the first to be attacked. The ones who attacked them were not corpse ghosts, but 2 deviant ghosts riding ice spiders. Again, if hiding in the trees was useful, the long night would not be called the apocalyptic disaster. Even Yasor Ahai was once chased by the ice spiders. There were such stories in the northern land, Asia, the Barren Land, and the western continent of Ursus. Before forging the Light Emissary, Yasor Ahai challenged the deviant ghosts many times and ended in failure. His long sword shattered like thousands of pieces of ice crystals. In the end, he could only flee with the broken sword. The deviant ghosts rode ice spiders the size of hounds and chased the last hero. The 2 deviant ghosts rode on the huge ice spiders, followed by a large group of small spiders the size of hounds. They directly pounced on the iron tree under John. The ice spiders did not have the speed of the apes, but they could quickly climb the tree trunk and chase after John. The 2 deviant ghosts each rode a big spider, followed by 20 small spiders. In the process of approaching John, they stepped on traps, pits, and hunting nets. They lost 6 spiders killed by John and the others with arrows. The ice spiders were living magic creatures. After death, they could be resurrected by the deviant ghosts. But the dragon crystal arrows could really kill them. The first to be targeted was John. He was the fiercest and killed 2 ice spiders by himself. If it was not for Yrgrit, John would have died in this wave. If he died, he would become a corpse ghost and could not be resurrected. The Dragon Queen would not have to worry about her nephew rebelling. The female savage changed from a corpse guard to a dead person. She climbed down from the tree trunk and cursed at the deviant ghosts, crazily attracting aggro. The ice spiders that were approaching John changed their direction and pounced on the red-haired woman. Fortunately, the ranger team was close enough. It was a straight-line distance of 300 meters, so they rushed over in 5 minutes. After that, John and Yrgrit combined their sword and arrow to kill an ice spider knight. After another deviant ghost escaped on the ice spider, Baristan made a prompt decision. There was an error in the intelligence. Hiding in the treetops was no longer safe. He immediately lit up the treetops, gave up on the hunting spots, and gathered all the Suicide Squad together. Because there was no signal set to gather the Suicide Squad, the ranger could only lead John and the other 2 to the next hunting spot. 2 hours later, the treetops of the 20 hunting spots were lit up, and all the Suicide Squad members gathered together. They used the oil cans that they carried with them to burn the tree trunks, forming a loose defensive line on the small hill. Well, at this time, there were only 34 people left in the Suicide Squad. The 66 warriors were either killed by the ice spiders at the hunting spots or killed by the corpse ghosts after joining the ranger team. Around the small mound, there were hundreds and thousands of corpse ghosts. Some of them had just died, including the Suicide Squad members who were killed. Some had rotten skin and swollen muscles, some had died for a few years, most of their flesh had fallen off, and some were just a skeleton. It was a combination of zombies and undead calamity. The cold fog was mixed in with the strong wind, blowing towards the hill. The hope in the hearts of the Suicide Squad was like the flames in the bonfire in front of them, extinguishing bit by bit. The White Knight gave up on defense. He held his sword with both hands and slashed left and right. Like a high-horsepower cutting machine, he brought about a rain of blood among the corpse ghosts. The corpse ghosts constantly hit him with their claws, bronze knives, and wooden spears, but other than a series of banging sounds, the old knight's body shook a few times without any damage. There were even deviant ghosts who threw ice swords to attack him, hitting him in the middle of the back, sending the tall old knight flying 3 to 4 meters into the corpse ghosts. At that time, John and the others thought that fearless Barristan had finally ended his legendary life in the hands of the deviant ghosts. Who knew that the old man would roar like a tiger, rolling on the ground and waving his long sword? The rotten thighs of the corpse ghosts were like wheat in the field, and a large area was cut off. When there was room to struggle, the old knight quickly got up and continued to fight. Other than a layer of light blue frost on his back, there was almost no damage. He was the only one who took on almost a quarter of the defensive pressure for the Suicide Squad. He was extremely brave and fierce. "Hold on, Her Majesty Danny Rise will be here soon." The White Knight retreated into the crowd and encouraged everyone loudly. Swoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out of the corpse ghosts. It jumped more than 2 meters high and landed directly on the White Knight's head. It was a boy of 7 or 8 years old. His eyes shone with a faint blue light, and his 2 skinny little hands were holding his helmet and pulling it with all his might. "Ygritte!" John shouted. Whoosh! The red-haired girl immediately drew her bow and shot the ghost child who had attacked the old knight, turning it into a few pieces of broken corpse. This is already the 5th one. The deviant ghosts are too smart. The red-haired girl shouted in shock and anger. "You Tin Woodman, be careful. There aren't many dragon crystal arrows left." "Enough." Barristan suddenly stopped and looked up with a smile. "Her Majesty is here." "She's here." Everyone was pleasantly surprised. They looked up and saw a small red dot rising above their heads. "What's that?" Just as they were wondering, the red dot expanded rapidly. It was the size of a bowl, the size of a basin. The strange phenomenon in the sky became more and more obvious. The crimson light drove the dark fog nearby. It was as if the sun had risen, and red light covered the ground. In just a few seconds, the sky near the hills changed from the darkness before dawn to the rising sun. The scenery within a few hundred meters was enveloped in red light. Even the maggots frozen to death on the corpse ghost's teeth could be seen clearly. 7 gods above, what is this?" Sir Elisa murmured. "The gods have answered our prayers and sent down divine punishment to punish the deviant ghosts." Ulma glared. "The sun has come out early." The red-haired girl shouted. That's Her Majesty." The White Knight mumbled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sun fell from the sky, and the crimson sun smashed straight down on everyone's heads. A hot gust of wind blew through the sky, and the frozen fog brought by the deviant ghosts was blown away. "Ah, it's coming down. Run!" Someone shouted. "Don't run. Quick, climb down!" The White Knight shouted. Suddenly, the falling great sun suddenly expanded, pulling the round dough into a donut. This time, the old knight didn't need to shout. Everyone knew what the Dragon Queen meant. She was hiding in the donut. Boom boom boom, starting from 500 meters in the air, the donut grew bigger and bigger. By the time it landed on the ground, it had formed a ring of fire with a diameter of 30 meters, inside, and 50 meters, outside. There was no explosion, only a ring of burning, 3-foot-tall dragon flames. Chapter 333. Gulp. Looking at the ghouls burning in the dragon flames, John swallowed hard. This is fire control, gods. He had become a shadow-binding knight and could learn shadow, blood, and fire magic. John had read the Tam's notes that the Dragon Queen had given him, but he did not learn any blood witchcraft. He did not dare to learn. That ghost story book really scared him. The person involved, demigod Tam, even replaced all the weird spirits, deviant ghosts, and demons in old Nan's story, and became John's most terrifying nightmare. After becoming a shadow-binding knight, he gradually familiarized himself with his wolf spirit talent and found by Ling. He also activated the Valeglia steel inheritance plate, Lisbon's, and learned the same fire control magic as Danny. So, he understood where this bread circle that protected them came from. The deviant ghosts have retreated. Look, the dead people outside have all retreated into the forest. Yrgrit got up from the ground and pointed at the ghouls outside the fire circle and shouted excitedly. The deviant ghosts have retreated. We have survived. We have won. Long live the Dragon Queen, long live the true dragon. The others saw this and cheered excitedly. Danny did not land. She only left the white dragon here to monitor the suicide squad and rode the black dragon back to the Great Wall. It was still dark. She did not dare to land the dragon in the ghost forest. There were only 30 suicide squads left, and none of them had shields. If there were deviant ghosts hiding in the forest and shooting flying swords at Big Black, she would be an idiot. Back at the dark castle, Big Black found a place to land on the Great Wall and monitor the savage camp below. She leaned against the warm wings and dozed off, entering the dragon dream. She let Big Black work while she checked the meditation foundation of the belt in the dragon dream. After absorbing the souls of the 3 deviant ghosts, the belt's area had expanded by 1/5. Other than her multitasking skills becoming stronger, she did not feel any obvious benefits. However, the strange connection between the deviant ghosts and the Green Prophet made her surprised. Why did the deviant ghosts' souls have the same origin as the Green Prophet and could even complete the meditation runes? It seemed that she had to find a chance to talk to Melisandre again. The deviant ghosts seemed to have retreated. Danny slept on Dahe's back for more than 3 hours. When the sun rose, there were no more deviant ghosts outside the city. After instructing Bowen and Marcy to keep an eye on the captured deviant ghosts, Danny, who had just woken up, rode her dragon to the haunted forest once again. Early in the morning, the golden sunlight shone on their faces. The 34 members of the Suicide Squad snuggled together and slept soundly. Well, when they saw the white dragon hovering above their heads, they knew that their safety was under the protection of the Megalosaurus. Everyone was at ease and didn't even arrange for someone to be on night duty. Hiss! Blackie roared and landed on the scorched and cracked soil of the mound. The savages and the night watchers rubbed their eyes and stood up. Your Majesty, you're here, White Knight greeted. Let's get ready to go back, Danny said loudly. What happened at the Great Wall last night? John asked. A dozen deviant ghosts led thousands of ghouls to attack the camp of the barbarians outside the Great Wall. What? The savages exclaimed. They quickly gathered around and asked, what's the situation? How many died? It's a bit bad, Danny said with a sour expression. Before she came, Whale had already reported the losses of the camp to her. 5 of the 12 Kiliarchs had died in battle. Nearly 1,000 raiders and spearwomen had died. These were the true elites of the barbarians. Other than the warriors, 400 to 500 ordinary people had died. Before Danny arrived, the camp had already fallen. They had all died then. About 1,500 people. More than 30 night watchers died as well, she said. Only 30. Ygritte raised her voice and shouted, are the crows hiding inside the Great Wall? How many rangers do we have? The elites have all joined the Suicide Squad. Dark Castle has already done its best to send out 100 riders, John said with a frown. Where's Stannis? White Knight asked with a frown. He's watching from the top of the Great Wall. Dany was relieved to see the dissatisfaction and anger on everyone's faces. All right, let's pack up and leave. This damned forest is not a place for the living to stay, she said as she clapped her hands. What about the ghouls? Are we not going to capture them? We can at least go to the hunting grounds and escort the chained ghouls back, Sir Mallister suggested. I captured 2 deviant ghosts and dozens of ghouls last night. The Suicide Squad's mission was completed by accident, Dany said. There are also ice spiders. I caught 2 ice spiders over there, a night watcher said with a frightened expression. The 7 hells. I didn't expect the stories to be true. Deviant ghosts are really riding ice spiders in the forest to capture the living. Sigh, even the white ghosts have come out. Ice spiders are nothing. Ulma smacked his lips and said worriedly, among the ghouls that surrounded us last night, many of them were skeletons that had been dead for decades. Think about it, how many Westeros have died in the past few decades? Ice spiders. Dany frowned. She had never seen that thing before, but she thought that it was a legendary creature unique to this world, just like the shadow lynx and the dire wolf. The deviant ghosts are not stupid. If there really were ice spiders caught in the beast-catching net, they would have been rescued by now. John shook his head. He guessed right. 2 dragons soared in the sky. Dany and a group of Suicide Squad members went south and left the ghost forest. There were 14 horses left. Other than the seriously injured, Her Majesty the Queen was also given a horse. Not long after the group of 35 people went south, they came across a hunting ground. Not to mention the ice spiders in the net, even the ghouls that were chained up were gone. The treetops were burned, and the trunk at the top was charred black with faint green smoke lingering around. The beast-catching net hanging on the branches was torn into pieces. The net was woven with iron wire, and even an iron sword could not cut it. The chain was still wrapped around the tree stump, but the black iron handcuffs that bound the ghouls at the other end were broken into a dozen pieces, and the fragments were covered with light blue frost. Hiss, so cold. Sir Elisa squatted by the tree trunk, picked up a piece, and shivered, then threw it away. Dany walked over and picked up a piece. Feeling the abnormal chill, she sighed. The deviant ghost's ice sword can cut through bronze and ordinary iron swords. Dragon crystals are too brittle, and Valeglia steel is too rare. In the future, when facing the deviant ghost army, it's best to take advantage of the terrain and use dragon crystal arrows to shoot down from above. Yes, I killed 1 deviant ghost with 1 arrow. 1 dragon crystal arrow for 1 deviant ghost, it's too worth it. Ulma said proudly. I also killed 1. Ygritte smiled, revealing a mouthful of uneven white teeth. With John, he blocked the deviant ghost's ice sword, and I used a bow to sneak attack. Your Majesty, don't you think that the deviant ghost last night was a little strange? John asked with a frown. Dany thought for a moment, then said, deviant ghosts have intelligence and can speak. They're very smart. Even if they're as smart as humans, our hunting plan was perfect. It shouldn't have failed completely, John said. Dany's expression was serious. What are you trying to say? Our plan was leaked, and there's a traitor in the Suicide Squad. John, are you suspecting us freedmen? Ygritte's flat nose was crooked from anger. No. John hurriedly shook his head. There's definitely no problem with the Suicide Squad, but we passed by many barbarian camps last night. What evidence do you have? The freedmen all know that I'm willing to accept them. Even if they go to the other side of the narrow sea with an uncertain future, it's still better than relying on deviant ghosts. I don't know what they think, but... John spat out a name with an ugly expression. Cast. Hearing that, even the indignant Ygritte started to feel conflicted. Cast sacrificed the baby boy to the frost god, and the deviant ghost protected his family from being harassed. Your Majesty, the relationship between the barbarians and deviant ghosts is much deeper than you think, and it has a longer history, John said. Danny glanced at the silent barbarians and asked, "You all know about Cast sacrificing himself to the evil god?" "Cast is different from us, and he never interacts with us," a barbarian warrior with messy red hair said. "When did he start sacrificing deviant ghosts?" "Why didn't you kill that scum?" Danny asked. Dragon Queen, sacrificing to the Frost God has always been a tradition of some freedman tribes, because the Frost God is also an old god, Ygritte argued. "Damn it!" Danny cursed. She understood that John's guess was not baseless. "Aren't you afraid that deviant ghosts will cause a long night?" Baristan said in disbelief. "We've worshipped it for thousands of years, and nothing happened," a barbarian mumbled. In the dark forest, there was snow everywhere. The air was cold and damp, with a moldy smell of rotten branches and leaves. The ground covered with brown sentinel leaves and withered grass was as soft as a blanket. The sunlight passed through thousands of layers of branches and leaves, finally casting spots of light on the shoulders of the pedestrians. Avoiding a large rock and stepping on ankle-deep puddles, the Suicide Squad moved forward with difficulty. They had only walked 4 kilometers in an hour, and it was not a straight line either. They took many turns in search of a wide and flat beast path. The gloomy atmosphere made everyone lose the mood to chat. Wu Bai Ling, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly stopped at the top of a hill and growled softly. "What's wrong?" John was startled. He hurriedly whipped his horse forward and climbed up the gentle slope. Looking down, he cried out in alarm, "Careful, there's a dead man ahead." Deviant ghosts? Ygritte had a bough hanging in front of her chest. The leaves rustled on her sheepskin clothes as she ran to John's side. "Don't worry," the red-haired girl turned around and shouted to the Suicide Squad, "it's an internal conflict between the free tribes, not deviant ghosts." There was once a giant tree to the east of the hill. It was unknown if the tree trunk was struck by lightning and burned to the ground, leaving only a thick tree stump. At this time, there was a circle of pits dug around the tree stump. A dozen dead barbarians lay in the pits. The thick tree stump in the middle was half-charred. The corpses were naked, and the charcoal fire was extinguished. It could be guessed that a group of barbarians were hiding here, burning the tree stump for warmth, but they were tragically killed this morning. They were wounded by swords, but they did not turn into zombies. Their clothes were also stripped. Ygritte said angrily, "Someone stole their clothes and food." "Ha, so these are the barbarians." Elisa's sarcasm attracted a dozen pairs of burning eyes. John squatted down in front of a pale female barbarian. He gently squeezed her swollen breasts with his right hand, and 2 white balls of milk flowed out. Before Ygritte could question him, he quickly said, "This is a spear woman who just gave birth, but there are no baby corpses here." "Let your direwolf search for the murderer's scent," Danny said with a frown. John whispered into Bai Ling's ear. The direwolf with white hair and red eyes began to howl towards the east and south. "Are we going?" John looked up and asked. "Let's go and take a look. We have to figure out what the free people are planning. 100,000 people escaped. If we leave them alone." Danny shook her head and did not continue. The others immediately understood her concern. Adults turned into zombies, and babies turned into deviant ghosts. Hiss, Little White obeyed her call and descended from the sky, landing beside the pit. Dragon flames raged and quickly burned the corpses into torches. Chapter 334. The haunted forest was cold and damp. Ice grew out of the iron trees' trunks and hung down from the bare gray branches. The dire wolf, Witty, charged through the bushes, causing snowflakes to fly everywhere. John and Ygritte were not slow and followed closely behind. They climbed up a small hill, then rushed down a slope and came to the forest in front of them. The dire wolf howled softly. John and Snowly shouted to the team behind them, "Something's wrong." Downhill, away from the sun, the trees were sparse and short. Red blood splashed on the trampled snow, but there were no corpses nearby. The old ranger, Ulma, squatted in the snow where half a person's body was. He pinched a dark red blood clot with his fingers and said in surprise, "The blood has just coagulated and there's a lot of blood. This person might have died and then got up. Deviant ghost, be careful. I suspect that there's a deviant ghost chasing after this group of people." Ah, a wail came from deep in the forest. It was shrill and loud, but it stopped abruptly. A witty crouched and assumed an attacking posture, howling in the direction of the sound. "There's a deviant ghost in front." John was surprised. "It's already daytime and the sun is out. Shouldn't the deviant ghost be hiding?" Danny frowned and looked around the dark forest. Deviant ghosts are afraid of sunlight. Moving in the day might make them uncomfortable, but this damned place is deep in the forest and it's hard to see sunlight. "Then, should we continue chasing?" John asked. "Yes. John, Yurgrit, Ulma, Sir Baristan, Sir Elisa, the 5 of you will be the vanguard. Immediately enter the forest and stop the deviant ghost. It's best if you can leave a few savages alive. I want to know if the deviant ghost is taking revenge for its believers," Danny said. The others agreed readily. Only Elisa, the hardcore member of the dragon gang, hesitated. He looked at the dragon queen with resentment in his eyes. "Why do I have to be on every dangerous mission? It was not easy to survive the deviant ghost attack last night. I'm scared of those ice monsters. Why do you want me to deal with them?" Danny, however, pretended not to see it. She only cared about giving orders and arranging for the suicide squad to set up the battle formation. Of course, he had to mention Elisa. After all, everyone knew that he belonged to the dragon faction. Only by placing the dragon faction's hardcore members in the most dangerous missions would the dragon queen be able to convince the masses. Only then would her orders be credible. Only then would she be able to keep her nephew, John, as the vanguard. Anyway, once you put on the black clothes, you will be a night watcher forever. Ser Alisar would never be able to leave the wall for the rest of his life. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to shine for the queen, when the queen left the wall in 2 days, he would no longer be able to serve her. Roar roar roar, clang, clang, clang. After a short while, the howling of wolves and the sound of gongs could be heard from the forest ahead. Wisps of white mist began to spread outwards. SSSS Dahe, which was hovering over the sky, screamed. Danny pulled out her long sword and rushed over. More than 20 of her minions followed her, screaming. The forest was dark. The shadows of the tree trunks were indistinct. The ground was covered with moist leaves and a small amount of snow. A faint cold mist spread. Elisa and Ulma were surrounded by 5 ghouls. The ghouls were wrapped in blood-stained white goatskin cloaks. Their eyes emitted a faint blue light, as if they had just died not long ago. Not far away, there were 3 dead people on the ground. 2 barbarians were huddled under a tree stump, covering their faces and howling in pain. John and Ser Baristan were rushing into the waist-high bushes. The red-haired girl followed behind them with her bow and arrow. Danny rushed over, swinging her sword and cutting a ghoul in half. With another stab, she pierced another ghoul's heart. The members of the suicide squad also swarmed forward, using their dragon crystal daggers and short swords to stab the 3 ghouls full of holes. It's really a deviant ghost. That monster was even carrying a baby. Ulma gasped. Was there nothing special about Cast's bloodline? Could all the barbarian babies be turned into deviant ghosts? That was impossible. If that was the case, wouldn't the number of deviant ghosts explode? Even 100 dragons wouldn't be able to defeat tens of thousands of deviant ghosts. Danny was puzzled. The more she wanted to find the baby, the more she asked, is there only one deviant ghost? There should be only one. When we came over, he was standing by the side with the baby in his arms, watching the 5 ghouls kill the 5 barbarians. It didn't seem to be prepared for our arrival. That damn thing was very surprised, Elisa said. The rest of you stay here. Rangers, follow me. Dani immediately mounted her horse and led the 13 cavalrymen into the bushes. It was rare to see a large patch of southern sky bamboo in a dark green forest. Almost all of its reddish-brown leaves had fallen off. Strings of bright red fruits wrapped in ice crystals hung from the small, dense branches. Soon, the group of 14 cavalrymen passed through the low bushes and re-entered the dark forest. They caught up with the red-haired girl and Beristan in front. Well, the 2 of them had actually fallen behind. The shadows of John and Bai Ling could be vaguely seen further ahead. The deviant ghost runs too fast. It's not affected by the terrain. I can't even see its ghost shadow. Beristan leaned on his sword and panted. Dani waved her hand towards the sky, and Blackie crushed a bunch of tree branches and landed in the middle of the southern sky bamboo. Tie a rope to Big Black's leg. I'll send you ahead to intercept the deviant ghost. Dani took a roll of hemp rope from the saddle and threw it on the ground. Dani and White Knight had discussed this tactic a long time ago. Because there were many times and places where Dani didn't dare to let the Megalosaurus take off and land casually. In the Battle of Kayuan, Dani had used this method to save the little assassin Dani C at the top of the Great Pyramid. I'll go too. I have a bow and arrow. Yrgrat shouted. Okay, each of you tie a leg. She tied it to one of Big Black's hind legs with a slipknot and tied it in a few seconds. Big Black flapped its wings and flew into the sky again, then drew an arc across the ground at a low speed. Beristan and Yrgrat immediately grabbed the hemp rope hanging below the hind legs of the Megalosaurus. Unable to immediately pull up, Big Black flapped its wings and accelerated. The 2 pulled the rope and ran on the ground. Their bodies gradually left the ground and flew into the sky. The whole process was troublesome, but in fact, in the state of the dragon spirit, Big Black easily completed this task in 20 seconds. After that, Big Black flew to a quasi-safe height of 300 meters and listened to the howling of the wolves in the forest. Well, John had also lost track of it. At this time, his physical body leaned against the trunk and panted. His soul entered the state of the wolf spirit and followed closely behind the deviant ghost with Bai Ling's body. Dani also climbed on Little White's back and put John in the state of the wolf spirit in front of her. She left the cavalry and flew away. Under the canopy, the dense forest was dark and decaying. Above the canopy, the sky was blue and the sun was shining. The endless evergreen forest was like a green carpet, covering the northern land. The warm southeast wind blew into the mask, and Dani closed her eyes comfortably. 2 Megalosaurus, one white and one black, hovered over the forest, firmly locking on to the howling of the wolves below. Dani began to calculate the running path of the deviant ghost. Gradually, Dani had some ideas in her mind. Little White flew over Big Black and the dire wolf, and quickly condensed a huge fireball of dragon flame in his mouth. Little White's speed was not fast, because the deviant ghost's speed in the forest was very slow, so he could stabilize his body and breathe fire. There was a 9-color meditation vortex in his mind, and Little White had evolved into a demon dragon. His magic power had greatly increased, and he could breathe out dragon flame for 30 seconds in one breath. 30 seconds of dragon flame condensed into a huge and heavy fireball, which was not much smaller than the fireball that Big Black breathed out in the old town of school. Even in broad daylight, the savages and night watchers who looked up at the sky in the distance had the illusion that a second sun had risen in the sky. Boom, the sun fell 100 meters in front of the deviant ghost, and the air waves rolled, flames rose into the sky, and the trees within a radius of 20 meters were set ablaze. Dani slapped John a few times to wake him up from the state of the wolf spirit, and asked, "How is it? Did you kill the deviant ghost?" John opened his eyes in a daze. It dodged. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes turned white and he lost consciousness. That's so frustrating. You can't even do two things at once. Danny despised him. In fact, she misunderstood, or perhaps she had set her standards too high, and all the shapeshifters followed the standard requirements of the Green Prophet. The Green Prophet could control thousands of crows at once, split his consciousness into thousands of parts, and do thousands of things at once. But the difference between a shapeshifter and a Green Prophet was like the difference between a fire wizard and the Great Wizard of Valeglia. There was a qualitative difference between the two, and they could not be mentioned in the same breath. For example, the hexagon Valamir, he had 7 animal companions, but he could only occupy 1 animal companion at a time. His soul could not be divided into 7 parts and enter the soul space of his 7 companions at the same time. Just like John at this time, when he spoke with his body, his soul had to be separated from his animal companions. Rumble, 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 explosion is art. Crack. Danny seemed to have turned into Daedara, leaving flame bombs in the forest. Clusters of fire rose in the quiet and peaceful ghost forest, and the flames and grayish-black smoke were like the fingers of the gods, piercing into the sky from the dark green earth. The night watchers on the Great Wall and the savages in the ghost forest looked at the falling, red suns, and the red and black smoke rising into the sky, and were stunned. This is too scary, too crazy. At the top of the Great Wall, Todd widened his toad-like eyes. Did the blazing fury really only burn 5,000 people to death? With this power, even 50,000 people would not be enough to kill. A bald, short, and fat man murmured. His name was Clydas, and he was the personnel officer of the Night Watchers, and Yamont's assistant. He could read and knew some of the history of the 7 kingdoms. What is His Majesty doing? Is he chasing after the deviant ghosts? But isn't this a little too big? Old Yamont leaned in front of the star observation mirror and muttered to himself in confusion. The old scholar stayed up until dawn last night, and only rested for 4 hours before climbing the Great Wall again. Ever since he saw the dragon and Danny, the old man seemed to have been rejuvenated and gained a second life, and his gloomy and bleak future became bright. As long as he saw the dragon, even if they were far away, even if they were just hovering in the sky, he could still watch with great interest. Is there a need to do this for a deviant ghost? In the forest, Sir Mallister and Sir Elisa lamented. Within an hour, Little White shot out the 47th dragon flame bullet, and the forest within a 5-kilometer radius was almost completely bombed. Finally, the change in quantity led to a change in quality. The ghost forest, which was said to have never had a forest fire before, had a large-scale fire for the first time in history. Thick smoke billowed, and fire clouds rose into the sky. On a rocky hill where there were few trees, the deviant ghost hugged a gray bag and looked at the rising flames in all directions. It raised its head and let out a desperate roar. Hiss! Blackie drew an arc and quickly swept across the ground 50 meters away from the deviant ghost. White Knight and the red-haired girl rolled and landed on the bottom of the hill. At this time, the deviant ghost had already raised its ice sword and started running. It sped up and threw a fatal blow at Blackie. Howl! Unfortunately, Little White was on top of the deviant ghost's head and saw its movements clearly. Under the second-level dragon spirit state, Blackie shared Little White's vision and nimbly leaned to the side, dodging the flying ice sword and letting out a proud dragon roar. Demon, put down the child! White Knight shouted. Chapter 335. Throwing the ice sword felt good for a moment. But without the sword, how could the deviant ghost be a match for the fully armed White Knight? Moreover, the red-haired girl and the dire wolf were helping her. The old knight raised his sword to slash and stab, the red-haired girl shot an arrow, and the dire wolf controlled by John bit the deviant ghost's leg. In just 2 rounds, the deviant ghost at the end of its road had its limbs broken and fell to the ground. The white dragon flapped its wings and landed on the hill. Before Danny climbed down from the dragon's back, the White Knight came over with the baby in her arms and said, "There's something wrong with this child." Danny curiously took the fur package and looked down at it. She was shocked. The baby's white skin was dyed with a layer of grayish-blue, and its sparse hair was in the shape of pale ice whiskers. There was also a pair of blinking eyes, like stars, emitting a faint blue light, with a calmness and coldness that did not belong to a child. Did the transformation really succeed? It shouldn't be. Wasn't only the Night King able to transform into a corpse ghost? Danny had more and more doubts in her heart. John came over to take a look and groaned, "7 levels of hell, deviant ghost baby. Kill it, it's a monster." Yergret pulled out the dragon crystal dagger and was about to stab it. Danny took a step back and dodged the attack. She still lowered her head and stared at the deviant ghost baby's eyes. Almost without any obstruction, she saw countless ice blue and milky white runes in the depths of its eyes. They were combining and building a flower of ice flame, a strange reverse spiral vortex. It was somewhat similar to her dragon-shaped meditation foundation, except that it was ice blue and pale white, and it was a reverse spiral. "John, look after your wife," she said. "She's not." John quickly denied, but when he met the angry red-haired girl's eyes, he swallowed the rest of his words. "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." Danny carried the deviant ghost baby and rode on Little White's back, immediately getting up and leaving. She saw the deviant ghost's basic meditation form from the little deviant ghost, and this little thing's consciousness seemed to be connected to an inexplicable existence. Night King? Danny wasn't sure. However, she knew that the deviant ghosts might have found out that she knew the secret of the deviant ghost's meditation technique. It's a bit of a mouthful. The ringed meditation foundation from the Green Prophet perfectly complemented the spirituality from the deviant ghosts. This made Danny suspect that the Green Prophet and the deviant ghosts had the same source of magic. The old gods did not have priests or churches, but in ancient times, shapeshifters were considered to be God's chosen. They were equivalent to God's priests among the ancestors, and the Green Prophet was even a high priest in name only. Both the savages and the red-robed Melisandre had said that deviant ghosts were the servants of the frost god. But the frost god was also an old god. The old god was not a specific god, but a general name for the ancient god of nature. The Inami worshipped by Taimin and the storm god worshipped by the three sisters were both old gods. In theory, the king of light Lalo was also considered an old god. Danny guessed that the Green Prophet to the old gods was like the deviant ghosts to the frost god. Just like the Green Prophet could control thousands of crows, observe the world through the crows, and communicate with thousands of people thousands of miles away at the same time. The corpses were the deviant ghosts' crows, and the deviant ghosts were the Night King crows. The Night King could also communicate with the outside world through the deviant ghosts. For example, at this moment, perhaps the Night King was observing Danny through the little monster's eyes, or even indirectly looking at her. If the Night King found out that she had analyzed the deviant ghost's meditation technique, then, perhaps hundreds of deviant ghosts were on their way. Not to mention hundreds of deviant ghosts, as long as there were 10 deviant ghosts lurking in the forest, Danny would have to run away immediately. The white dragon took off with Danny and the deviant ghost captives, while Blackie landed and used the ropes on its claws to lift John, Baristan, and the red-haired woman out of the sea of fire. The hill was not burning yet, but there were fires all around, so they could not stay there for long. Danny returned to the Great Wall directly, and handed Ghost Doll and the deviant ghosts to Chili Arch Whale. Then, she rode the white dragon back to the ghost forest. Compared to the forest fires in the Amazon and Australia, the fire caused by the dragon flames in the ghost forest was not even worth mentioning. The fire only burned in the areas affected by the dragon flames, and thick smoke billowed, but it was difficult to spread out. It was mainly because winter had arrived, and the trees, land, and air outside the Great Wall were too cold and damp, and many places were covered with thick snow. Also, because the forest fire burned fiercely, but did not spread out in a large area, many savages hiding in the forest came to watch the show. When the deviant ghosts were being chased, although they kept turning, they were generally fleeing north. After more than an hour, they were more than 10 kilometers away from the position of the suicide squad. When Danny rode the white dragon and found John and the other two on an empty mountain ridge, they were talking with a group of savages. It was not one or two savages, but 600 to 700 tribes of savages with families. Baristan waved to the sky, indicating that there was no danger, and Little White landed. "So it's you guys." The white dragon landed, and Danny looked at the group of savages who were looking at her with complicated expressions, and could not help but laugh. As expected of the tough people, in just one afternoon and one night, you guys have run 20 to 30 kilometers in this snowy forest, from the Great Wall to the depths of the Ghost Forest. 400 to 500 savages, all of them short and barefoot, tough people. Old and young, men and women, adults and children, their upper bodies and legs were wrapped tightly in beast fur, and only a pair of big black feet were exposed in the snow, and their skin was as hard as boiled leather. Yes, the hobbits of the world of ice and fire, the knockoff version, the savage version, and the bitter version of the hobbits. Dragon Queen. The leader of the tribe looked conflicted, and his mouth opened and closed, but no complete sentence came out. "I remember you, Sir Doss of the Mountain Tribe." Danny sat on the dragon's back, looking down at the middle-aged savage with a weathered face. "Where's the mountain tribe leader?" The tough people had two big tribes, and they lived in the Frostfang, which was known as the spine of the Great Wall, so they were named Mountain Tribe and Mountain Ridge, two very simple names. The two tribe leaders of Mountain Tribe and Mountain Ridge had both participated in the last tripartite meeting, and Danny also had a deep impression of the tough people that only existed in folklore. The mountain tribe leader gripped the weirwood spear on the ground and said nervously, "They may have gone with the Weeper to the Milk River in the west." "They plan to attack the Shadow Tower?" Danny asked with a frown. "Yes." At this time, the Great Wall had 3 checkpoints, the Dark Castle in the middle, the East Watch in the east, and the Shadow Tower in the west. The fortresses on the east and west were close to the sea, and the Eastwatch's Great Wall extended directly into the sea for 100 or 200 meters, while the Shadow Tower ended at the mouth of the Milk River. The Milk River flowed from the north under the Shadow Tower, and into the sea in the west the Frozen Bay. Therefore, if one wanted to cross the sea and cross the Great Wall, the Shadow Tower was the first choice. There was no need to enter the sea, and a few rafts could cross the calm Milk River. In fact, this was also an extravagant hope for the barbarians, because the Night Watchers controlled the sea, and the Shadow Tower had a regular fleet. Most of the barbarians could not even forge bronze, and with such low productivity, it was impossible to build a river-crossing fleet. It was safer to climb the Great Wall than to fight against the fleet and the sentry tower with rafts. Of course, now that the barbarians had nowhere to go, if they were not afraid of sacrifice, they could build 2,000 or 3,000 rafts and risk losing half or more, and still rush to the south bank. "Dad, it's a dragon." A little tough person quietly approached the mountain tribe and looked at Little White with curiosity and fear. It was a little girl who was less than a meter tall. She was wrapped in goat fur and her face was red. Her black eyes were blinking, and her little feet were bare as she stepped on the ice and snow. "Your daughter." Danny searched her body for a long time, but it seemed that she did not have anything on her. She had no choice but to take the dagger from the sharkskin sheath and threw it over. "Take it and play with it." "Oh, thank you." Doss hurriedly took the dagger and handed it to his daughter, who was hiding behind him and poking out her furry little head. Danny had taken a Valeglia steel dagger from Slave Bay, but it was later lost by Lisbon. Then, she spent a few gold royals to buy a new one at the Long Bridge of Volantis. In the end, she met Bronn outside King's Landing, and gave the gem-inlaid dagger to his cheap son, Tyrion Cobbler. After coming to the Great Wall, she found the blacksmith tanner to make another one, and in less than 2 days, she gave it to the little barbarian again. "You don't seem to be going west," Danny asked. Sigh, you have a dragon, and forcing a river crossing is simply courting death. I plan to take my people to the difficult village in the east. The mountain tribe leader sighed. The difficult village was located on a peninsula 200 kilometers to the north of the East Sea, near the deepwater port. Why go there? The difficult village is close to the sea, and you can catch fish, seals, and walruses to fill your stomach, the mountain tribe leader said. This is also a way to survive, but the deviant ghosts are getting more and more rampant. How long can you last? This. The hard-foot people hesitated for a moment, and probed, is the three-way lease agreement still in effect? Ha, Danny laughed, Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. As long as I'm alive, my promise will always be in effect. Then why didn't you help us yesterday? A round-faced middle-aged woman walked over with a spear, looking at Danny and Whitey with hostility, and said loudly to the mountain tribe leader, "Are you stupid? How can you believe the words of the Southerner king?" Mother. The little girl with the village face took a few steps back, looking at the round-faced woman in horror. She could not hold the dagger in her hand, and it fell to the ground. You have no right to speak here, go away. The hard-foot people glared at the woman angrily, and scolded her in a low voice. Danny looked at the woman in confusion, and asked, "Who are you?" "Sorry, Dragon Queen, this is my wife, Larry." The DOS leader said awkwardly. "About what happened yesterday morning, let me explain." Looking at the eyes of the short hard-foot people under the cloak, Danny could not get angry. She could only sigh, and slowly said, "Just like you free folk, there are many tribes, and each tribe fights with each other. The Southerners also have many kings, but the 7 kingdoms have more than 7 kings. Stannis and I are only 2 of them. Before Manslade became the king of the Beyond the Wall, you also fought with the Nightwalkers for many years, and the blood feud was as deep as the sea. Stannis and I are in a similar situation. The Southerners still do not have a king of the Beyond that everyone recognizes, and the kingdoms are still hostile and fighting with each other. In the end, the three-way lease is only a contract between the free folk and the Targaryens. If the three-way lease has been signed, it means that the free folk are no longer enemies, and I have a reason to protect you. But without a contract, without a sacred oath, the free folk are still barbarians invading the wall, and any king in the south can suppress you. If that's the case, then we can't go to the wall. The hill chieftain's wife said loudly, "The kings of the 7 kingdoms are fighting with each other, and if we rashly join one of them, we will only be viewed as enemies by the other kings." Just like yesterday, Redheart did not want us to become the Targaryens' power, so they did not care about the fact that negotiations were in progress and attacked the free folks' camp. Before the king of the Beyond is born, we should not negotiate with any king. As soon as she said this, not to mention Danny and the others, even the hard-foot people looked at the round-faced woman in surprise. The hard-foot leader said in shock, "Larry, why are you suddenly so? Where did you hear these words from?" "Even I don't have such political wisdom." John stepped forward and looked at the round-faced woman in confusion. "I think I've seen you somewhere before, but I've never seen Hardfoot Larry. Who are you?" Chapter 336. Who are you? John stared at the round-faced woman and asked. "Stinky Crow, of course you've seen me before." In the free camp, Larry pointed at White Knight and glared at John. "You and this old man were holding a stack of parchment and signing a sacred contract with us. You also noticed the abnormality." Danny slid down from Little White's back and walked to John's side. She stared at the woman in confusion. "You also?" John was shocked. He leaned close to Danny and whispered, "Bai Ling doesn't like her scent." "Hey, what are you two whispering about? I am me, who doesn't know me here?" The round-faced woman did not look guilty at all. Instead, she was full of vigor and shouted loudly. "What's going on?" The leader looked at his wife, then looked at the Dragon Queen and John. He was confused. "Go and rub her face." I suspect that she is faceless, Danny said to John. Faceless? John was horrified. Not only did he not listen to the Queen's suggestion to rub the leader's wife's face, but he also took a few steps back carefully. He retreated behind the Queen. Danny stiffened and looked back. There are so many people here. What are you afraid of? Let me do it. White Knight had been following beside Danny the whole time. She heard the conversation between the two of them. She immediately pulled down her mask and strode to Larry's side under the stunned and angry gazes of the hardcore citizens. She held the petite chief's wife's arm in her right hand as if she was pinching a chick. Her left hand, which was as big as a fan, rubbed her small round face back and forth. She rubbed until red marks appeared on his skin. Tears were flowing out of her eyes. What are you doing? The leader of the Doss clan was furious. He raised his weirwood spear and stabbed it at White Knight's waist. Clang! John stepped forward. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he used the sheathed longsword to knock the spear away. He said awkwardly, Commander, we suspect that your wife has been replaced by Faceless. Do you know the Faceless of Bravos? Nonsense, how can I not know my own wife? Last night, you even. Commander Hardfoot was furious, but he kept his spear with a cold expression. In fact, even the barbarians outside the Great Wall had heard of the name of Faceless One. Every few years, there would be merchants from Bravos who would come ashore at the hard settlements, looking for the barbarians to buy furs, gold, amber and other things. I don't think so. White Knight opened her left hand. Between her fingers and palms, there were many fine black grime clips. However, there was no human skin. On the other hand, the chief's wife's round little black face was also rubbed until it was bright red. There were many red lines on it. Kill him. Kill them all. The chief's wife screamed at the top of her lungs. The hardcore citizens behind her were eager to give it a try. They all looked at the commander. His Whitey opened its dark golden eyelids and let out a low growl as a small fire snake shot out from its nostrils. Silence filled the entire place, and all the commotion vanished like smoke. Larry, let me ask you, Yrgrit walked to the opposite side of the chief's wife and looked at her carefully. A year ago, when we were bathing in the hot spring of the Windy Gorge, what did we talk about? In the end, she added, I also think you have a problem. You are not like the Larry I know. She is not as eloquent as you. She has always used her knife instead of her mouth. The chief's wife sneered and said without hesitation, what else can two spear women talk about when they are bathing and chatting together? The second son of Bidos and Jig. Bidos, second son. Danny's eyes almost popped out. John's face was ugly. He grabbed the red-haired woman's right arm and asked in a low voice, who is Jig? Freeborn Jig, a marauder in my team. Half a year ago, Mance sent him out to patrol, and he hasn't come back yet. He is most likely dead. Yrgrit sighed. What is his relationship with you? John asked again. He stole from me, and I stole from him. Yrgrit did not evade and said generously. John's face turned green. Danny and Baristan also looked at him sympathetically. The barbarians beyond the Great Wall did not have a strict marriage system, or rather, there was no such thing as marriage. The barbarians did not have the concept of law or private property. They took and owned what they wanted based on their ability, including their partners. When a male barbarian took a fancy to a female barbarian, he could not be a bootlicker. He had to be very strong, a complete male chauvinist. If the woman was disobedient or resisted, he would slap her. When he married her, he did not need the consent of her and her family. He did not even have a copper coin. He sneaked into the other party's house in the middle of the night, carried the woman away, and robbed her if he was discovered if he was strong enough. And the woman could not be timid and helpless. She could not cry. She had to be unyielding and resist fiercely. If she was unwilling, it was not against the tradition to kill the man. In the minds of the barbarians, a real man would steal women from afar to strengthen his clan. However, there were taboos in the marriage of the barbarians. They could only steal daughters, but not other people's wives. They could not steal women who were related by blood. They believed that marriage between relatives would offend the gods, and the wife would be cursed to give birth to sick children. Of course, this did not mean that the barbarians beyond the Great Wall did not have women's rights. Men could steal women, and women could steal men. No matter how ugly a female barbarian was, if she took a fancy to the most handsome lad, she could steal and rob. When John was undercover among the barbarians, Yrgrid had hinted and told him many times to steal her. After discovering that John was an idiot and ignored her, the red-haired woman simply stole from John. Actually, there was no need to be angry. Yrgrid was a 19-year-old spearwoman. She was no longer a virgin 6 or 7 years ago. She had stolen from countless people over the years, and no one knew how many times she had been stolen by someone. Dany looked at the chief's wife, who had a smug look in her eyes, smiled meaningfully, and said, "Why does everyone think that you are not you? Mrs. Larry, can you prove that you are yourself?" "Ah." The round-faced woman was stunned, and so was everyone else. Prove that she was herself? How could she prove it? It was too difficult for a country bumpkin from another world to do something that even modern humans could not do. "This is Larry." Commander Doss stomped his feet and said, "Look at your daughter." Dany raised her chin at the small-faced woman. "Look at how far she is hiding." The little girl was 4 or 5 meters away from her mother. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was at a loss and did not dare to come closer. How can my daughter not be afraid when you are pestering her endlessly?" The round-faced woman shouted with her hands on her hips. "Forget it. Whether it is true or not, we will know after we try." Dany took 2 steps back and entered the second level of the dragon's spirit state. Her purple pupils stretched into vertical slits, flashing with a cold golden-red color. A majestic, domineering, noble, and terrifying aura spread out from her body. For a moment, everyone was in a trance, as if time and space had frozen. The air condensed, and time slowed down infinitely. In the extreme silence, the Dragon Queen's pink lips slowly opened, and transparent arc-shaped ripples appeared in the invisible air. The round-faced woman was the first to bear the brunt. The sheepskin hood on her head flew off, and her straw-like chestnut hair flew back. The muscles on her small round face were undulating like waves in the wind. A pair of small brown eyes turned white, and a loud howl came out from her tightly pursed mouth. Ah, this was a man's voice, coming from the depths of the soul. The howl of the soul made everyone dizzy, and they almost vomited, but they also woke up from the space-time disorder caused by the dragon's roar. Their ears heard a clear dragon's roar, and in the heavy dragon's aura, they seemed to be cleansed from their body to their soul, refreshing and clean. "Valamir." John pointed at the woman, and his expression changed. "He is the sixth-form man, Valamir." Needless to say, Dany had already found out. Soul attack was a soul attack that directly attacked the enemy's soul. Larry's soul still looked like Larry, but in the dragon's roar, another person's soul was shaken out of Larry's soul, an old and thin man. In short, under Larry's skin was still Larry's soul, but in the depths of Larry's soul, there was another person. A powerful shape-shifting person. 7 levels of hell. Dany was shocked. Possession, this is possession, this is a perfect possession. I didn't expect the legend to be true. Shapeshifters can really possess humans. Evil creature. Doss of the Mountain Tribe's expression changed, and he raised his spear to stab the woman who was hugging her head and howling beside him. Clang! Dany kicked the spear away with her iron boots and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Valamir did such an evil thing to possess Larry. Doss was angry and puzzled. You were the first to find out. Why did you stop me from killing him? You believe it? You believe that a shape-shifting person has possessed your wife? Dany said with difficulty. Why was an indigenous savage more receptive to new things than her? Was it because the ignorant were fearless and didn't understand the meaning of possession? This was a possession in the cultivation world. How could an indigenous person of the light magic fantasy world be so calm? I've seen similar things. The Hardfoot tribe's thin face was full of gloominess and anger. Before death, shapeshifters will try to leave the original rotten body and possess animal companions to start a second life. But some shapeshifters will do evil things. They want to be reborn as human beings. They don't possess animals, but they do it to humans who are close to them. Shit, many times. Danny's eyes widened, and she was even more shocked. Possession was so common. I know, Yrgrit kicked Larry, who was twitching on the ground, and said in disgust, the elders in the tribe all tell us that when we encounter shapeshifters who do evil things and possess other people's bodies, we must immediately kill them. Let your dragon burn them. How do you know that shapeshifters possess humans? For example, almost no one noticed it this time. Danny was puzzled. This is the Six Forms man, the most powerful shapeshifters. A white-haired Hardfoot tribe old woman walked over and said, I've lived for 6 winters and seen too many shapeshifters. When they possess humans, the possessed people will resist fiercely, shouting and scratching with their hands. No one has ever taken over Larry as quietly and unscathed as he did. The Six Forms man was not the strongest. He was deeply jealous and afraid of John's talent, and John was definitely not as good as Bran. Stark's family was full of bugs and monsters. It's not quiet, a Hardfoot tribe woman said hesitantly. Last evening, when Larry and I were collecting the nearby corpses, she was lying on the ground and howling for a while. Then why didn't you say so earlier? The old woman stomped her spear and said angrily. I don't know. I've never seen a shapeshifter possessing a human, the spear tribe woman said slowly. And when I went over to ask, she only said that she accidentally tripped on a tree root and hit her head on the trunk. Chapter 337. The savages would collect the corpses near the camp and burn them. They knew that the dead could be resurrected, and the resurrected dead would hunt down the living. The mountain tribe also arranged for spearwomen to clean up the corpses around the temporary camp before dark. The chief's wife was a spearwoman who also had to work. When she was moving the corpses, she met the Six Forms Valamir. She touched him, and he possessed her. In the battle with Melisandre, Valamir was burned 7 times in a row. 6 of the times, he withdrew from his animal companions before his soul was attacked, so he did not suffer much damage. However, on the 7th time, when he pounced on the red-robed woman's face in the form of an eagle, he was affected by Yrel in the eagle. The red-robed woman seemed to have noticed this. The fire witchcraft that burned the eagle was different from the one that burned the white bear, the shadow lynx, and the grey wolf. There were 3 levels of fire control. Danny had only mastered the first 2 levels, and the last level was a secret of the Great Wizard. It could ignite other elements with fire elements, like a fire demon. Melisandre's fire witchcraft was also divided into several levels. When she was fighting the Six Forms man, she used 2 different levels of witchcraft. She used fire elements to ignite physical substances, such as the fur, bones, and internal organs of her animal companions. She used blood witchcraft and fire magic to burn the soul under the skin. Simply put, when the white bear was ignited, the fire burned its internal organs and fur. When the eagle was ignited, its internal organs and feathers were burned. The souls of the eagle and the Six Forms man were also attacked. The reason for this was that the eagle belonged to another shape-shifting master, Yrel, not long ago. Yrel's body was killed by Jon, but his soul entered the eagle to start a second life. However, the Six Forms man did not give him a chance to fly freely and immediately took over the eagle. However, the eagle still had part of Yrel's will in its soul. Usually, it was nothing. After all, the Six Forms man's title of the strongest shape-shifting savage was not undeserved. After a long time, Ural's soul would naturally be assimilated by the eagle. His humanity would disappear, and he would completely become a beast. However, during the battle with Melisandre, this small flaw almost cost the Six Forms man his life. The Six Forms man's soul was severely damaged. His 6 animal companions, the white bear and the eagle, died on the spot. The shadow lynx and the 3 wolves were severely injured. After that, he forced the shadow lynx to come back and carry him away from the camp. But after entering the forest, the shadow lynx noticed that its owner was gradually becoming weaker. It became ferocious and bit off Valamir's arm on the spot. Well, animal companions also had their own will. They could be controlled by the shapeshifters, but the resentment in their hearts would not be any less. Therefore, many savages chose wolves as their animal companions. Dogs were the easiest beasts to establish relationships with, and they were also the most loyal. However, dogs were too weak. Compared to other wild beasts, wolf-type dogs were easier to develop feelings for. Furthermore, wolves were strong enough, so wolf spirits became the most important branch of shapeshifters. Ordinary people even mistook shapeshifters for wolf spirits. At that time, Valamir, like all the dying shapeshifters, only had one last chance, to occupy a life and start another life. He had originally planned to occupy the shadow lynx, but the lynx had brought him to the Hardfoot people's camp, where a group of spearwomen had come out to collect corpses. Shadow lynx escaped. Larry found Valamir, who was badly mutilated and whose face could not be distinguished. The Six Forms person changed its target and occupied the spearwoman in front of it. Bastard! No! Larry, who was originally wailing and rolling on the ground, suddenly straightened his body. His face was distorted as he screamed sharply. It was a duet between a man and a woman. The high-pitched howl was mixed with a man's low groan. The combination was a bone-chilling howl of the soul. Get out, get out! Every muscle on the spearwoman's body was trembling as she struggled. Her brown eyes were covered by blood-red veins, almost protruding from her eye sockets. It was as if every muscle, bone, and skin was a battlefield. Larry and the Six Forms person were frantically fighting for control of them. Mother, mother, sob sob sob. The patriarch's daughter began to wail. What's going on? The leader of the Hardfoot people was shocked and angry. You haven't completely occupied it. Valamir, you bastard, get out of here, get out of Larry's body. I can't leave, she will die too. The spearwoman's face was distorted like an evil spirit. Her mouth was full of blood, and her tongue and lips were bitten so hard that they broke the flesh. Bastard, bastard, bastard. The chief's eyes were spitting fire. He stomped his feet and scolded, Bastard, you have taken over Larry's body. Last night, you even took the initiative to be intimate with me. Bastard. Danny glanced at the Hardfoot people and nodded in agreement. Bastard, you really are a bastard. Help Larry end his suffering. The white-haired old woman sighed. Grandma, don't kill mother, I want mother, sob. The barefooted little girl threw herself on the old woman's thigh and cried. You are also a shapeshifter. Enter Larry's spirit ocean and drive the Six Forms person away, Danny said to John. I can't do it, I have never done such a thing. No one taught me the techniques of shape-shifting, I don't know what to do, John hurriedly shook his head. You can't save him. If you drive the Six Forms person away, Larry won't be able to come back to life, the old woman said with tears in her eyes. Your Majesty, try using the true dragon roar on her a few more times, Baristan suggested. I'm not sure. Although Larry has the home advantage, his soul is definitely not as strong as the Six Forms person. It's hard to say who will die first, Danny bit her lower lip and said hesitantly. Sigh, let's just give it a try. We don't have time to waste here, everything is fate. The old woman choked. All right, you guys hold her down. Soon, Danny ordered John and the rest to stuff Larry's mouth and press his limbs, torso, head, and neck firmly onto the ground. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to try the new True Dragon Roar. All this time, Danny had been using the Fire Wizard power to activate the Soul Strike. The wizard power condensed by the Grand Wizard meditation technique did not have the ability to penetrate souls. It could only be used to charge and hit the opponent's soul with the dragon's aura. If she was so reckless, there would definitely be a backlash. The strength of the opponent's soul would determine the strength of the backlash. To normal people, the soul strike would be able to crush them and there would be no backlash. To legendary creatures like the deviant ghosts, the effect of the soul strike would be greatly reduced. However, the backlash would be borne by the Megalosaurus and Danny herself would not be affected. To a powerful demigod like Balerion, even the Megalosaurus could not withstand it. Danny would be in trouble. Now, she had a new wizard power foundation in her sea of consciousness. If she used the wizard power condensed by the Green Prophet meditation technique to activate the Soul Strike, with the characteristics of the Green Prophet's wizard power, high penetration and high toughness, what kind of effect would her Soul Strike have? Danny felt uneasy. She placed her right index finger between the brows of the spearwoman and activated the Soul Strike. Little White's soul entered her sea of consciousness. The faint red ring of soul light projected a layer of green light. It was a green light with a fresh and cold aura. The green light was the mental energy and wizard power condensed by Danny's second meditation technique. It was equivalent to the projection of a second soul. It merged with the white dragon's soul without any hindrance. Little White turned green. Danny also turned green. The green Danny rode on the green Little White and activated the Soul Strike. They charged out of Danny's soul realm and pressed down on the spearwoman. If it was a normal soul strike, the combined human and dragon soul would crash into the other party's soul barrier, just like a siege car crashing into a city gate. However, at this moment, what they encountered was not an indestructible city wall, but a ball of mud. There was resistance, but they still passed through quickly. Ah! A green light flashed past the spearwoman's brown eyes. Her body, which had been fiercely struggling, suddenly froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Like Danny, Larry's soul space was also like a blue starry sky. However, it was much narrower and thinner than the Dragon Queen's. The Megalosaurus stopped inside and did not dare to move. It was like a tanker entering a wooden fenced car. Evil creature, come out and die. In the soul space, the green Danny was majestic and high-spirited. Her guess had come true. The second soul, which was based on the Green Prophet's meditation technique, actually had the Green Prophet's soul possession characteristic. Compared to the Megalosaurus that covered the sky, Larry's soul was like a caterpillar under a giant's foot. It was small and weak. Danny only said one sentence, and Larry's soul wailed and exploded into millions of faint stars. His soul was destroyed. Larry's soul exploded, revealing the short and old middle-aged man inside. He was looking at the mountain-like white dragon above his head in horror. This is impossible. How can you possess? No, even if you are also a shapeshifter, you can't bring the Megalosaurus's soul here. The short and wretched man waved his arms crazily and shouted. The Megalosaurus could not enter the soul space of other creatures. However, Little White was not Little White. It was a part of Danny. The wolf spirit was a human soul that was above the wolf spirit. The human soul occupied the position of the wolf spirit. Therefore, the shapeshifter's animal companions could easily rebel. No one was willing to have their will taken away, even if it was a beast. The dragon spirit was different from the wolf spirit. The dragon spirit was the fusion of the human and the dragon's souls. The human was the dragon, and the dragon was the human. Little White had fused with the second soul that practiced the Green Prophet's meditation technique. It also had the Green Prophet's characteristic and could follow Danny into the human's soul space. Die, evildoer. Danny was not in the mood to explain her secret to a minion. She roared and urged the dragon to bite down. Crack, Little White made a crisp cracking sound as if he was chewing on an ice cube. At the same time, there was a strange liquid that melted and flowed into the gap between his teeth. "Ow no!" The six forms Valimir wailed and suddenly broke into thousands of pieces. A milky white halo that was visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. It even rushed out of Larry's soul space. Perhaps it was because of the six forms Valimir's soul fragment that Dany had a strange connection with him. She could clearly sense his current state of existence. He had really escaped from Larry's soul space and entered an unknown place. Subconsciously, Dany followed the trace of guidance and followed. Boom! A ball of white light exploded in front of her. Dany was spinning and falling in a white world. In a moment, she seemed to have crossed an infinite distance and traveled through thousands of years. She was at a loss. Until she caught up with him. She saw a huge human face in front of her. The red eyes were glaring angrily. The wrinkled cheeks were as white as bones. The expression was serious. The mouth was wide open, as if it was scolding and devouring. Valimir knelt in front of the human face and cried bitterly. He wailed, "Gods, mercy, mercy." You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.